Turner the painter turned a Welsh corner which revealed a view of the Vale of Clwyd so fine that he stopped and yelled. Buffalo humped, bent, next to no muscle. Substance on any limb, her face pale where it is not grey-yellowed at the temples. Sunken where it is not puffy under the eyes, her step hammer-toed, hesitant. Even a trivial fall may snap off. The frail neck of a femur, no eyebrows. Hair sparse except on upper lip and chin. Her skin with unsantanned sunspots, her pulse slow and temperature low, the genital tract become bloodless, unmoist, atrophic. Her eardrums are in retraction, a sluice of cataracts lapses before her eyes. She is querulous, forgetful, unclean, distressing to others, and to herself. Well done, God. Little Old Lady. From Poems 2. By B.S. Johnson. Acknowledgements. The editors owe a great debt of thanks to Virginia and Steve Johnson, who have represented B.S. Johnson's desire for the integrity of his work to be always respected with passion and honesty, and have balanced this sensitively with a desire to restore these texts to a wider readership. Thanks go to Paul Bagaley and Chris Doyle at Picador for their enthusiasm and imagination in bringing this project to fruition, Diana Tyler of MBA Literary Agents, and Tony Peake of Peake Associates. We are also grateful to Alan Brown-John for his help. The staff in the British Library Manuscripts Reading Room dealt with us with forbearance and efficiency, and particular gratitude goes to the British Library's Jamie Andrews, Rachel Foss, and Helen Melody. Finally, we would all like to thank our editorial assistant Christopher Webb for his exemplary work, particularly his faithful transcriptions of an immense amount of archival material. Preface by Jonathan Coe. February 5, 2013, marks the 80th anniversary of the birth of Brian Stanley Johnson. The present anthology is being published, in part, to celebrate this fact. We have arranged it in 3 sections. First, we have a facsimile reproduction of Aren't You Rather Young to Be Writing Your Memoirs, the collection of shorter prose pieces Johnson himself compiled shortly before his death in 1973. This is followed by a selection of plays, written either for the stage or for television, 3 of which have never been published before. Finally, out of the mountain of Johnson's journalism published between 1963 and 1973, we have cherry-picked the pieces which seem to us the most worthwhile, whether they find him delivering an especially feisty piece of polemic aimed at the publishers, film producers, writers, or writers' organizations he found lacking, or whether they just offer some flashes of insight into the theoretical thinking, autobiography, or historical interests of this perennially fascinating man. With the appearance or reappearance in print of these pieces, a good chunk of the Johnson canon is now readily accessible, much more so than in his lifetime. All being well, it seems that a comprehensive DVD release of his film work will not be far behind, either. But there remain some significant gaps. Traveling People, his exuberant, picaresque first novel, remains out of print, in the introduction to Aren't You Rather Young? He gives his reasons for this self-imposed prohibition, one which his estate continues to respect. His final completed novel, See the Old Lady Decently, the first volume of a projected trilogy, also remains a problematic item for any interested publisher, and his 2 volumes of poetry, Johnson considered himself first and foremost a poet, are likewise currently out of circulation. In the meantime, we hope that Well Done God will do something to plug the remaining gaps, and that readers will emerge from it with a more rounded and more nearly complete sense of Johnson the writer than has been previously possible. Before the editorial process started in earnest in 2012, I had not seen most of these pieces since my work on Johnson's biography a decade earlier. In the closing paragraph of that book I had signed off, over-optimistically, or perhaps just bad-temperedly, with the sentence, "Those are the last words I intend to write about B.S. Johnson." I had probably hoped that completing the book would give me closure on my interest in a writer which many people, I suspect, considered to border on the obsessional. But my interest, or obsession, has not gone away in the intervening 10 years. I still find myself returning again and again to Johnson's writings for inspiration and, just as useful, provocation. To me, looking at the contents of this new anthology as a whole, two major themes stand out: Johnson's dogmatic insistence, articulated most famously in his introduction to Aren't You Rather Young to Be Writing Your Memoirs, on the incompatibility between truth and fiction, and his horror at the vulnerability of the human body and, in particular, its inevitable propensity to decay. In my biography I took repeated issue with both of these positions, but now, while I still consider his mantra that telling stories is telling lies to be an unhelpful oversimplification, a decade's further submission to the aging process has been enough to convince me that, on the second front at least, Johnson definitely had a point. You're human like the rest of them, which for a long time I never really got, today strikes me as a most courageous act of squaring up to the unpalatable truth, and Johnson's hitherto unpublished continuation of Buchner's Wozzeck, one sodding thing after another, far from seeming derivatively Brechtian, as I once thought, now feels like a lively and probing excursion into his recurring preoccupations. As for Compressor, well, best to let readers themselves make up their minds about that one. At the very least, in its combination of playful obscurity with the most massive existential themes, it shows Johnson's art, towards the end of his life, moving on to a new and intriguing level. In its diversity of content, we tried to bring this anthology close to Johnson's original conception of Aren't You Rather Young to Be Writing Your Memoirs. His hope for that book, at first, had been to persuade a publisher to include a wide variety of occasional journalism, ranging from book reviews to football reports. In the end, however, he had to settle for a very much slimmed-down volume, concentrating mainly on what it would be convenient to call short stories, even though he of course disliked that term very much. And in the event he slimmed down the selection even further himself, having a ready-made assembly of 9 early pieces to hand in Statement Against Corpses, 1964, the volume he had co-authored with his friend Zulfikar Göz, he nonetheless turned his back on all but 2 of them. Unless newness itself was the criterion, it's hard to see why he would have admitted as slight, and damp, a squib as Instructions for the Use of Women, for instance, when from the earlier book he could have chosen Sheila N. Agig, a truly compelling piece of autobiography with a supernatural twist. But there you have it, the selection was his own, and Johnson's choices were never less than clear and emphatic. In any case, Aren't You Rather Young contains at least 2 of his finest pieces of work in any medium. Mean Point of Impact brilliantly juxtaposes the building of a cathedral in medieval France with its destruction by aerial bombardment in the Second World War. Everyone knows somebody who's dead proceeds from a similarly contrapuntal device. Extracts from a banal handbook for aspiring writers are interleaved, contemptuously, with an account of the events leading up to the death by suicide of an old student friend. The despised tropes of popular fiction are mercilessly contrasted with what Johnson felt to be their formal and moral opposite, a reminiscing authorial voice which stretches after truth with the same anguished urgency we also find in his great, novel-length THRE Noti The Unfortunates. For a writer to tell a story, to do anything other than leave things untied, untidily, was to be unfaithful, Johnson believed, to the chaotic realities of life. Everyone knows somebody who's dead shows him putting this credo into practice. The introduction to Aren't You Rather Young, meanwhile, shows him trying to convince us by argument. It was an argument he rehearsed again and again. Trawling through Johnson's archive, we lost count of the number of similar articles we came across, dating from the early 1960s onwards, articles in which he repeated, in almost the same words, that Joyce was the Einstein of the novel, that novel writing was a relay race and most British writers had dropped the baton, that Beckett was the only person worth listening to, that writing neo-Dickensian novels was as silly as trying to write Elizabethan blank verse drama. Putting together a readable collection of his journalism involved setting aside many of these pieces, with some regret, for all of them provided incidental, glancing pleasures. There was a good deal of sometimes animated editorial discussion about what to put in and what to leave out. But the three of us remained united by our admiration for Johnson and our determination to achieve a selection which represented him. We hope he would have approved this word, honestly. For their work and their company over the last few months, I'd like to express my gratitude to my fellow editors. On which subject, this is probably a good moment for me to step down, and allow them to have their say. Foreword by Julia Jordan. I hate these women who only want bits of me. I offer her the enormous totality of me, and she says, yes, I'll have the conversation bit, and the company bit, but not the bed bit, nor even the Handsonmabig tights bit. I hate the partial livers. I'm an all-or-nothing-er. Albert Angelo. B.S. Johnson, like the protagonist of his 1964 novel Albert Angelo, was an all-or-nothing-er. The writing collected in this volume seeks to represent the enormous totality of the prolific Johnson. If, in the recent past, his novels have been the only widely disseminated part of his oeuvre, here the editors offer an encounter with a broader variety of Johnson's eclectic range of forms. We say yes to all his bits. This anthology seeks to recover some of these long inaccessible pieces of work and to deliver them to his, recently reinvigorated, readership. While we could not include all of his unpublished and out-of-print work, the editors hope that his spirit of capaciousness has been recreated here. Included are the major plays for television and stage, the short prose collected in Aren't You Rather Young to Be Writing Your Memoirs, journalism, essays, literary criticism, autobiography, single-issue polemics. These pieces throw new light onto the novels and poetry for which Johnson is best known, and show him in progress, in the process of working out the concerns to which he would return throughout his career. The sheer bulk of Johnson's output demands the principle of selection. A man with serious affection for objects, a collector even of paper clips, Johnson is driven, like his customs officer in Instructions for the Use of Women, by the desire to see objects declared. So, walking down Bournemouth's arcades, one Johnsonian narrator scrutinizes the locked, mahogany and brass advertising cases, looking through their angled glass to read hand-lettered poster paint show cards for hairdressing and tinting, dancing, restaurants, the Bournemouth Casino, members only, 2 discotheques, theatre and cinema, itemizing pictures advertising the foot clinic and the public baths department. The exhaustive nature of Johnson's depiction is both generous and inclusive, and yet unavoidably selective. To collect is, by necessity, to select, and to omit. Selection, in turn, necessitates interpretation. The aim has been to include the pieces of Johnson's writing that are significant in relation to his major themes. Indeed, the reader can trace Johnson's lifelong preoccupations, the slippery distinction between truth and representation, the proper role of the author, fictionality and storytelling, the accuracy of memory and the importance of memorialization, the vagaries of chance, contingency, and randomness. In the establishing of these themes we see repetition itself emerge as a characteristically Johnsonian rhetorical device. For Johnson, certainty is achieved through accumulation, through the testing and extension of his ideas. Johnson's repetitions display him in the act of gaining certainty through these accretions, a certainty which inevitably reveals itself to be precarious even in its vigor and appetite, and many of the works here are the results of the creative alchemizing of these fundamental literary precepts. The editor's explicit goal was to give a sense of the trajectory of his literary development, and to this end a sense of the chronological order of the pieces has been maintained where possible in order to uncover changes of style and tonal shifts. At times it seems that Johnson is at open war with the very notion of fiction. Telling stories is telling lies, he declares, declining to perform such cheap party tricks, as he writes in Albert Angelo, "Fuck all this lying." Consequently, Johnson's subsequent refusal to delineate between truth and fiction informs the organization of this anthology, which distinguishes only between the dramatic works and the shorter prose, allowing the autobiographical to sit alongside the imaginative. For Johnson, these genres cannot remain hermetically discrete. it is in their interaction that the line between telling stories and truth-telling is effaced. There's a lot of me in this house, as the protagonist of What is the Right Thing and Am I Doing It, admits, literally, when you think of it. I've spent 30 years here, and most of the skin I shed in that time must be in the dust, in the crevices, in the air. The reader of this anthology, and of Johnson's work in general, will feel the corporeal presence of the man in his writing. His autobiographical dust is in the air throughout this anthology. This intimacy is there, too, in Johnson's feel for the material stuff of life, for food, for sex, for objects, for consuming and being consumed. Indeed, an almost uncomfortable proximity to the physical pervades these texts, the confines of the body and its demands press down on his characters and on his readers. Naked women in the play, one sodding thing after another, the nudies, are evoked by the image of skinless sausages, as Wozzeck is starved by military doctors in the name of science. A stage direction in One Sodding Thing reads, tellingly, then he returns to his preoccupation with food, hold this as long as it will bear. Similarly, both Down Red Lane and Not Counting the Savages are plays that portray corpulence and compulsive eating as correlatives of the generous capaciousness evoked elsewhere. Johnson asks us to bear gluttony frequently, as indicative of a visceral self-loathing and as a marker of compassion. As the diner of Down Red Lane admits, I do know I have suffered from my appetite, my grossness, my peculiarity. Johnson does not flinch in the face of the gross, or the peculiar. Yet at the heart of his governing authorial injunction, to tell the truth, lies a perceptible trace of uncertainty, a concession of unease. While attesting a belief that truth can be represented, Johnson betrays his fear that it may be a mirage. Truth is an opaque thing, and Johnson's anxious attempts to fix it to the page are palpable in the works collected here. His is a poetics of frustration, his prose fluctuates between cohesion, certainty, and fragmentation, the failure of representation to do its work. The demand for truth and contempt for artifice inform Johnson's desire to abolish the distance between author and reader. Indeed, to read Johnson is to find oneself in active struggle for control over the text, negotiating with a confrontational author, who seems at times to be let down, disappointed by our readerly shortcomings. As he says in Hole's Syllables. But my character is something like Shandy's father, who had, such a skirmishing, cutting kind of a slashing way with him, in his disputations, thrusting and ripping, and giving every one a stroke to remember him by in his turn, that if there were 20 people in company, in less than half an hour he was sure to have every one of them against him. In his various direct addresses, his cajolements or confrontational indictments, his flirtatious asides, these elegiac calls into the void, Johnson articulates a kind of mourning for the reader's presence. The pleasures of the text, for him, are a resolutely consensual matter, and must be negotiated via constant dialogue. You can provide your own surmises or even your own ending, as you are inclined. For that matter, he continues, I have conveniently left enough obscure or even unknown for you to suggest your own beginning, and your own middle, as well, if you reject mine. But I know you love a story with gunplay in it. The central principle of absolute fealty to truth is also an articulation of the importance of memory. Johnson's challenge to himself is to lay bare the causes of things, by a continual dredging up of formative experience, to trace the contingency of events backwards. Johnson's present is determined by an intrusive and insistent past. Decisions made when young, to join the army at 18 to make oneself more attractive to women, for instance, will continue to exert their influence long after they have been made, conscription scripts. Equally, his characters feel the unremitting pressing of chance and the random, both as paradoxically fated. It will always be one sodding thing after another, and as seductively liberating, it might even trip some trap of unbidden memory in instructions for the use of women. But if Johnson can be said to be reading contingency backwards, he is also concerned with its forwards trajectory. One of his great themes could be described as a kind of proleptic anxiety, as Wozzeck articulates in One Sodding Thing. It comes over me, Andres, a great black feeling of a disaster about to happen, or my luck running out, something catching up with me. Though he hated the term, the plays are, for the most part, less experimental than the prose. Point 1 In the 6 plays published here, Johnson exhibits sustained ease and formal playfulness. Liberated from the constrictions of the traditional novel form, Johnson seemed to find in dramatic form a ready vehicle, already able to contain a polyphony of ideas and voices. It is also in the drama, in Compressor, 1972, that Johnson best expressed his fascination with new media and his sustained interest in the possibilities of the visual and the photographic. The play is notable for an acute enthusiasm for new forms, seeing them not as extraneous to literature but as a new way of invigorating narrative and form. As Sleeper says, a man taking pictures of a man taking pictures, there is something in that. This play also demonstrates Johnson's consistent preoccupation with the ludic, from flipping coins and games of squash, to the suggestion that there's no doubt, too, that games are one of God's chief diversions. Following the random bounce of a squash ball, its erratic movements delimited by court and wall, we understand Johnson's characters as similarly bound by their own ludic rules, bouncing chaotically around an indifferent universe. The characters of many of these pieces are aware of their own fictive natures in a classically Johnsonian way, one that is characteristic of a writer pivotally positioned between the modern and the postmodern. In Compressor, his characters echo and double each other uncannily. Finally, standing together they both independently but at the same time write, I am beside myself. In Down Red Lane the protagonist's belly is independently willful, just as subject to melancholy, nostalgia, depression, and humor as he is. And in all the plays published here there is a sustained problematizing of the artificiality of chronology, one sodding thing after another, set in the army. Any Time gives us meditations on death and eternity, and as Ghent puts it in What is the Right Thing and Am I Doing It, life is a holiday from the great nothing, a vacation from the void and, like all holidays, it seems interminable. Loss haunts Johnson's work, it is the fundamental determinism that he allowed for and conjured with. This sense of grief, though, is usually mingled with a clear-eyed compassion, and a desire to tot up life's losses and gains. In You're Human Like the Rest of Them, his play of 1967, the generosity of the title is tempered by the clear-sighted confrontation of the centrality of death. You are human just like the rest of them / and your one certainty is that you'll die / our dying is the only certainty / certainty is always a good in itself, even if it brings about this terrible knowledge of mortality. Indeed, throughout the pieces in this collection, Johnson returns to the virtues of certainty, of counting, of reckoning, and of calculation. Like the counting commanding officer in one sodding thing after another, who needs to enumerate time, as he reminds Wozzeck, just think of it, Wozzeck, all that time going on and bloody on, reminding him that 30 years. That means 360 months. Thousands and thousands of days, God knows how many minutes, an eternity of seconds. Or the husband in Not Counting the Savages, the title of which, too, articulates the limits of enumeration, whose inability to respect the number on the calendar signals to us his moral decrepitude. Johnson's characters mediate existential anxiety through their desire to account for their lives. His will to exactitude often produces a note of half-comic bathos. Life, for Johnson, scrupulously accounted for, is usually a disappointment. In the early play The Proper End, not included here, though again with a title that signals a need for clear and appropriate demarcation, Johnson explores his metaphor of existential accountancy later developed to such effect in Christy Mallory's own double entry, 1973. The double entry theory of love. Love automatically creates a force of hatred which is its opposite, its equal, its complement, its corollary. The desire to count up the injustices, the pleasures, and the events that make up a life is eventually just another version of the urge to represent the truth of existence. As Johnson writes in a few selected sentences, it is imperative to accommodate that mess. Because, eventually, someone has to keep the records. Prologue by Philip II. Preparing this anthology involved visits by its editors to the B.S. Johnson Archive, now held in the British Library on the Euston Road in London. This collection consists of a series of folders, files, boxes, and notebooks that in essence are just as they were in autumn 1973 when B.S. Johnson left them, about a mile away as the crow flies, stored in the small workroom he maintained at the top of his house in Islington. Their journey via Sotheby's was not a long one geographically, but potentially an important one for scholars. Certainly it allowed the production of this volume of Johnson's writing. One significant strand of our editorial work meant going through numerous lever arch and other files containing the carbon copies of his efforts, including the journalism and short prose Johnson undertook for a variety of purposes, commissions and publications. They were often littered with notes and corrections, which is part of the joy of such material. Of course, to do so we had to make a special request for this as yet uncatalogued material, and each box was delivered rather portentously in large open wooden, leather-lined trays. Such ceremony. Johnson might well either have shuddered, or much more likely laughed out loud. Clearly for us as editors there was a certain thrill about such archival retrieval. But most of all it offered in complex ways certain concrete impressions of Johnson himself, as both a man and a professional writer, and in a sense that too is what the examples of his work published in this anthology seek to convey. We want Johnson to be given voice once more. Returning to the British Library, the first impression given by the contents of each of the files is that they are exceedingly neat and efficiently organized, no doubt the product of Johnson's commercial education and experience, but perhaps also expressive of his need to maintain more than a semblance of order to defy any encroaching chaos. So despite his admission and avowal of the inchoate and randomness in his fiction, here his commercial training and instincts allowed him to stave these off, exhibiting perhaps underlying obsessional and controlling impulses. And they offer far more than this, for the contents of these varied pieces were certainly intriguing in at least one sense, the very persistence of his sense of radical annoyance and anger, a certain strident tone creeping in at times, at others a determination that people ought to comprehend the unfairness of certain of the ideological perversities of the powers that be, more precisely those actions of the authorities that led to diminishing freedom. Below I hope to illustrate something of the man by drawing upon work that as editors we had to omit from our final selection, and by doing so redeem certain passages that will allow our readers a glimpse at the remaining archive. Johnson could be uncannily perceptive, almost prescient, in his political observations. In one piece written in 1971 for a regular column in his trade union journal, he sees Rupert Murdoch's motivations in a clear light, remarking that the publisher and magnate give us the impression of wanting money like normal people want sex. Johnson adds of Murdoch's apparent proprietorial success. But while I'm on about the digger, let's lay another myth: what he's done with the Sun, in any case, is the sort of thing that gets success a bad name. For his technique was simply to copy the Daily Mirror to the point, one would have thought, of plagiarism in features and typography, and therefore to exploit what we call in the trade the margarine syndrome, those idiots who can't tell one from the other. IPC could not have adopted this tactic since they also own the Mirror, so to say that Murdoch has succeeded with the Sun where IPC failed is patent nonsense. Murdoch has not increased the total readership of newspapers, he has simply altered the balance of readership by unscrupulous low cunning. Of course Johnson saw such matters in terms of social class and not at all as an abstract issue, rather finding expressed in people's actions, inactions, and instincts their class affiliations, their ideological blindness. He offers in this piece a memorable aphorism: business ethics, indeed, is a contradiction in terms. One finds other instances of his ideological awareness and commitment when he railed constantly about the unfairness of payments to authors, and the volume of money made by publishers from their efforts. In a speech he gave to the Society of Authors at their annual general meeting on July 26, 1973, printed on orange paper, again a piece not included in this volume, he complained that a recent survey of authors' earnings shows them lower than they were in 1965, and his motion questions whether the administration and leadership have been effective in promoting the Society of Authors, and recommends that all those responsible for such administration and leadership should resign forthwith. He goes further. In his speech he complains of this governing committee. What else have they done recently? It's easier to say what they haven't done. This is classic Johnson in combative mode, personal and accusatory. However, the file in which the speech is contained also amply demonstrates how Johnson was both methodical and well prepared. For this occasion he not only drafted a complete 5-page script in advance word for his speech, but another page on white representing a concluding address with which he would wind up as the proposer. All of the above evokes a man who believed in the fights he undertook, demonstrating his commitment and his engagement, but ever the consummate professional, he would draw on each effort of research and thinking more than once, regarding it as hard work but also as an investment intellectually. Some of the same material from this speech reappears in a piece, on green paper, entitled On Writers' Organizations, which opens with that 1965 survey again. Clearly he had developed strategies for recycling the efforts of his labor. In The Revolution Ignored, an article written for Vogue in 1966, Johnson showed the same persistence and fervor with regard to the form of the novel, its generic requirement to adapt, to reflect on a contemporary world that had changed when compared to the 19th century, and to demonstrate the randomness and chaos, whatever his own organizational instincts, that characterized existence. This is a constant refrain, a set of principles and beliefs he returned to repeatedly. In this essay he complains of many of his contemporaries, just how staggeringly unmodern are the vast majority of novelists, who 40-odd years on still write as though the revolution of Ulysses had never happened. He rejects the idea that a novel must tell a story, insisting on a range of points that were later also made in the introduction to Aren't You Rather Young to Be Writing Your Memoirs? 1973. However, these essays do not simply represent examples of Johnson's strategic recycling of ideas and efforts. In The Revolution Ignored there is at least one intriguing additional critical comment, exhibiting the fullness and value the archive may promise for the Johnson scholar. Johnson says, after all, no one asks that a poem tells a story any longer, and has anyone ever asked it of a piece of music? At least implicitly this is testament to Johnson's desire that the relationship of writers and readers toward the text be more sophisticated, and as he indicates amply elsewhere, be more ideologically informed. Much of the material quoted above also appeared in an earlier essay called Anti or Ultra, published in the Bookseller in May 1963, where he offers a close account of the various formal problems he faced in his fiction and he believed that he addressed, at least partially. Nevertheless, perhaps tellingly, in Anti or Ultra he does add something concerning his first novel not found quite as emphatically in his introduction. He insists, to make people laugh seems to me the supreme virtue any book can have, adding while by definition no other book could be written as traveling people is because no other book would have exactly the same subject matter. I still hope that perhaps it will encourage other writers to rethink the form for themselves. As indicated above, many of the essays in the archive did not make the cut for full and final inclusion in our anthology, largely because we wanted to offer readers as diverse a range of elements by Johnson as possible. However, I shall risk quoting just a few more choice examples of the material we left out. In The Disintegrating Novel 2, Books and Bookmen, September 1970, he refers to rivals to the novel, ones that drew upon new technological advantages, that he felt would marginalize the book's public presence. And the book as a technological object is itself threatened with obsolescence, for the Japanese now have a miniature television set the size of a telephone handpiece, with cassette programs on tiny reels of wire. Within 10 years these will be as common as transistor radios, and the few unique advantages the book still has, portability, privacy, and ease of reference backwards and forwards, will be unique no longer. His fears seem ironic now, given the technological fact of e-book readers such as the Kindle, which might have delighted Johnson on one level, but still he would have deplored the continuing output of neo-traditionalists, and no doubt he would have excoriated the numerous untalented amateur writers publishing their own fiction online. His kind of authenticity came at a personal cost, as he hints in Moment of Truth, and Birth of a New Novel, Morning Star, February 1969, when he reveals of the unfortunates, "Certainly I know very well that this one cost me more of myself than anything else I have ever written." And yet, as he concludes in Anti and Ultra, many of his peers failed in a formal sense to convey the essence of their world, by neglecting its contemporaneity, thus not fully capturing the life of their times. It seems to me absurd that writers should be governed or even influenced by conventions of style and technique which were already out of date by the end of Dickens' life, and within which the truth of the human situation in 1963 cannot be expressed at all satisfactorily. As the whole archive amply demonstrates, as an avant-garde and committed experimental writer, Johnson resisted willful obscurity, seeking a prose that was clear and precise, truthful and honest. What will be the effect of this volume? Our hope is that it brings its many examples of Johnson's commitments to as wide a readership as possible, and that these selections will encourage scholars who follow our footsteps to the British Library on the Euston Road, which seems a fitting location for the study of this lifelong Londoner, rather than having to decamp to some library in Texas, to explore the many other, multiple possibilities of Johnson as both a writer and a living human being memorialized in his collected documents. Almost certainly this would have tickled Johnson's fancy, had he had an inkling of such future literary homage. Editor's note. The text of Aren't You Rather Young to Be Writing Your Memoirs, a volume which Johnson himself prepared for publication, has been reproduced exactly from the Hutchinson edition of 1973. The plays and journalistic pieces which follow have been transcribed from the surviving manuscripts and typescripts held by the British Library. Johnson was exacting about his writing, and resisted editorial intervention. We have sought to work in this spirit by adhering to a principle of non-interference wherever possible. The texts should, we agreed, be published as Johnson intended, whether from a published edition of a journal or newspaper, a typescript, or a handwritten fair copy. This necessitated a degree of flexibility. Where it is clear that the published text was Johnson's approved version, we have used it. Where he has indicated a preference for the unexpurgated version, we have restored the original text from typescript. Johnson's original titles have been retained wherever possible. Where this has not been possible, when none existed in the original, or to distinguish two identically titled pieces, we have followed convention and indicated our added titles by the use of square brackets. Footnotes have been added only where a contemporary reference or allusion would have proved distractingly opaque for today's reader. Cuts are indicated in the text by, but have been kept to an absolute minimum, and have only been made to avoid verbatim repetition, or, in the case of one piece, London, the Moron-made city, to remove long passages of quotation from sources other than Johnson himself. We have only corrected the text where a mistake is clearly a slip of the typewriter. Otherwise, all Johnsonian idiosyncrasies of language and syntax have been retained. Publisher's note. B.S. Johnson was a formally innovative writer. During his life he took an active interest in the typography and production of the print editions of his books. In producing electronic editions of his work, it was necessary to balance our desire to respect the integrity of his texts with our desire to make his writing available to the widest possible readership, including those who read digitally. We have tried to represent Johnson's original work in this new medium faithfully. However, the print book is a fixed format and the ebook a fluid one, so it is undesirable to make a facsimile in most circumstances. Johnson was rigorous about his writing, and resisted editorial intervention. We have sought to work in this spirit by adhering to a principle of non-interference. We have prepared these digital books from the first print editions and retained all Johnsonian idiosyncrasies of language and syntax. We have used a digital font that most closely approximates to the original typeface. The text has been optimized for the default type size setting on most electronic devices. The play scripts in this volume follow established conventions of dramatic notation, with the exception of compressor, when Johnson uses a column-like layout to convey simultaneous speech and action. although the reader obviously cannot read both at once. When she has read both, she will have seen that they are simultaneous and be able to enact such simultaneity for herself. This alignment has been reproduced relatively, allowing the text to reflow and be resized, rather than using a fixed layout. These sections will be best displayed using your e-reader's default settings for font size and zoom. Aren't you rather young to be writing your memoirs? Introduction. It is a fact of crucial significance in the history of the novel this century that James Joyce opened the first cinema in Dublin in 1909. Joyce saw very early on that film must usurp some of the prerogatives which until then had belonged almost exclusively to the novelist. Film could tell a story more directly, in less time and with more concrete detail than a novel. Certain aspects of character could be more easily delineated and kept constantly before the audience, for example, physical characteristics like a limp, a scar, particular ugliness or beauty. No novelist's description of a battle squadron at sea in a gale could really hope to compete with that in a well-shot film, and why should anyone who simply wanted to be told a story spend all his spare time for a week or weeks reading a book when he could experience the same thing in a version in some way superior at his local cinema in only one evening? It was not the first time that storytelling had passed from one medium to another. Originally it had been the chief concern of poetry, and long narrative poems were bestsellers right up to the works of Walter Scott and Byron. The latter supplanted the former in the favors of the public, and Scott adroitly turned from narrative poems to narrative novels and continued to be a bestseller. You will agree it would be perversely anachronistic to write a long narrative poem today? People still do, of course, but such works are rarely published, and, if they are, the writer is thought of as a literary flat-earther. But poetry did not die when storytelling moved on. It concentrated on the things it was still best able to do: the short, economical lyric, the intense emotional statement, depth rather than scale, the exploitation of rhythms which made their optimum impact at short lengths but which would have become monotonous and unreadable if maintained longer than a few pages. In the same way, the novel may not only survive but evolve to greater achievements by concentrating on those things it can still do best: the precise use of language, exploitation of the technological fact of the book, the explication of thought. Film is an excellent medium for showing things, but it is very poor at taking an audience inside characters' minds, at telling it what people are thinking. Again, Joyce saw this at once, and developed the technique of interior monologue within a few years of the appearance of the cinema. In some ways the history of the novel in the 20th century has seen large areas of the old territory of the novelist increasingly taken over by other media, until the only thing the novelist can with any certainty call exclusively his own is the inside of his own skull, and that is what he should be exploring, rather than anachronistically fighting a battle he is bound to lose. Joyce is the Einstein of the novel. His subject matter in Ulysses was available to anyone, the events of one day in one place, but by means of form, style, and technique in language he made it into something very much more: a novel, not a story about anything. What happens is nothing like as important as how it is written, as the medium of the words and form through which it is made to happen to the reader. And for style alone Ulysses would have been a revolution. Or, rather, styles. For Joyce saw that such a huge range of subject matter could not be conveyed in one style, and accordingly used many. Just in this one innovation, and there are many others, lie a great advance and freedom offered to subsequent generations of writers. But how many have seen it, have followed him? Very few. It is not a question of influence, of writing like Joyce. It is a matter of realizing that the novel is an evolving form, not a static one, of accepting that for practical purposes where Joyce left off should ever since have been regarded as the starting point. As Sterne said a long time ago, shall we forever make new books, as apothecaries make new mixtures, by pouring only out of one vessel into another? Are we forever to be twisting, and untwisting the same rope? Forever in the same track, forever at the same pace? The last 30 years have seen the storytelling function pass on yet again. Now anyone who wants simply to be told a story has the need satisfied by television, Serials like Coronation Street and so on do very little more than answer the question what happens next. All other writing possibilities are subjugated to narrative. If a writer's chief interest is in telling stories, even remembering that telling stories is a euphemism for telling lies, and I shall come to that, then the best place to do it now is in television, which is technically better equipped and will reach more people than a novel can today. And the most aware filmmakers have realized this, and directors such as Goddard, Reesnaeus, and Antonioni no longer make the chief point of their films a story. Their work concentrates on those things film can do solely and those things it can do best. Literary forms do become exhausted, clapped out, as well. Look what had happened to five-act blank verse drama by the beginning of the 19th century. Keats, Shelley, Wordsworth, and Tennyson all wrote blank verse, quasi-Elizabethan plays, and all of them, without exception, are resounding failures. They are so not because the men who wrote them were inferior poets, but because the form was finished, worn out, exhausted, and everything that could be done with it had been done too many times already. That is what seems to have happened to the 19th century narrative novel, too, by the outbreak of the First World War. No matter how good the writers are who now attempt it, it cannot be made to work for our time, and the writing of it is anachronistic, invalid, irrelevant, and perverse. Life does not tell stories. Life is chaotic, fluid, random, it leaves myriads of ends untied, untidily. Writers can extract a story from life only by strict, close selection, and this must mean falsification. Telling stories really is telling lies. Philip Pacey took me up on this to express it thus. Telling stories is telling lies about people, is creating or hardening prejudices, is providing an alternative to real communication, not a stimulus to communication, and or communication itself is an escape from the challenge of coming to terms with real people. I am not interested in telling lies in my own novels. A useful distinction between literature and other writing for me is that the former teaches one something true about life, and how can you convey truth in a vehicle of fiction? The two terms, truth and fiction, are opposites, and it must logically be impossible. The two terms novel and fiction are not, incidentally, synonymous, as many seem to suppose in the way they use them interchangeably. The publisher of Trawl wished to classify it as autobiography, not as a novel. It is a novel, I insisted, and could prove. What it is not is fiction. The novel is a form in the same sense that the sonnet is a form. Within that form, one may write truth or fiction. I choose to write truth in the form of a novel. In any case, surely it must be a confession of failure on the part of any novelist to rely on that primitive, vulgar, and idle curiosity of the reader to know what happens next, however banal or hackneyed it may be, to hold interest. Can he not face the fact that it is his choice of words, his style, which ought to keep the reader reading? Have such novelists no pride? The drunk who tells you the story of his troubles in a pub relies on the same curiosity. And when they consider the other arts, are they not ashamed? Imagine the reception of someone producing a 19th century symphony or a pre-Raphaelite painting today. The avant-garde of even 10 years ago is now accepted in music and painting, is the establishment in these arts in some cases. But today the neo-Dickensian novel not only receives great praise, review space, and sales, but also acts as a qualification to elevate its authors to chairs at universities. On reflection, perhaps the latter is not so surprising. Let the dead live with the dead. All I have said about the history of the novel so far seems to me logical, and to have been available and obvious to anyone starting seriously to write in the form today. Why then do so many novelists still write as though the revolution that was Ulysses had never happened, still rely on the crutch of storytelling? Why, more damningly for my case you might think, do hundreds of thousands of readers still gorge the stuff to surf it? I do not know. I can only assume that just as there seem to be so many writers imitating the act of being 19th century novelists, so there must be large numbers imitating the act of being 19th century readers, too. But it does not affect the logic of my case, nor the practice of my own work in the novel form. It may simply be a matter of education, or of communication. When I proposed this book to my publisher and outlined its thesis, he said it would be necessary for me to speak very clearly and very loudly. Perhaps the din of the marketplace vendors in pap and propaganda is so high that even doing that will not be enough. The architects can teach us something. Their aesthetic problems are combined with functional ones in a way that dramatizes the crucial nature of their final actions. Form follows function, said Louis Sullivan, mentor of Frank Lloyd Wright, and just listen to Mies van der Rohe. To create form out of the nature of our tasks with the methods of our time, this is our task. We must make clear, step by step, what things are possible, necessary, and significant. Only an architecture honestly arrived at by the explicit use of available building materials can be justified in moral terms. Subject matter is everywhere, general, is brick, concrete, plastic, the ways of putting it together are particular, are crucial. But I recognize that there are not simply problems of form, but problems of writing. Form is not the aim, but the result. If form were the aim, then one would have formalism, and I reject formalism. The novelist cannot legitimately or successfully embody present-day reality in exhausted forms. If he is serious, he will be making a statement which attempts to change society towards a condition he conceives to be better, and he will be making at least implicitly a statement of faith in the evolution of the form in which he is working. Both these aspects of making are radical. This is inescapable unless he chooses escapism. Present-day reality is changing rapidly, it always has done, but for each generation it appears to be speeding up. Novelists must evolve, by inventing, borrowing, stealing, or cobbling from other media, forms which will more or less satisfactorily contain an ever-changing reality, their own reality, and not Dickens' reality or Hardy's reality or even James Joyce's reality. Present-day reality is markedly different from, say, 19th-century reality. Then it was possible to believe in pattern and eternity, but today what characterizes our reality is the probability that chaos is the most likely explanation, while at the same time recognizing that even to seek an explanation represents a denial of chaos. Samuel Beckett, who of all living is the man I believe most worth reading and listening to, is reported thus: "What I am saying does not mean that there will henceforth be no form in art. It only means that there will be new form, and that this form will be of such a type that it admits the chaos, and does not try to say that the chaos is really something else. The forms and the chaos remain separate. To find a form that accommodates the mess, that is the task of the artist now. Whether or not it can be demonstrated that all is chaos, certainly all is change. The very process of life itself is growth and decay at an enormous variety of rates. Change is a condition of life. Rather than deplore this, or hunt the chimera of stability or reversal, one should perhaps embrace change as all there is. Or might be. For change is never for the better or for the worse, change simply is. No sooner is a style or technique established than the reasons for its adoption have vanished or become irrelevant. We have to make allowances and imaginative, lying leaps for Shakespeare, for even Noel Coward, to try to understand how they must have seemed to their contemporaries. I feel myself fortunate sometimes that I can laugh at the joke that just as I was beginning to think I knew something about how to write a novel, it is no longer of any use to me in attempting the next one. Even in this introduction I am trying to make patterns, to impose patterns on the chaos, in the doubtful interest of helping you, and myself, to understand what I am saying. When lecturing on the same material I ought to drop my notes, refer to them in any chaotic order. Order and chaos are opposites, too. This, and other things I have said, must appear paradoxical. But why should novelists be expected to avoid paradox any more than philosophers? While I believe, as far as I believe anything, that there may be, how can I know, chaos underlying it all, another paradox is that I still go on behaving as though pattern could exist, as though day will follow night will follow breakfast. Or whatever the order should be. I do not really know why I write. Sometimes I think it is simply because I can do nothing better. Certainly there is no single reason, but many. I can, and will, enumerate some of them, but in general I prefer not to think about them. I think I write because I have something to say that I fail to say satisfactorily in conversation, in person. Then there are things like conceit, stubbornness, a desire to retaliate on those who have hurt me paralleled by a desire to repay those who have helped me, a need to try to create something which may live after me, which I take to be the detritus of the religious feeling, the sheer technical joy of forcing almost intractable words into patterns of meaning and form that are uniquely, for the moment at least, mine, a need to make people laugh with me in case they laugh at me, a desire to codify experience, to come to terms with things that have happened to me, and to try to tell the truth, to discover what is the truth, about them. And I write especially to exorcise, to remove from myself, from my mind, the burden having to bear some pain, the hurt of some experience, in order that it may be over there, in a book, and not here in my mind. The following tries to grope towards it, in another way. I have a vision of something that happened to me. Something which affected me. Something which meant something to me. And I wrote, filmed it, because I wanted it to be fixed, so that I could refer to it, so that I could build on it, so that I would not have to repeat it. Such a hostage to fortune. What I have been trying to do in the novel form has been too much refracted through the conservativeness of reviewers and others. The reasons why I have written in the ways that I have done have become lost, have never reached as many people, nor in anything like a definitive form. Experimental to most reviewers is almost always a synonym for unsuccessful. I object to the word experimental being applied to my own work. Certainly I make experiments, but the unsuccessful ones are quietly hidden away, and what I choose to publish is in my terms successful, that is, it has been the best way I could find of solving particular writing problems. Where I depart from convention, it is because the convention has failed, is inadequate for conveying what I have to say. The relevant questions are surely whether each device works or not, whether it achieves what it set out to achieve, and how less good were the alternatives. So for every device I have used there is a literary rationale and a technical justification. Anyone who cannot accept this has simply not understood the problem which to be solved. I do not propose to go through the reasons for all the devices, not least because the novels should speak for themselves, and they are clear enough to a reader who will think about them, let alone be open and sympathetic towards them. But I will mention some of them, and deal in detail with the unfortunates, since its form seems perhaps the most extreme. Traveling People, published 1963, had an explanatory prelude which summed up much of my thinking on the novel at that point, as follows. Seated comfortably in a wood and wickerwork chair of 18th-century Chinese manufacture, I began seriously to meditate upon the form of my allegedly full-time literary sublimations. Rapidly, I recalled the conclusions reached in previous meditations on the same subject, my rejection of stage drama as having too many limitations, of verse as being unacceptable at the present time on the scale I wished to attempt, and of radio and television as requiring too many entrepreneurs between the writer and the audience, and my resultant choice of the novel as the form possessing fewest limitations, and closest contact with the greatest audience. But, now, what kind of novel? After comparatively little consideration, I decided that one style for one novel was a convention that I resented most strongly. It was perhaps comparable to eating a meal in which each course had been cooked in the same manner. The style of each chapter should spring naturally from its subject matter. Furthermore, I meditated, at ease in Far Eastern luxury, Dr. Johnson's remarks about each member of an audience always being aware that he is in a theater could with complete relevance be applied also to the novel reader, who surely always knows that he is reading a book and not, for instance, taking part in a punitive raid on the curiously shaped inhabitants of another planet. From this I concluded that it was not only permissible to expose the mechanism of a novel, but by so doing I should come nearer to reality and truth, adapting to refute, in fact, the ancients. Artis est monstre artem. Pursuing this thought, I realized that it would be desirable to have interludes between my chapters in which I could stand back, so to speak, from my novel, and talk about it with the reader, or with those parts of myself which might hold differing opinions, if necessary, and in which technical questions could be considered, and quotations from other writers included, where relevant, without any question of destroying the reader's suspension of disbelief, since such suspension was not to be attempted. I should be determined not to lead my reader into believing that he was doing anything but reading a novel, having noted with abhorrence the shabby chicanery practiced on their readers by many novelists, particularly of the popular class. This applied especially to digression, where the reader is led, willfully and wantonly, astray. My novel would have clear notice, one way or another, of digressions, so that the reader might have complete freedom of choice in whether or not he would read them. Thus, having decided in a general way upon the construction of my novel, I thought about actually rising to commence its composition, but persuaded by oriental comfort that I was nearer the good life engaged in meditation, I turned my mind to the deep consideration of such other matters as I deemed worthy of my attention, and, after a short while thus engaged, fell asleep. Traveling people employed 8 separate styles or conventions for 9 chapters, the first and last chapters sharing one style in order to give the book cyclical unity within the motif announced by its title and epigraph. These styles included interior monologue, a letter, extracts from a journal, and a film script. This latter illustrates the method of the novel typically. The subject matter was a gala evening at a country club, with a large number of characters involved both individually and in small groups. A film technique, cutting quickly from group to group and incidentally counterpointing the stagey artificiality of the occasion, seemed natural and apt. It is not, of course, a film, but the way it is written is intended to evoke what the reader knows as film technique. The passage quoted above was deliberately a pastiche of 18th century English, for I had found that it was necessary to return to the very beginnings of the novel in England in order to try to rethink it and re-justify it for myself. Most obvious of my debts was to the black pages of Tristram Shandy, but I extended the device beyond Sterne's simple use of it to indicate a character's death. The section concerned is the interior monologue of an old man prone to heart attacks. When he becomes unconscious, he obviously cannot indicate this in words representing thought, but a modified form of Sterne's black pages solves the problem. First I used random pattern gray to indicate unconsciousness after a heart attack, then a regular pattern gray to indicate sleep or recuperative unconsciousness, and subsequently black when he does. Since Traveling People is part truth and part fiction, it now embarrasses me and I will not allow it to be reprinted, though I am still pleased that its devices work. And I learned a certain amount through it, not least that there was a lot of the writing I could do in my head without having to amass a pile of paper 3 feet high to see if something worked. But I really discovered what I should be doing with Albert Angelo, 1964, where I broke through the English disease of the objective correlative to speak truth directly if solipsistically in the novel form, and heard my own small voice. And again there were devices used to solve problems which I felt could not be dealt with in other ways. Thus a specially designed type character draws attention to physical descriptions which I believe tend to be skipped, do not usually penetrate. To convey what a particular lesson is like, the thoughts of a teacher are given on the right-hand side of a page in italic, with his and his pupil's speech on the left in Roman, so that, though the reader obviously cannot read both at once, when he has read both he will have seen that they are simultaneous and have enacted such simultaneity for himself. When Albert finds a fortune-teller's card in the street, it is further from the truth to describe it than simply to reproduce it. And when a future event must be revealed, I could, and can you, think of no way nearer to the truth and more effective than to cut a section through those pages intervening so that the event may be read in its place but before the reader reaches that place. Trawl, 1966, is all interior monologue, a representation of the inside of my mind but at one stage removed, the closest one can come in writing. The only real technical problem was the representation of breaks in the mind's workings. I finally decided on a stylized scheme of 3M, 6M, and 9M spaces. In order not to have a break which ran on at the end of a line looking like a paragraph, these spaces were punctuated by dots at decimal point level. I now doubt whether these dots were necessary. To make up for the absence of those paragraph breaks which give the reader's eye rest and location on the page, the line length was deliberately shortened. This gave the book a long, narrow format. The rhythms of the language of trawl attempted to parallel those of the sea, while much use was made of the trawl itself as a metaphor for the way the subconscious mind may appear to work. With each of my novels there has always been a certain point when what has been until then just a mass of subject matter, the material of living, of my life, comes to have a shape, a form that I recognize as a novel. This crucial interaction between the material and myself has always been reduced to a single point in time, obviously a very exciting moment for me, and a moment of great relief, too, that I am able to write another novel. The moment at which The Unfortunates, 1969, occurred was on the main railway station at Nottingham. I had been sent there to report a soccer match for the Observer, a quite routine league match, nothing special. I had hardly thought about where I was going. Specifically, when you are going away to report soccer in a different city each Saturday, you get the mechanics of traveling to and finding your way about in a strange place to an almost automatic state. But when I came up the stairs from the platform into the entrance hall, it hit me, I knew the city, I knew it very well. It was the city in which a very great friend of mine, one who had helped me with my work when no one else was interested, had lived until his tragic early death from cancer some 2 years before. It was the first time I had been back since his death, and all the afternoon I was there. The things we had done together kept coming back to me as I was going about this routine job of reporting a soccer match. The dead past and the living present interacted and transposed themselves in my mind. I realized that afternoon that I had to write a novel about this man, Tony, and his tragic and pointless death and its effect on me and the other people who knew him and whom he had left behind. The following passage from The Unfortunates explains his importance to me. To Tony, the criticism of literature was a study, a pursuit, a discipline of the highest kind in itself. To me, I told him, the only use of criticism was if it helped people to write better books. This he took as a challenge, this he accepted. Or perhaps I made the challenge, said that I would show him the novel as I wrote it, the novel I had in mind or was writing, and that he would therefore have a chance of influencing, of making better, a piece of what set out to be literature, for the sake of argument, rather than expend himself on dead men's work. The main technical problem with The Unfortunates was the randomness of the material. That is, the memories of Tony and the routine football reporting, the past and the present, interwove in a completely random manner, without chronology. This is the way the mind works, my mind anyway, and for reasons given the novel was to be as nearly as possible a recreated transcript of how my mind worked during 8 hours on this particular Saturday. This randomness was directly in conflict with the technological fact of the bound book, for the bound book imposes an order, a fixed page order, on the material. I think I went some way towards solving this problem by writing the book in sections and having those sections not bound together but loose in a box. The sections are of different lengths, of course, some are only a third of a page long, others are as long as 12 pages. The longer ones were bound in themselves as sections, or signatures, as printers call them. The point of this device was that, apart from the first and last sections which were marked as such, the other sections arrived in the reader's hands in a random order, he could read them in any order he liked. And if he imagined the printer, or some previous reader, had selected a special order, then he could shuffle them about and achieve his own random order. In this way the whole novel reflected the randomness of the material, it was itself a physical tangible metaphor for randomness and the nature of cancer. Now I did not think then, and do not think now, that this solved the problem completely. The lengths of the sections were really arbitrary again, even separate sentences or separate words would be arbitrary in the same sense. But I continue to believe that my solution was nearer, and even if it was only marginally nearer, then it was still a better solution to the problem of conveying the mind's randomness than the imposed order of a bound book. What matters most to me about the unfortunates is that I have on recall as accurately as possible what happened, that I do not have to carry it around in my mind anymore, that I have done Tony as much justice as I could at the time, that the need to communicate with myself then, and with such older selves as I might be allowed, on something about which I cared and care deeply may also mean that the novel will communicate that experience to readers, too. I shall return shortly to readers and communicating with them. But first there are two other novels, and they represent a change, again, of direction, an elbow joint in the arm, still part of the same but perhaps going another way. Perhaps I shall come to the body, sooner or later. The ideas for both House Mother Normal, 1971, and Christy Mallory's own double entry, 1973, came to me whilst writing Traveling People. Indeed, I discussed them with Tony, but the subsequent three personal novels interposed themselves, demanded to be written first. I also balked at House Mother Normal since it seemed technically so difficult. What I wanted to do was to take an evening in an old people's home, and see a single set of events through the eyes of not less than 8 old people. Due to the various deformities and deficiencies of the inmates, these events would seem to be progressively abnormal to the reader. At the end, there would be the viewpoint of the house mother, an apparently normal person, and the events themselves would then be seen to be so bizarre that everything that had come before would seem normal by comparison. The idea was to say something about the things we call normal and abnormal, and the technical difficulty was to make the same thing interesting 9 times over, since that was the number of times the events would have to be described. By 1970 I thought that if I did not attempt the idea soon then I never would, and so sat down to it. I was relieved to find that the novel did work, on its own terms, while not asking it to do anything it clearly should not be trying to do. Each of the old people was allotted a space of 21 pages, and each line on each page represented the same moment in each of the other accounts. This meant an unjustified right-hand margin and led more than one reviewer to imagine the book was in verse. House Mother's account has an extra page in which she is shown to be the puppet or concoction of a writer. You always knew there was a writer behind it all. Ah, there's no fooling you readers. Nor should there be. The reader is made very much aware that he is reading a book and being addressed by the author in Christy Mallory's own double entry, too. The idea was that a young man who had learned the double entry system of bookkeeping started applying his knowledge to society and life. When society did him down, he did society down in order to balance the books. Form following function. The book is divided into 5 parts, each ended by a page of accounts in which Christy attempts to draw a balance with life. I do not really relish any more description of my work. It is there to be read, and in writing so much about technique and form I am diverting you from what the novels are about, what they are trying to say, and things like the nature of the language used, and the fact that all of them have something comic in them and 3 are intended to be very funny indeed. When I depart from what may mistakenly be extracted from the above as rigid principles, it is invariably for the sake of the comic, for I find Sterne's reasons all persuasive. 'Tis wrote, and please your worships, against the spleen. In order, by a more frequent and a more convulsive elevation and depression of the diaphragm, and the succussations of the intercostal and abdominal muscles in laughter, to drive the gall and other bitter juices from the gall bladder, liver, and sweetbread of his Majesty's subjects, with all the animosicious passions which belong to them, down into their duodenums. For readers it is often said that they will go on reading the novel because it enables them, unlike film or television, to exercise their imaginations, that is one of its chief attractions for them, that they may imagine the characters and so on for themselves. Not with my novels. It follows from what I have said earlier that I want my ideas to be expressed so precisely that the very minimum of room for interpretation is left. Indeed, I would go further and say that to the extent that a reader can impose his own imagination on my words, then that piece of writing is a failure. I want him to see my vision, not something conjured out of his own imagination. How is he supposed to grow unless he will admit others' ideas? If he wants to impose his imagination, let him write his own books. That may be thought to be anti-reader, but think a little further, and what I am really doing is challenging the reader to prove his own existence as palpably as I am proving mine by the act of writing. Language, admittedly, is an imprecise tool with which to try to achieve precision. The same word will have slightly different meanings for every person. But that is outside me, I cannot control it. I can only use words to mean something to me, and there is simply the hope, not even the expectation, that they will mean the same thing to anyone else. Which brings us to the question of for whom I write. I am always skeptical about writers who claim to be writing for an identifiable public. How many letters and phone calls do they receive from this public that they can know it so well as to write for it? Precious few, in my experience, when I have questioned them about it. I think I, after publishing some dozen books, have personally had about 5 letters from ordinary readers, people I did not know already that is, and 3 of those upbraided me viciously because I had just published the book that they were going to have written. No, apart from the disaster of traveling people, I write perforce for myself, and the satisfaction has to be almost all for myself, and I can only hope there are some few people like me who will see what I am doing, and understand what I am saying, and use it for their own devious purposes. Yet it should not have to be so. I think I do have a right to expect that most readers should be open to new work, that there should be an audience in this country willing to try to understand and be sympathetic to what those few writers not shackled by tradition are trying to do and are doing. Only when one has some contact with the continental European tradition of the avant-garde does one realize just how stultifyingly Philistine is the general book culture of this country. Compared with the writers of romances, thrillers, and the bent but so-called straight novel, there are not many who are writing as though it mattered, as though they meant it, as though they meant it to matter. Perhaps I should nod here to Samuel Beckett, of course, John Berger, Christine Brooke Rose, Bridget Brophy, Anthony Burgess, Alan Burns, Angela Carter, Eva Figgs, Giles Gordon, Wilson Harris, Rainer Heppenstall, Evan Hasty, Muddled Robert Nye, Anne Quinn, Penelope Shuttle, Alan Salito, for his last book only, Raw Material Indeed, Stephen Themerson, and, coming, John Huiwei, Stand By, and if only Heathcote Williams would write a novel. Anyone who imagines himself or herself slighted by not being included above can fill in his or her name here. It would be a courtesy, however, to let me know his or her qualifications for so imagining. Are we concerned with courtesy? Nathalie Sarraute once described literature as a relay race, the baton of innovation passing from one generation to another. The vast majority of British novelists has dropped the baton, stood still, turned back, or not even realized that there is a race. Most of what I have said has been said before, of course, none of it is new, except possibly in context and combination. What I do not understand is why British writers have not accepted it and acted upon it. The pieces of prose, you will understand my avoidance of the term short story, which follow were written in the interstices of novels and poems and other work between 1960 and 1973, the dates given in the contents are those of the year of completion. None of them seem to me like each other, though some have links and cross-references, neither can I really see either progression or retrogression. The order is that which seemed least bad late on one particular May evening, perhaps I shall regret it as soon as I see it fixed. Make of them what you will. I offer them to you despite my experience that the incomprehension and weight of prejudice which faces anyone trying to do anything new in writing is enormous, sometimes disquieting, occasionally laughable. A national daily newspaper, admittedly one known for its reactionary opinions, returned a review copy of Traveling People with the complaint that it must be a faulty copy for some of the pages were black. The Australian Customs seized Albert Angelo, which had holes justifiably cut in some pages, you will remember, and would not release it until they had been shown the obscenities which, they were convinced, had been excised, and in one of our biggest booksellers' trawl was found in the angling section. BSJ. London. April 5, '73. Aren't you rather young to be writing your memoirs? At dusk by the old mill I was spinning for pike in the pools beyond the race. From the parapet of the bridge, leaning on the noticeably bent iron railing surmounting the parapet of the bridge. A romantic opening. But you would be unwise to give up at this point. Or to make assumptions. One could reach this mill, I did in fact reach it myself, by way of an unmetalled track, after passing through a railway crossing at road level, the gates of which had to be operated manually or pedestrially by those set on passing through with their vehicles. The gates carried warnings as to their congruous operation. I contrived to pass my car through without incident, without transgression of the regulations interpreted as I understood them, according to my lights, whatever they are, unless one of them was that green eye which assured me no train was officially due to run me down during the period of my transcursion. This was a source of sufficient comfort to me. As hardly less to my wife, I assumed, for she said nothing. My wife was with me on the first occasion. I baited the hook of the lighter rod with a lob for my wife and indicated generally where I imagined she might profitably display it in the water below the bridge. Soon she grew tired, just as I finished baiting the hook of the second rod, of this spot and moved behind the mill to the traditionally still, flat, wide, smooth mill pond before the weir which plashed and boomed under the clapboard walls of the probably 17th century building. Later still she grew tired of even this, and wandered off rodless, unrodded, into the meadows lying low towards the railway embankment, no doubt in expectation of those objets trouves which come to her hands so readily and as if fortuitously. Aha! I write this down so you may know in time of the circumstances of my first visit, which in turn led to my second visit. I was float fishing for roach or perch or anything. It was so long since I had last fished that I was not feeling particular, was hardly in a position to choose, in any case, with lobworms as the come hither. I had myself moved from the race to the mill pond and back again to the race, and in the fading light my eyes were engaged in persuading my brain of doubtful bites as my float cocked and uncocked in the distance on the current, at which series of points, as I reeled in to assure myself that my lob was still at least nominally on duty, if not wriggling with that enticingly sinuous shimmy which represented the most I hoped from it, a splash on the surface that my experience told me could not have been made by a fish of less than half a pound in weight greatly encouraged me. And so comforted was I that I immediately floated off my bribe yet again into the race, thinking that this darkening hour must be just the time the perverse fish chose to feed. It was now on this first occasion a man approached me from round the corner of the mill with, I could tell, the sureness of a native. I at once explained that I had asked permission to fish, and he was then friendly enough. He described the day he had caught 20 chub in this place, though he was careful not to give away the exact pool, and he told me that old one about reeling in a 3/4 pound roach and having a pike toad-eared swallow it a few yards from the bank. In return, what else did I have? I told him how there had been a splash on the surface as I reeled in just before his arrival. The man expressed an opinion that this splash was caused by a small pike going for the moving float. It seemed reasonable. But so much does. My wife returned, and it appeared that she was now more covetous of the house standing at a right angle to the mill than of any fish which might be found in either the race or the mill pond behind. And indeed it was a fine house, of about the middle of that period known as Georgian, I should imagine, of apparently sound local brick, 3 stories and 3 dormers, the latter above nearly suppressed eaves, perhaps therefore having 10 bedrooms, and with about extension at the downstream end. The man was willing to talk about anything. Conversation, it now becomes clear, was what he had approached me for in the first place rather than to chide me for fishing in reserved waters. His father had owned the mill house. But you will not be interested in that. It was on my second visit that the thing in which I hope to interest you happened. On this second occasion, then, as a result of the opinion expressed by the man, I was spinning for pike at dusk by the old mill in the pools beyond the race. It was not a cold evening, but I was glad of the exercise provided by the action of casting, reeling in, retrieving, and casting again. I was enjoying it, if you must know. It was not the man I had seen on the previous occasion, but another. and he was in a car, a Hillman Husky about 2 years old, if I am not mistaken. He came swishing by me as I stood by the malformed railing on the bridge, the car lurching and bumping in his haste on the stone-studded road. He stopped just over the bridge, and his arrival coincided with that of 2 young men as they climbed a fence from the meadow in which I hope I have established the mill pond was situated. This coincidence appeared to be intentional, to be no coincidence, in fact. For he, the man in the car, quickly opened his driver's side door, which was on the side farther from the 2 young men, and he swung his legs out, first one leg, and then the other leg. He had done it many times before. I could see that from the assurance, from the expertise, with which he did it. Very quickly he was round the front of his stationary husky, to accost the 2 young men, block their way, almost. He seemed quite angry. From his movements I could tell that, at the distance he was from me. One of the young men had a shotgun, the taller of the 2 younger men had a double-barreled shotgun, the stock snugly under his left armpit, his left hand round the barrels a few inches towards their muzzles away from the trigger guard, in what I took to be the classical position for maximum sporting safety, the gun in this way pointing at the ground so that it would do least damage if inadvertently discharged. The car and the group of 3 countrymen were too far away for me to overhear their conversation, but from the situation I posited, not unreasonably, that the 2 young ones were poaching, or had offended in some other wise against campestral law or custom, and that the driver of the car, incensed with what many would presumably consider to be justified outraged righteousness, had seen them from afar, had leapt to his saddle, so to speak, and cut them off near to the very spot where I had chosen to spin for pike. Having in my own way accounted for this event to the furthest extent to which I was prepared to speculate, I turned and leant my stomach back again on the bridge rail. I wondered whether I should feel guilty that this stomach has perhaps garnered unto itself more than a reasonably average, or at least fair, but what is fair, share of the world's produce. The extent to which the circular section sank into it gave rise to this serious question. Besides, I was spinning for pike, that much is quite clear to me. There was a gunshot. It was the sound of the gunshot which made me turn, of course, from my pursuit of the predator of the green depths, as they say, probably, but my head was round quickly enough for me to understand what had happened almost as if I had been watching the 3 men all the time. The gun was still pointing at the ground, but from where it was directed there rose a small cloud of cordite smoke, of dust as well, not very far from the older man's right foot. That the foot had not itself been hit by any of the shot from the cartridge fired I assumed from the way the man stood his ground, only his face and clenching and unclenching fists indicating he was further outraged. I could not decide whether the shot had been fired deliberately or not. The fair-haired young man holding the gun did not have a threatening or warning look on his face, but, on the other hand, neither did he seem surprised nor apologetic. As I watched, the older man came to some decision. Without saying a further word to the other 2, he walked back round the front of his car, opened the door, entered, slammed the door and, shortly, reversed past me over the bridge at a speed not really compatible with safety in that disorienting direction, slewed to the left, stopped, and drove forward past the mill house out of my line of vision. The 2 young men were walking off down the lane towards the level crossing gate when I next looked in their direction, the shotgun still carried in its recommended safe position as it had been all the time I had seen it. The elements of the situation were such that further speculation as to motives, indeed, as to what had happened, were pointless, on my part, in the circumstances. It did occur to me that perhaps some felony had been committed, in which case I might conceivably be required at some future date to give an account of the incident as I had witnessed it. This did, however, seem to me unlikely. I returned to my fishing, casting carefully to avoid the weed beds while yet spinning my spoon close enough to adduct any lurking monster, as I thought, resident therein. As usual my attention wandered, and very soon I was thinking of the provenance of colors, how Tyrian purple comes not from the inkfish or calamari, or from pulpy in general, but from the murex shellfish, of how sepia from the inkfish was used as a writing fluid, Hence, how could it be otherwise, the name of this cephalopod, whereas brown onions will give a green dye highly regarded by leather workers of the past and present-day fakers of the past. Soon I began to feel that since no pike showed signs of giving itself up, I might just as well think about these things first as I was packing up, then as I was driving home, and finally, for that day anyway, over and after the dinner my wife, or the friends we were staying with, had, it made me slightly guilty to expect, prepared. The packing I did easily, some, not I, would say lazily, by unsocketing the rod into two parts and laying it in the boot after making sure that the line and hook were effectively clear of snags. It was this easiness, or laziness, which in fact enabled me, quite by chance, to be present at what you must be hoping for by now, an end. Driving off easily, carefully, in a pleasant state of tiredness, towards the house that was for those few days home, I had gone about I don't know, a mile or so, on the metalled road in the opposite direction from the level crossing, when I came upon indeed, I had to slow down to avoid it, the husky of the man I had seen by the bridge not long before. He was talking to a policeman on a bicycle. I drove on and passed. The conclusion I hoped for was that the informed and uniformed policeman rode off, down the mile or so to the mill, over the bridge, along towards the level crossing, and over it, up until the three-ply road became a metalled minor one. And failed to find the two men with the shotgun. But you can provide your own surmises or even your own ending, as you are inclined. For that matter, I have conveniently left enough obscure or even unknown for you to suggest your own beginning, and your own middle, as well, if you reject mine. But I know you love a story with gunplay in it. I am concerned only to tell you what appears to me to have been the truth, as it has happened to me, as it appears to have happened to me. Why me? That, I may honestly reply, is a good question. Have I not interested you enough to make you want to read this far? Have there not been one or two wry moments, the occasional uncommon word, why do you want me to tidy up life, to explain, do you want me to explain, do you ask of your bookmaker that he explain, madam, I am a professional. Mean point of impact. Confirmed 0035 HRS enemy occupation. Of Cathedral St. Anselm 07364219. Stop await further orders Batcom. Elias was the man John wanted, Elias of Caen, who had worked at Amiens and Salisbury, had learned the subtle lessons of St. Denis, where it started, and Chartres, Elias who was still young enough to see a cathedral designed and built and consecrated, to see it done, to have it finished in John's lifetime too. John's was the initial act of will to build, a will sustained through nearly 30 years, and the first exercise of it was in persuading Elias. This he did by trusting the mason's sense of what was now possible and remarkable in architecture, and by offering him as if equal partnership in the project, and he was fortunate, too, in that Elias met and married a woman of the village shortly after he arrived, so that John was able to secure for him the final respect of and position in a narrow community by making him Magister Elias. Have care for the comfort of your men, but do not sacrifice atmosphere for comfort. Neither atmosphere nor comfort here, in this dark, we might be anywhere, as well be nowhere. They sank the footings 30 feet until they came to the water table. There were those who said that this was not deep enough, and that they should find another site away from the river where there was bedrock nearer the surface, others that they should build a lighter, smaller structure, even to have no spire at all on the tower, but Elias argued that 30 feet was enough, just enough. So they outlined the cruciform in trenches, 300 feet in length and 180 across the transepts, and filled them with 70 wagon loads a day of rubble from 2 quarries and most of the ruins within 10 miles or so. And John stood on a nearby hill and saw the shape of his long cathedral on the ground at last, no longer lines on paper. Work above ground began first on the nave, and progressed as rapidly as John could have hoped. Within 8 years it was up to clear-story height, and another 5 saw it vaulted over. Work on the west front was not far behind, and at the completion of the nave it had been finished up to the height of the string course just above the great circular window to which Magister Elias had given 5 anaconcentric thicknesses through to the inner wall. There was no other like it in Europe at the time. Map reference 07364219. The spire of the Cathedral of St. Anselm. Yes. 16 years after John had first persuaded Elias to build his cathedral, there was a fire which severely damaged the partly built choir and cavese, and which in its wake brought disagreement between Elias and his assistant Nicholas over how they should rebuild. John's will resolved the first problem by raising yet more money from the crown to offset the loss, and, seeing that Elias' integral conception of the cathedral was being threatened, successfully diverted Nicholas' need and talent for innovation by setting him the chapter house to design. This he did in the new decorated style, with fan vaulting from one slender column, and having a perfect echo that made the place like an extension of one's skull, but whose acoustics could make heard everywhere an unwary bishop whispering at a chapter meeting, a light, small-scale foil to the hard strength of the main building. Just south of east, bearing 108 degrees as near as Dammit. They'll confirm that from the air, presumably just before dawn. The best traveling detailer was an atheist, a wencher, an artist. Elias employed him for his skills, not for his opinions or his morals, because he treated stone honestly, revelled in its own qualities, did not try to make it seem like wood or plaster, exploited stone for what it exactly was. The detailer's mildly ungrateful revenge on his religious patron took the form of a monkey gargoyle which from the choir master's room at clerestory level appeared from the back to be hunched over with its hands between its thighs, but from the front it presented a very different aspect. By placing an oval pebble in a runnel so that it alternately held and released water, the detailer contrived that during rain the monkey masturbated in passably lifelike spurts. No one except the detailer was ever in a position to see this. He was the only one who ever appreciated and laughed at it, he thought of it as art for his sake. The monkey saluted rain with fertile abandon until the middle of the 17th century, when runnel corrosion and wear of the pebble caused a malfunction of the simple mechanism. Range 8,500 yards equals elevation 21 to 3 degrees on the clinometer. Elias had always known of the narrowness of his foundation's load-bearing margin. The certainty that the tower would never carry the spire he had planned came just before his 55th birthday, but his disappointment was tempered by the realization that he could build to the height he wished, and perhaps even higher, by adoption of Nicholas' decorated style for a pierced, hollow spire which would be 2/3 or less the weight of a solid one. So Elias and Nicholas worked together in great peace to build a spire that subtly changed its appearance as those on the ground walked past at various distances, being fretted and light and delicately proportionate, the interplay between masonry and space, pierced rondels and finials. First ranging shot at 8,800 yards. The final act of building was to place at the very top of the spire a casket containing the holy relics of St. Anselm together with a tiny fragment of the true cross. John was ill, and old, but could let no one else perform the ceremony. Bearing the small sealed lead container, he was hauled slowly in a chair up the interior of the spire by the same men on the great treadmill who had raised every stone of its fabric. At the top Elias and Nicholas helped him out through a specially enlarged rondel onto the temporary scaffolding erected round the point of the spire. He shook as he slid the lead casket into place, he turned, looked down, heard voices through the wind, did not look at the others, crawled back towards his chair. Elias followed, Nicholas was left to set mortar on the stone entombing the relics. Second at 8,200 yards. At the consecration the masons shuffled on the enamel, burnt glass tiles. One felt resentful that the clerics now acted as though the building belonged solely to them, worse, were ascribing it to God, not them. A friend spat and said, "Let them have it, leave it to them." A third was openly grateful that it had given him a living for 20 years, had enabled him to marry and bring up a family. "Where else would I have found such work," he said, "for there are no other patrons." "It'll be here when those bastards are dead," said another. "And they're bleeding God," said the first. Observe, split difference, 2 more ranging shots, observe, split difference, which should then give me the mean point of impact, the spire of the Cathedral of St. Anselm. John and Elias, old men for their time. John said, "Why do you build?" Elias said, "I am a builder." John said, "Not for God." Elias said, "I am a builder. I'm not sure about God." John said, "No more am I." Elias said, "Then why have you spent yourself on this house of God?" John said, "In order that others shall have a place in which it might seem possible to believe in God." Then commence firing for effect. Impossible to check further, till daylight. Range in any case affected by temperature, wear of gun, strength of propellant, weather, other factors largely unknown. I just fire and hope. It's not a science though they like to make out it is. Try to sleep now. By the 15th century there was a close, by the 16th a small town, by the 17th boys of the city evolved an early form of handball against the walls and buttresses of the return to the choir from the chapter house. The verticals were as plumb as they ever were. Stand by battery 3 stop lay on 07364219 bearing 109 degrees 15 minutes check visually first light then commence firing on order batcom. In the latter part of the 18th century respect was so far absent that it was found necessary to affix a notice to the eastern wall of the north transept reading Defense de uriner, to which within a week was unofficially added sous peine de confiscation de l'objet. On the bleeding spire, he says, who wants to hit the bleeding spire, what sodding use is that, it's the bleeders underneath we're supposed to hit, poor sods, though with all the wear this old cow's seen if we line up on the bleeding spire we'll be lucky to hit the city let alone the bleeding church. An access of piety, or fear about the impossibility of passing a rope through the eye of a needle, in the mid-19th century led to very extensive restoration. The flaking, blackened constone was cut back and an ashlar of very similar stone applied. The crockets and finials where damaged were simply squared off and not replaced. Afterwards the Cathedral of St. Anselm was recognizably the same building, but early 20th century Kunstwissenschaft was misled into a considerable number of errors. Fire. What did you say the name of the place was? Bournemouth. A mild morning in early May. The sun shines, my scrupulous eyes need sunglasses, again, for I break them leaning back over the driving seat to the children, repeatedly. Two old men running, slowly, a news agency. Unhelpfully one revolves the display, I choose, pay little but enough, wait on the change. They're worth it for the season, he endorses my purchase, smiling gradually, directing me the long walk to the sea first. Outside the sun has gone in, again I am surprised by, disappointed at the triteness of it, life, if you like, that the cliché about buying sunglasses is made so immediately true for this instance. The weather end of the pier, a theater above and old men fishing a stage below. I have never seen anything caught from a pier. Except my father hooking out crab after small crab at Southend, stamping on them and kicking them back for taking bait not meant for them, the only time I ever remember him fishing. The tidy scrub and sandy cliffs slope back remarkably uniformly at about 70 degrees, 90-degree cliffs of hotels stand above them, at one point a cable car drops 90 feet or so, unseriously, a toy. A new church spire, spike, the only thing modern on the skyline, neither blends nor complements, is compromise, is nothing architecturally. There is dark change in the west, a squall off the headland, I am pleased to know of rain at sea again, to be able to name it. I move towards shelter. Old deck chairs newly varnished for the season, newly stretched with translucent plastic in striped traditional designs. Two old ladies sit down, impatiently tear open their printed horoscopes, both caw with laughter as the first, Aquarius too, I note, reads the as if handwritten headline "This is a highly pregnant year for you." The tide here seems most of the time to qualify as in, neither retreats nor advances far, and does not expose mud but very fine sand, classically sand golden, an excellent if unexciting beach for young children. but there are very few children of any age to be seen here. Suddenly I am aware that most of the people around are getting on, indeed have got on, are old, retired to Bournemouth, for the mildness, the climate, the comfort, for reasons of their own. The public gardens that run north from the pier seem especially organized for the benefit of the old, being the floor of a small valley or chine, the local word, Wessex word, perhaps, chine, running greenly back, and dividing the town arbitrarily, parodying the countryside. Here are a glassed-in bandstand of no particular period or style, a concrete mini-golf course of standardly unbizarre shapes, and subtropical subsize subsidized palm trees, no doubt a pride to the councillors, a source of surprise to some visitors, tatty, but undoubtedly palms, undoubtedly included in the pulchritudo half of the town's motto. In the evergreen walks on the first slopes many well-to-do old ladies, and gentlemen, too, though fewer, yes, well-to-do is right, sitting on benches in pairs, together, or a yard apart, watching the pigeons mating, the semi-rare birds in the clapboard cages, one woman writing a postcard in careful blue ball pen, another reading a letter on blue Basildon bond written in careful blue ball pen, communicating. Others chance the gentle descent towards the municipalized stream that gave the town its name, so small for such growth from it, now tidied between equidistant concrete banks and to a common depth, but mouthless, unmouthed. 40 yards from the pier it shuffles through a grill into darkness, and there is no debouchement on the beach. No traveler would return from that bourne, either. An intersection over the chine, a traffic island, the main traffic island of the town. Up the sides of the valley the department stores mount their signs in competition, attracting business. Is that the expression? Bournemouth shops are very good, sounds like a truism. Where did I hear that? My mother-in-law. Special display of. Very fine. Hand-knotted pieces. From Persia. And surrounding districts. With green jade figurines and, how fashionably in negative, a blow-up of the Venus de Milo. Jewelers for one form of their savings, to be sold if necessary, to put into something better, perhaps, in one window centrally a single solitaire for £1,750, in another viciously expensive ways of telling their time, but not how much longer, how little. And so many camera shops with displays of expensive equipment, much of it second-hand, used for how long in those fragile, unsteady hands. But I begin to impose, to see nothing but the aged in Bournemouth, perhaps quite wrongly, yet they are there, begin to dominate my thinking about the place. I only record what I see, what happens, how I feel. There are health food stores offering for their salubritas, to name but a few, room elixir, natural sedatives, formulae for kidney, bladder, heart, liver, gall, lecithin, provides extra protection in middle and later years, royal gili, super wheat germ oil, pilewort and witch hazel suppositories, marshmallow and slippery elm ointment, kelp tablets, psoriasis ointment, toothpaste with ageline, lettuce leaf cigarettes, no nicotine, a really good smoke, blood purifying tablets, bee cappings, 4. Hay fever sufferers, concentrated artichoke bouillon, transfers fat into energy, Zimbabwe yogurt, the only genuine goat milk yogurt, cocoa butter, high protein high potency multivitamin and mineral supplement, and honey, the sweet natural life sustainer, in pound jars and 7-pound tins, garnered from heather, clover, acacia, lemon blossom, orange blossom, sunflower, and honey, anonymously floral, local, blended. No one cannot afford honey in Bournemouth. More use, I would think, are the wine shops, many looking individual, hand-owned, hand-run, not combined from the outside, though inside there may be branded products and factory stock. But if I had money and time, some of these shops look the kind where I might find fine boutiques, not rare, but uncommon, strange unfamiliar labels, genuine dust encrusted, handled with casual love. In the central area there are several covered shopping arcades, the best apparently also the oldest. Regency or early Victorian, from the outside, about half round either side of a fanlight-ended glass vault. But even this has been 30s modernist, mucked about. Only if you look up can you appreciate its composition, symmetry. At ground level it is nothing, just chop front. And similarly inside, the semicircular glass roof and fanlight are good, but the pillars of the porch are crudely 1930, Noel Coward and Gertrude Lawrence. The premises of the provision merchants appear to have changed little since before the war, either war, curved brass nameplates, mahogany woodwork of the windows, marble slab working tops for sliced tongue and jellied veal, glass jars of chicken breasts in aspic, patum pepperium, preserved ginger, all the rest of the traditional bourgeois goodies. Down the center of the arcade are angled glass advertising cases, locked, mahogany and brass again, with hand-lettered poster paint show cards for hairdressing and tinting, dancing, restaurants, the Bournemouth Casino, members only, 2 discotheques, theater and cinema, mainly and surprisingly sex films. I came very near to being shocked. Mirror. The love scenes are very frank cinema, even more, though unintentionally, titillating are pictures advertising the foot clinic and the public baths department, Gen. Manager and engineer James G. Hawksby. And one show card that trips some trap of unbidden memory. I had thought I did not know Bournemouth, but I do not know what I know, nor when I shall know. In this case it is Burley Manor for the friendly drink in the New Forest. Was this the hotel that she whom I have called all those names, Jenny, Gwen, Wendy, worked at all those summers ago, for the vacation before we became lovers, when she was still more closely bound up with the epileptic boyfriend? She was, I think, a chambermaid there, she was impressed with or remarked upon to me, later, and no doubt at the time to him, the stains on the sheets of one bed she changed there, 5 patches in the course of one night, the night of the highest count a man and his secretary, was it? I was sceptical of 5 times, then, put forward the scatter principle to her as a working hypothesis. There it was she first read Lear, in a thunderstorm, romantically. She was not lodged at the hotel but with an old lady in a cottage of the New Forest, romantic again, would not at least one night let the epileptic come to her there, some form of emotional blackmail. He would not make anything permanent because of his deficiency, thought it would not be fair to her, who only wished for him to lean on her, become dependent upon her, or so I thought. I heard it all only at second hand, and heard then only what she wished me to know. I was being blackmailed too. I never met him, unfortunately. It might have put things into some sort of perspective. Why was he there? Perhaps he arranged it, the vacation work. He was at Southampton. The woman who ran the hotel was some sort of good cook. She would be quoted whenever we argued about food, which was not often, as an absolute authority. Scampi I remember featuring in one disagreement. She used to go for long walks on this vacation job, in the afternoons, when the chambers were made, I suppose, wrote a short story about it, or which came out of it, the experience, that is, about a girl, her, walking a long way across burnt heathland towards a hill with 3 pines on it, skeletal, I seem to remember but I might be wrong, the trees, that is, and they were stunted, naturally, burnt out even, I think. Feel, 3 pines on a blasted heath. Too much Lear and Journey of the Magi, I said. Probably, possibly, I didn't like the story, said so, yet 10 years, 12 years later I still remember it, as everything about her, perhaps not everything, but these things come back. She had the power over me. I stare at the rooms in the photographs, wonder if this was the hotel, the Burley, in the New Forest. Feel sure it is, or could be. The name too means something, so I want it to be. The stone-clad but steel-framed department stores, banks, insurance offices indicate that Bournemouth's most flourishing building period was during the 1920s and 1930s, buildings not particularly good of their time, but certainly of their time, unmistakably. Now this architecture seems to serve nostalgic purposes for the retired, recalling the period of the Savoy, old ladies in touch again with the pleasures, or perhaps what they saw from a distance as the pleasures of their youths. It means something that they again have them, although once more at a distance, ironically at another remove. But at least in Bournemouth the buildings are real, honest, in different quality though they may be, not like the London Hilton, whose interior decor seems to have been designed deliberately with this nostalgia for the past in mind, for the widows whose husbands died in making the fortunes they now spend in the surroundings they could not afford while they were young. The dancing years at the pavilion. Coachloads of old ladies and the occasional gent arriving from wherever in the car park courtyard, which is graced by a modern fountain of the kind that gets the modern a bad name. The theatregoers must call it ugly and modern, synonymously, and they are right, too. It is almost as if it had been designed for the purpose of reinforcing their prejudices, as a sop, to confirm their opinions. If we put up something ugly at this time, then it must by definition be ugly and modern. As opposed to pulchritudo et salubritas, which is what they had then, in the past, ha! It consists of aluminium tubes of varying heights and diameters, this fountain, which variety in no case makes proportionate the teeniness of the nozzle at the top of each. To these are strutted fiberglass bowls, orange in color, which fill and overspill, pee weakly from a lip into a pool which is foam-covered, detergent-like. The old ladies stand for the Queen. The one in front of me has a cardigan torn near the trapezius. Perhaps they are not all well-to-do, perhaps they are just ordinary, perhaps there are also homes for the less well-off. The more or less well-off one next to me, here with her daughter, perhaps, who looks much the same, hairstyle, twin set, the eyes, the manner, hums the familiar themes of the overture. Then the orchestra descends on its hydraulic platform to applause from the lined and hand-creamed palms, the lights dim on the grey and tinted heads, the scene number blinks to red 1 on the proscenium arch, and the curtain goes up to reveal the lederhosen and football socks never land of the romantic Germanic past. Rudi Kleber is a young composer living at an inn just outside Vienna in 1911. He is poor, so poor in fact that he is being thrown out because he cannot pay his rent, and his piano, which now stands in the garden, has been sold over his head. All this has happened while Rudi was picking flowers in the early hours of the morning with Grete, the 15-year-old girl whose aunt owns the inn. When a party of officers and actresses come out from Vienna to have breakfast in the garden, Rudi offers to play waltzes for them in the hope of raising money to buy back his piano. They are joined by Maria Ziegler, star of the Viennese operetta, who is so taken with one of the waltzes that she buys it for 1,000 kronen, and moreover persuades her lover Prince Metterling to allow Rudi to occupy an empty studio in his palace. Little Grete is being sent to England to school. This is theatre at its most primitive, basic in the uncomplicated, unsophisticated sense, unreal, not like life in any meaningful way. Here they are, for instance, sympathizing with and sighing over the poor starving artist, but what have they ever done to support any artist? Do they even know the difference between an artist and an artiste? Yet their attention is rapt at this illusion. They enter this world just as children used to at a pantomime, this new novel novello world where it is shocking for a woman to be seen smoking in public. Affectionate jokes are possible about England's weather and comfortably idiosyncratic people, where the fold-worn scenery and scraped furniture are not allowed to be distinguishable from what they stand for, and in certain ways they will stand for anything. The unsteady, jock-strapped ballet can only be there for some curiously remote form of stimulation, the fat women tolerated only for their doubtful voices, while the harsh crudeness of the lighting and the chorus of senior amateur citizens are equally willingly accepted by this full house. Yet the night before my father went overseas, in the army, during the war, they took me to see a novello musical. I remember bits of it, set in a large country house, some kind of shooting, flintlocks, 2 kinds of parting. There were novello and 2 women, one I liked, one I didn't, no doubt as I was supposed to. We'll Gather Lilacs was one of the tunes, don't remember others, or the title, and that night I cried because they wouldn't let me sleep in their bed, and on the last night before my dad was to go away, perhaps to get killed, they wouldn't let me sleep in their bed with them. I never have been able to come out with the words darling or daddy, says the girl in her early 20s, sleeking up her fin-necked beaver lamb coat yet again against the draft in this hotel's Italian restaurant, very much enjoying the control a woman of her age has in situations with a 50-year-old man than whom she is in any case taller. It has come to the point where there is no such thing as a local speciality in the exclusive sense, for everything is available everywhere, flown in that morning from anywhere, with the dew and the bacteria and insects still on it. There is no reason why the food in Bournemouth should be any better or any worse than anywhere else, it is merely well or indifferently or badly cooked. And the same staff cook it, which leads me to see that this so conservative town, this comfort station for the elderly, is ironically serviced by foreigners, the Irish, though they might argue whether they were foreign, the West Indian nurses, the Chinese and Indians with their restaurants, and the hotel restaurants run by Spaniards, Portuguese, Italians. I grow tired, my mind coasts. I retire, move toward sleep, am only tired, not retired, very pleased to have work in me yet. Never heard it called that before. A joyful dissertation upon the Ball's Pond Road. With numerous choice anachronisms. And selected inapposite digressions of enormous consequence. It is natural to speculate upon the identity of the posited, alleged, or implied Mr. Ball, his pond, and his road, for these things are of perennial interest to teachers, learners, parasites, poets, readers, writers, coney catchers, money losers, and round pigs in squalid holes generally. Who was he, then, the aptly named Mr. Ball, that he should have first a pond and then a road named after him? For it must surely have been in that order, a pond and then a road, not a road and then a pond. Recent research reveals him to have been a gentleman of the Caroline period, and that he delighted to exercise his creative facility freely in spelling his name Bal, Bale, Bull, Bull, Buell, Buell, Ball, and Bowl at various times during his life, that he was a man of goodly parts though somehow lesser than the sum of those parts, a faithful and regular worshipper at Godish masses, pretender to the throne of Bali, free in his acquaintance, loose in his crotch and constipated in his habits. Possessed of a truly remarkable weasant, blue garters and crossed feet, a great admirer of ecclesiastical monumental brasses and lapidary crusaders, of Albigensian leanings, having one wife, whom he loved for her faults, for no man loves a perfect woman, particular in the manner of cleansing his padex, accustomed to shaking himself thrice, ritually, after urination, a great devotee of backgammon for he had chosen to be born into the Caroline period. Enormous trouble having been gone to over his selection of suitable in every way parents, having himself singular issue as well, a sickly infant named Jeremy but called Bubble Guts by way of reference to his habit of puking up his fodder continually together with relatively small portions of his intestine, small and large, both, his alimentary canal, and other internal organs whose function could loosely be described as digestive, to the slight annoyance of his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Ball, who one day went so far as to measure the child's intake and his output, both liquid and solid, anal and oral, and discovered to their not inconsiderable delight that the latter exceeded the former by no less than 68.83%, to go to no more than 3 decimal places. The child, however, could demonstrably be seen to thrive. But, his father, Mr. Ball of the first part lest we forget, a gentleman of few vices and all of the virtues, including not to say embracing levity lechery malfeasance and such like, especially such like towards which he manifested a great partiality, was troubled, oh mightily, one day whilst reading being perhaps the best way he knew of sending yet another dreary day about its awesome business, an edifying and illuminated octavo work on a new disease but lately come out of the New World. In the forenoon by a pain in an indelicate to mention locale, as a primary result of which he could not accomplish the well-known process of elimination with his usual felicity. Dr. Ball se bin sy, said Mr. Ball, a disciple of Merowski, that splendidly logical linguistical cipher in which the initial letters of contiguous words are, to their undoubted embellishment, transposed, and also given upon occasion to inversion, a delightful trait consequent ultimately upon his having been born feet first, entering upon the world so to speak somewhat apprehensively, putting the big toe out first in an endeavor to decide whether or not to, though in truth it was merely a little big toe, for so are all those of by the grace of God infants compared with big, adult, big toes, unless they be mutatives, which is not so after all very unlikely. This to his wife, who, being possessed of a fine tongue and almost adequate control of it, replied, "Yes." The reader will be no doubt intrigued to learn that this word comprised no less than one half of Mrs. Ball's vocabulary, and frustrated to learn further that he is not to be informed of the word which formed the other moiety. The doctor cocked a diagnostic little finger. "Hemorrhoids or piles," he said. "Che tois then to yamau gre iving?" said Mr. Ball. "You joke," said the doctor. "Cool them by immersion in water. Then they shrink." "Juyoke," said Mr. Ball. "That when howled sio, dnb ocket dllaae songlquad." "Yours the method," said the doctor, who thought, "Humor the nutcase, and whose name can be Dr. Scrumulus if you like, since he does not appear any more." First Mr. Ball tried lust rations applied with a flannel, then with a sponge, then with a douche, and finally with a small polished brass garden syringe, but even treatment with this latter, accurately aligned and carefully discharged, had effected no noticeable improvement after 2 weeks. Indeed, it might almost be said to have worsened the situation, since the strain of the contorted position necessary for its proper deployment resulted in muscular pains of no mean severity. Mr. Ball next experimented with submerging the affected parts in water contained in various types of vessel, to wit, saucepans, frying pans, mugs, saucers, soup plates, the large stone erections so unselfishly provided by the Metropolitan Drinking Fountain and Cattle Trough Association, jars, buckets, bottles, egg cups, ostrich, glasses, bowls, commodes, hats, with an impermeability factor greater than 93%, dog dishes, scale measures, pressure cookers, small reservoirs, the bells of suitably large wind instruments, drawers, light bowls, waste paper bins, oil drums, smelting ladles, dredger buckets, mechanical excavator scoops, paint kettles, and many others too numerous to mention. The use of all these failed to improve Mr. Ball's condition, but one day the sensible solution to his problem came to him most suddenly. The main cause of the inefficiency of the other methods was the stagnant state the water assumed after a very short interval. It was imperative to have running water, so Mr. Ball cunningly diverted, by means of trenches, the stream of the Fleet, which, for the purposes of this narrative, flowed closely by, so that it ran through a shallow pond which he built in his back garden. Preparing for all eventualities, he also installed a distant early warning system to give him time to apprehend the approach of any predatory pike over 5 pounds in weight. Briefly, the system worked like this: any pike over 5 pounds, Mr. Ball calculated that he ran no serious risk from the teeth of lesser pike, would, several yards upstream, be forced to disturb, in penetrating, a mesh grill which was connected by thread to a subtle bell not 2 feet from Mr. Ball's right ear. Thus warned, the patient could surface the parts undergoing treatment by means of a simple pulley and sling arrangement. Mr. Ball would daily indulge in this treatment for perhaps 4 hours, usually in the mornings. Whilst so doing, he would engage his mind with speculations on possible solutions to problems like: 1. Do the villagers of Unterammergau feel inferior to those of Oberammergau? 2. Where does winter go in the flytime? 3. Assuming an evolutionary continuum stretching from an amoeba on the one side and man on the other, at what stage was it decided that reproduction should require 2 differentiated elements, male and female, which adumbrated sex in the amoeba decided upon the dichotomy, and could further developments towards a multiplicity of elements be anticipated? 4. What was the incidence of lesbianism in Persian harems? 5. How was it possible, after eons of evolutionary research and development, that there was a distinct proneness to pustules at the extremity of the human gut? One day, whilst actively working towards a reasonably accurate answer to number 6, above, Mr. Ball received a visit from the new vicar. "I look after this district for God," the Reverend Vinell introduced himself. "Vot nary well," said Mr. Ball. "I beg your pardon," said the Reverend Vinell. "Nmi at Wary Vale," said Mr. Ball. "A man cannot live by bed alone," explained the Reverend Vinell, noting the evidence for sloth implied by Mr. Ball's posture. "Tm iring a otlaviat de istressing condition," said Mr. Ball. "Every man needs a hobby," excused the Reverend Vinell, "but this morning I've just dropped in for a sweet natter about the not very much." "Oh," said Mr. Ball, who regretted that Merowski did not give scope to the monosyllabic grunter. "We are all mixed herbs in God's mess of pottage," began the Reverend Vinell, only to be interrupted by the advent of the uniparous Mrs. Ball, come to inspect the shrinkage, as she always did with her elevenses. "Yes," said Mrs. Ball. "Give with the reechy kisses, Mrs., said the Reverend Vinell, and, God wot, a scene of atrocious carnage might have ensued but for the timely tinkling of Mr. Ball's bell announcing the imminent onslaught of a mean freshwater shark. Whereupon that gallant gentleman operated the pulley arrangement and hoisted himself clear of the predator's element, to first the alarm, since he imagined himself about to be assaulted for his forwardness, and then the mystification, for he had never observed a similar piece of apparatus either in or out of action, of the Reverend Vinell. Mr. Ball explained the mechanism and its function in palliating his painful parts. "There is a destiny that shapes our ends rough," said the Reverend Vinell, demonstrating for the second time his knowledge of Hamlet, "mystify your friends. But this seems a very cumbrous and complicated method of containing the water. Have you not put it in some other sort of vessel? For instance, there are saucepans, frying pans, mugs, saucers, soup plates, the large stone erections so unselfishly provided by the Metropolitan Drinking Fountain and Cattle Trough Association, jars, buckets, bottles, egg cups, ostrich, glasses, coconut half-shells, bowls, commodes, hats, with an impermeability factor greater than 93%, dog dishes, scale measures, pressure cookers, small reservoirs, the bells of suitably large wind instruments, drawers, light bowls, waste paper baskets, oil drums, smelting ladles, dredger buckets, mechanical excavator scoops, paint kettles, and many others too numerous to mention." "Yes," said Mr. Ball. "Yes," said Mrs. Ball. "Ah well," said the Reverend Vinell, "you're human like the rest of them, I suppose. But my benighted brother, the good Sir Meriton, who lives at Whip's Cross, once cured." "Whip's Cross," said Mr. Ball, abandoning Merowski in the celerity with which he perceived an occasion upon which he thought to be witty, "sounds like a stage direction in a play written by an anti-Catholic Irishman." "My brother," went on the Reverend Vinell very firmly, "was once cured of a most distressing pustular facial condition by kneeling with his face downwards in a bogland area not so very far from here." "Acne marshes," said Mr. Ball, again sacrificing Merowski. Mrs. Ball sat down on the ground, saying yes and her other word to herself, still trying to see which was better and so refine her vocabulary. In her floral pattern Hessian smock she resembled, to the Reverend Vinell, an understuffed loose-covered horsehair sofa. But there, he always was commonplace in his comparisons. Mr. Ball regarded the behavior of his wife before a stranger with distaste. She, he thought, will certainly not have signed Villake on her tomb at my expense. The Reverend Vinell perceived that it was time to go. "God bless you," he intoned. "Shy howled se dart now?" said Mr. Ball. "There are several theories about how the accident which named our pond, and thereby our road, happened. Some will have it that a super-quick pike was through the grill and had performed his grisly office before Mr. Ball had had time to lift himself clear. Others swear that a pike, originally under 5 pounds, grew big enough over the weeks to tackle the enticing objects he saw daily dangled before his eyes, Yet others are persuaded that Mr. Ball made a tragically fatal error either in the size of the pike which he imagined could do him no harm or in the estimate he made of the velocity of such a fish through water, and finally, but more fancifully, there are those who suspect that Mrs. Ball, the Reverend Vinal, or some unknown malicious person, introduced a pike, or perhaps a small alligator or other voracious beast, surreptitiously into Mr. Ball's pond. The cause is open to doubt, but the result is open to none. From about this date the records of the Hackney and Islington Festal Choir note a Mr. Bull as their leading countertenor. The numerical extent of Mr. Ball's losses, however, must at this remove in history remain forever an enigma. 4. The road in question running through two boroughs, the sign writers employed by the Hackney Council spell it with the apostrophe before the S, and those receiving their stipends from that of the borough of Islington, after the S. The compilers of the best maps, and those local people ignorantly thought to be ignorant, know very well that to take sides is to invite ridicule and therefore spell it ungraced by the apostrophe in any position. A few selected sentences. Someone has to keep the records. The cacao is a fruit little less than almonds, yet more fat, the which being roasted hath no ill taste. The chief use of this cacao is in a drinky which they call chocolate, whereof they make great accompt in that country, foolishly, and without reason, for it is loathsome to such as are not acquainted with it, having a scum or froth that is very unpleasant to taste, if they be not very well conceited thereof. Yet it is a drinky very much esteemed among the Indians, wherewith they feast noble men as they pass through their country. What are hands for, if not to hide the eyes? Les 69 est interdit dans les couloirs. 8 years penal servitude. As a lorry driven by Croxley left the scene, the sound of a hunting horn was heard. Was it a warning? The police found the body of a stag in the bracken, still warm. Later, police came across Croxley, Ryman, and Straker standing by the lorry at the place where the stag had been. Croxley said he was birdwatching, Ryman said his hobby was photography, and Straker, who was carrying a crossbow, said, "I am interested in all forms of medieval weaponry." In the lorry police found a quiver full of arrows, a pair of binoculars, 2 pairs of Sherwood green tights, and 5 sheath knives. A broken arrow shaft corresponded to an arrowhead embedded in the dead stag. All 3 men said they were committee members of Bowmen for Britain, had been out seeking small vermin, and had been on a public footpath. Straker said, "I saw a squirrel and fired at it, but the stag which I did not know was there ran into it. A child left to himself bringeth his mother to shame." I love anecdotes. I fancy mankind may come in time to write all aphoristically, except in narrative, grow weary of preparation and connection and illustration, and all those arts by which a big book is made. The man had long white hands which he clasped tightly behind his back when not using them to eat several helpings of jellied eels. Most customers looked thoughtful. 1 year, suspended. All afternoon the girl threatened to jump. She said her husband had become converted to a religious sect which forbade her the use of her television. When she had wished to listen to the Queen's Christmas broadcast she had had to go into the bathroom. It was her radio. Because she used makeup her husband likened her to Jezebel, the painted woman of the scriptures. It was accepted that he was sincere. As soon as they brought a priest to talk to her, she jumped. Permission to laugh. Have you heard what Sinon sang? Beware of drunkards. Drink unlocks the human heart. The father appealed for witnesses to his son's death to come forward, not expecting to be overwhelmed by numbers. What had happened as far as they knew was that on first bend he had crossed the inner edge onto the central reserve, and in the resulting spill, which was not particularly dangerous in itself, the point of the clutch lever had entered his brain by way of the base of his skull. The father wished to know how designers of safety helmets had not taken this possibility into account. His colleagues said he should have had a ball on it. But I am trying to be benign. A rusty charlatan stated dogmatically that a discussion was an argument in which no one was particularly interested. He was reminded that every good deed is followed by the punishment of God. But, he insisted, one must have a proper regard for the ordinary. The continuous process of recognizing that what is possible is not achievable. A man taking pictures of a man taking pictures, there must be something in that. At a wedding reception everyone was drunk, including the children. Indeed, one of the children became so affected as to seem ill, and it was considered advisable to take him to a hospital to have him seen to, stomach pumped if necessary. They chose the receptor who seemed least drunk to drive the child, quickly. On the way the car was stopped by a policeman on a horse, who invited the driver to puff breath into a plastic bag. Crystals in the tube attached to this bag turned a certain color which convinced the policeman that the driver was under the influence of alcohol, and he informed him that he would be charged with an offense. "Oh no," said the driver, "your bags must be faulty. Perhaps indeed you have a batch of faulty bags. Why don't we test them by trying one out on this innocent child? A bard's land shall be free. He shall have a horse when he follows the king, and a gold ring from the queen, and the harp he shall never part with. Do I want that to be the truth?" The vice-chancellor was killed when inspecting the progress of the building of Senate House. A technician was pushing a loaded wheelbarrow across a plank spanning a lift shaft. He saved himself, but the wheelbarrow was lost. The vice-chancellor was standing at the bottom of the lift shaft. Accommodate that mess. Most of the time they look for things to want, school friends. Myciel and I would play snooker. He would generally win. His was always the same remark when he sank the green or the brown, which would put him beyond being caught unless he gave away an unlikely number of penalty points: "Now you haven't got enough balls. You'll have to put your own up." I cannot say I laughed more than the first and second times, despite tradition. "And no points for hard luck" was another saying of his that stuck. Who was there? The usual mess, of course. Baldies, Harrys, collapsed faces, fallen women. Who would you think? Life. Someone has to keep the records. I may even be thanked, in time. Instructions for the use of woman, or here, you've been done. Let me try to set this down with an exactness you may or may not find curious. The only point of precision, as distinct from completeness, to which I feel incapable of aspiring, on which I am undecided, is the disclosure of her name. This indecision is principally occasioned by the existence of libel laws of a surely unnecessarily harsh character, for I am, after all, only telling the truth as I see it now, remembering to the best of those faculties I have what I felt reasonably sure happened at the time. If you are not an acquaintance of mine, which you are almost certainly pleased not to be, her name can mean nothing to you, and those who do know me will already be aware of her name, or be easily able, from their special knowledge, to identify her. So how could she be harmed? Why should our lawgivers think that she needs protection? But in their circumstances I shall call her Winnie, or Rachel, or Stella, or any other name that reasonably preserves her gender, as the mood takes me, or rather as whatever comes to mind at the time. A proper name seems to make the rhythm of the sentence a little less of a failure. And I shall make unthrifting use of the feminine personal pronouns. But, whichever, no burden of universality is to be laid upon the appellative, or on anything else, either. I wonder, is anyone still reading? This girl, as she then was, Millie. First Isetting must have been at our college, at some time. She was a year or so behind me. Was it 2? No, she was in the same year as Patrick, Nielsen, and all those, the heroic young. A snob a lot, she told me, at the time I am really writing about, which was much later, several years after we had both become post-. I could astound you with an amount of stunning trivia at this point, if I did not wish to avoid boring myself. By beginning at the beginning I am doing that, however. So how about some sex? That I know you will enjoy. So many commodities sold through sex testify to the stone certainty of that truth. At some early point in the post-college period, then, I must have invited Daphne to count the short rosary of my balls: 1, 2, 1 for luck, 3. This must not be misunderstood as a conceited metaphor, but read again, perhaps more carefully. But the invitation went unanswered for some time, and no speculation can be more likely to show a slight profit than that this had much to do with a boyfriend of hers who said he had cancer. More of him later, if I can be bothered, for I am having enough difficulty fulfilling my word and getting to the sex soonest as it is. How to express it? There blew up this very disturbing bubble under my foreskin, for my parents did not follow the fashionable organ scalping of their time, for reasons into which I have never felt competent enough to inquire. It was after the second, I think, time that first night, and this bubble I can only liken to that which can often form, suddenly and almost remarkably, when a half-fried egg is basted with overheated fat, something to do with surface tension, perhaps, though I am no physicist, But my bubble was larger, though perhaps fingering in the dark made it so, or seem so. Obviously it was a blister, but why it should be so large worried me. The cause was almost as obvious. Dora was dry, desiccated, and did not let down her dew. Frida's Fanny had not let flow the sweet juices of fornication. Sonia's sluice gates of soft desire had remained shut. Wilhelmina's weir waters had become a wadi of wasteland, waste sand, and similar imitations of the euphemisms of the good old pre-permissive writers. But I am the first, and who could challenge that, to admit that there was another cause, too. I was not, like any of us, as young as I used to be. I was, indeed, as late in the 20s as it was possible to be in those days, and I had been, moreover, and this may come as a shock, in an unblessed state as regards actual penetration of a female for something approaching 4 years. Not that, you must understand, I considered myself celibate. Like an athlete I had kept the appropriate muscles in fine fettle by regular, for periods, indeed, nightly, exercise. But no, on this occasion it was, I am sure, or feel, the remarkably high friction quotient generated against not an unreceptive, for it was well enough received, but an insufficiently lubricated receptacle for an unusual length of time. This latter point is of major interest, for me, anyway, as this second time, following at who knows, since it was dark, what interval, it took me an unprecedentedly long time to discharge my duty, if such it was, and if not it ought to have been. Indeed, to tell all, I did not go off with that splendid, satisfying splot at all, but, the method used being timely withdrawal with ginamin for additional safety, dissembled by gentle histrionics. I do not know if she was deceived. She gave no sign. For this only I feel guilty about the whole affair, and that only for my own sake, certainly not on account of her. It is the only occasion on which I have found it necessary to feign in this connection. But the bubble I kept fingering, after the coitus had been interruptus, being aware of, for a long while, in the dark there. Eventually I fell asleep, and when I awoke it had almost disappeared, though the soreness remained, so there was no dismissing it as a dream, wet or windy, or a nightmare. I would like it to be borne in mind during the following attempt at description that my appearance too has not been known to cause gasps of admiration or envy, nor to stop traffic in even the less busy streets. She was a big girl, Harriet somewhat masculine, I suspected, big except for her breasts, tits, dugs, or mammaries, that is, which somehow protruded less than her stomach, looked at from either side elevation. Yet she did not appear to be fat, exactly, had a waist and good gracile legs. It was her hips, she was very heavy in the hip. I wish I could demonstrate for you with some anatomical model or machinery the heavy, curious articulation of her hips. If I had to sum her up in a cheap phrase, and why I do so when I am under no such compulsion causes me some surprise, I would say she was an incipient trout, a budding if not archetypal trout, even at her age, which at that time was about 25, manifesting distinct true-tiness. And again, I would not have you thinking, if you were, that I am envious, or even taking some kind of revenge, for no doubt to her I also was archetypically pisiform, for instance, perhaps clearly seen as a rock salmon, dogfish, Cilium catullus, or as the grotesque came raffish, I am a came raffish. No, my only concern, as I have too often said, is to set down what I thought, think, and remember with some exactness. If she wishes she may attempt to do the same, that I allow is her troudish privilege. Perhaps she was all that I deserved, if in spite of everything there is justice, at that time, and I am very pleased the time is past. Did you find the bubble bit interesting? I doubt you can have read anything quite like it before. And it is true, however it reads to you. By quite like it I mean anything so curiously comic and uncomic, in just that way. Or perhaps you were embarrassed. In that case it may have been good for you, have you thought of that? Her character. She had a marked capacity for setness. She would punctiliously leave me to catch a train for no other reason than that she had at some time set her mind on catching that particular train. There was no real reason to go home then, or at all, except the setness, the execution of an arbitrary but predetermined decision. I thought this was very near to being a mistake, but that is surely natural. It was a wet summer, poor by popular standards, but popular with me because the number of creepy crawlies was noticeably diminished. Or perhaps it was just that there were fewer occasions on which I was tempted to sit on the grass. This was at her flat, in a late Georgian house facing onto Blackheath. She paid a high rent for it, for her. She was a school mistress. In the morning she would not let me be seen by the colleague who came to pick her up for school. I watched from an upstairs window, Morris traveller, woman about 40, and trout-like Dora swinging in her two fine legs, never a romantic glance up at the window of her flat, smiles for the colleague, talking about something from which I was excluded. Do not imagine I did not resent it. For the rest, or part of the rest, the notes for a failed poem of the time or thereabouts. Just as though nothing had happened / cars still crossed the rain. Of Blackheath / houses proudly primly bow-fronted as day night before / worms were stranded across the asphalt path / just as they always are by heavy rain, / a fishmonger laid out stiff mackerel / ticket office efficient / the commuters soaked and drilly surly / and the tube so packed as to suggest a grotesque echo of our closeness / just as though I had never lost my faith belief / in loving making love and you had not restored it / At last, you must be saying, or thinking, rather, the point, or a possible point, at any rate, the unsatisfactoriness of the relationship is being reflected or refracted in what it would be a joke to call the narrative. A suicidal point, make it as unsatisfactory as possible for the reader in order to convey more nearly the point of unsatisfactoriness. There. A reward for reading this far. Another joke is promised before the end. There are two ways of taking what has gone so far, your way, and my way. And you are no doubt going to take it your way. Mind you, in those days I used to be worried about onto, as well, ha. Yet I have told you nothing about her, really, Anne, Betty, Celia, nothing that could be shown to you in any meaningful sense to be true. But at least Pyrrhonism may be true, paradoxically. Shortly afterwards I met my future wife and lived happily ever afterwards. I am going to give up this style soon. Perhaps after this. I mean, it is well understood that a man cannot stand still. Change is a condition of life, I remind myself. Perhaps the most admissible one, too. Nor is this the piece I wanted to write. But always end with a song and a giggle. So sing the following fescennine joke to yourself. The usual young man was shipwrecked on a desert island. Fortunately for him he found there others, though only men, who had met with a similar but earlier fate. When he had eaten and drunk of such as the island provided, he felt recovered from his asthenia sufficiently enough to inquire into how this all-male society fared for the other. Ah, said one of his companions in distress who recked not of ending sentences with prepositions, there we are very well provided for. In the south of the island is exposed at low tide the mouth of a cave at the back of which is a vast store of dried fanny, provenance unknown but highly regarded, and you are most welcome to avail yourself of it as the need takes you. Our hero was of course at first inclined to regard the fellow as a Barmecide, but, having nothing to lose, soon sought out the delight-sent cave and was surprising and pleased to see that the man had indeed been speaking the truth. So, choosing circumspectly from amongst the neatly stacked piles the least hispidulous of those in the front, he was soon enjoying himself with a properly apolostic fervour. Over the succeeding months and years he came to value this handy dehydrated convenience product so much that when the time came, as it must for the purposes of this anecdote, for the castaways to be rescued, he resolved to take back a dozen or so with him. What he had in mind was to produce them triumphantly if any of his acquaintance should accuse him of gasconading, as they naturally might. Jouncing off the boat into the customs shed at Falmouth, however, he met with an unexpected setback. "Anything to declare?" inquired a ventripotent customs officer, to which, determined to be truthful, our hero replied, "Yes. Dried fanny, as a commodity, or, if you prefer the plural, fannies." The customs officer did not laugh, as he found it unsettled people. Instead he expressed a desire to see the objects declared, and was immediately convinced by a glance into the sailor's kit-bag. "How many are there?" he required to know, as though dried fanny were part of the everyday life of the customs officer. "About a dozen," hazarded the succoured castaway. "About," queried the civil servant, "in that case I'd better count them." And, licking his enumerating finger, he began to do so. All went well to 7, mere routine, but then he paused, licked his finger again, reflected for a long moment, and said firmly, "Here, mate, you been done, this one's an arsehole." Broad thoughts from a home. Robert said. A poem is a poem is a poem is a ragbag. Description of Robert. Height 6'8". Weight 14 st 10 pounds. Eyes honey brown. Complexion pallid. Hair fair, riotous. Features mobile. Collar band 15. Disposition agitated. Bearing all over the place. Age 22 years. Sex unimportant. Spectacles worn, horn. Teeth irregular. Apparel eccentric only in color. Overall impression long. Nature of statement, exploratory aggressive. Samuel said. Crap. Description of Samuel, large. Description of description, pithier. Nature of reply, somewhat obscene. Robert said. A poem is a poem is a poem is crap. Tone of remark, unconvincingly flippant. Expression on Robert's face, balked abashed. Samuel said. Agreed. Tone of reply, sharp. Purpose of reply, to end conversation, and to secure a modicum of peace in which he might be enabled to concentrate upon the effort of leaning out of the window to observe the hour of day indicated by the clock on the tower of Their Lady of the Assumption in Rathmines, suburb of Dublin. Samuel said. If I fall out of this window, you are to inform the nearest Garda immediately. Tone of remark, largely serious. Action on part of Samuel, to reach out a little farther. Portion of anatomy poised on window sill, loins. Physical state of Samuel, uncomfortable. Successful climax of action, Samuel glimpsed the clock face. Method employed, a supreme elongation. Subsequent necessity for treatment, Samuel pulled himself in and relieved his impressed loins by gentle and appropriate massage. Samuel said. 20 to 5, if one can believe the church in at least this one small particular. Robert said. Time to eat. Nature of remark, gluttonous, indicative of hyperfunction of digestive organs. Samuel said. You're always be Our Lady hungry. Tone of reply, half bitter, half abusive. Robert said. The trouble with our arrangement that you cook and I wash up is that you are always the prime mover. I can neither eat nor fulfill my half of the arrangement until you have fulfilled yours, which you do with neither punctuality nor regularity nor seemliness. Verity of latter part of foregoing statement, none. Grammatical felicity of latter part of ditto, doubtful. Samuel said. Balderdash. Nature of remark, deliberately archaic, with superior class overtones. Samuel continued. I am a very fine cook, and you are very well satisfied with the arrangement. You would else be sustained by bread, milk, and cheese. Slight literary influence on fast sentence, William Shakespeare, deceased. Samuel said. At the moment in any case, I am thinking of an altogether different sort of prime movement. Actions consistent with foregoing words. Samuel seized his lavatory book from the mantel shelf, tore off a strip of paper from a small roll, and left the flat. Title of Samuel's lavatory book, Ulysses, by the most estimable of authors, James Joyce, Dubliner. Location of paper, on top of gas meter, adjacent to spare shilling. Length of strip torn off, approximately 34, plus or minus 1/2. Nature of paper, of the crepe variety, soft but weak. Situation of flat, on the 3rd floor. Color of door, pleasantly bright red. Architectural period of house of which the flat formed part, Georgian of the 3rd rating. General condition of house, less than kempt. Robert said. If you're not quick you're dead. Escape at last. Samuel thudded down the stairs to the lavatory. Nature of lavatory, tending to the primitive. Explanatory retrospect, by a careful and systematic exploitation of the auditory sense, Samuel had struck up an acquaintanceship with the Irish girl who occupied the basement room immediately below the above-mentioned lavatory. Name of Irish girl, Miss Dean. Posited nature of acquaintanceship, incipiently amatory. Degree of success met with, encouraging. Plotting and acting, the place bringing Samuel inevitably to mind of its associated female subtenant, he began to plan the next stage of his campaign for the conquest of Miss Dean. After cursory thought he decided on direct assault of a literary nature. He would write an unequivocal poem to Miss Dean. In 10 minutes he had created his poem and written it, on a page left conveniently blank by the aforesaid James Joyce, with a pencil expressly carried for such a purpose. Type of pencil employed, black, graphite, stubby, of the 2H quality of durity. Title of poem, Ode to a Basement Lodger. Foul paper copy of poem. My dear Miss Dean. Were I the king, and you the queen. Divine, entrancing, just 19. I'd do you all day long with meals between. But as it is I haven't a bean. I'm not the king, you're not the queen. But still I'd like to. You know what I mean. My dear Miss Dean. Dashing of hopes of the filthy-minded. Foul papers were manuscripts originally so called by hard-pressed printers. Ascension, in which Samuel and Stairs were inseparably conjoined. Manner of his going, self-pleased, anticipatory. Pride in achievement, joyfully, he announced to Robert the crystallization of the latest stage of his campaign, and read the poem to him. Robert said. Crap is crap is crap is crap. Situation outlined. Samuel sat patiently on the steps leading down to the garden. Purpose of sojourn, to keep a rendezvous with the Miss Dean mentioned above. Type of steps, of the steeply inclined variety, rough timber construction, treated 2 coats of creosote, cheap quality. Horticultural description of garden, splendid crops of woundwort and teasel, bindweed and eyebright, sow thistle and coltsfoot agrimony and heartsease, catsy and goat's beard, chickweed and toadflax, dandelions and viper's bugloss, dock and thyme, marjoram and sneezewort, silverweed and vervain, matricary and pignut, bryony and burnet, cinquefoil and fleabane, keck and loosestrife, nipplewort and navelwort, yarrow and oxeye. At the end of the garden 3 mullein raised their proud yellow columns 4 feet above the earth. Note, the foregoing is botanically improbable, to say the least. Non-horticultural aspects of garden, dustbins and tin skipper bone seggshells boxashi as a lemon and orange peel sweet wrappers paper towels karugat diron broke and brick stout bottleless lime bottleists scattered amongst the above-mentioned herbaceous vegetation, clothes, drying on a line, none of an intimately female character. Other participants in the rendezvous, 2 small Irish cats, wild, grey and black respectively. Unusual knowledge, Samuel was waiting for Miss Dean to finish her lunch. He knew that she would have done this when a trickle of dirty washing up water ran along the rut to his right into the drain at the foot of the steps upon which he was sitting. He was reading his steps book. Title of Samuel's steps book, one of the Speak to Me, Father, About. Series, entitled Hell. Reward for patience. Samuel had just decided that hell, as described by Father, was a most interesting place, well worth the day trip, when a gurgle from the drain informed him of the imminent approach of Miss Dean. It could not be said, unfortunately, that the consignation of Miss Dean was of the highest order. Dictionary definition of consignation, SB. Now rare, 17th c. Flat consignat, consignare, neatly put together. The state of having been fitly put together. Explanation of dictionary definition, SB equals substantive, C equals century, F equals from, LAT equals Latin. Description of Miss Dean. Height 5'7" 5/8". Weight 9 st 3 pounds. Eyes icy. Complexion tending to ruddiness. Hair black, short. Bust 31. Waist 31. Hips 31. Features manly. Disposition uncertain. Age 24 years. Sex female. Spectacles not worn. Teeth passable. Apparel usual unusual. Overall impression lumpish. Samuel said. Miss Dean. Tone of address, theatrical in rapture. Samuel said. Miss Dean, or may I call you Davila? Miss Dean said. Davila? Why? No. Samuel said. Ah, and I know why not, because it isn't your name. Quality of joke, poor in the extreme. Nature of Samuel's laughter, forced, histrionic. Purpose of joke and laughter, to establish an atmosphere of pleasantry in which serious questions of a sensual nature could be posed with the minimum of offense. Reaction of Miss Dean to joke, simple pleasure. Miss Dean said. Have you written any more poems? Samuel said. No. 5 days have passed their weary length since I thrust the last one beneath your prayer-bespattered door, Miss Dean, since when I have been unable to concentrate upon further creation of a poetic nature, as I am far too preoccupied in awaiting your reply. Miss Dean said. You know very well that I didn't understand it? Purpose of last remark, to gain time to think. Miss Dean's thoughts, he's rather nice a bit flabby though must like his food I'd feed him all right wouldn't I would he keep me though you never know with college students there was that one the theological young one you'd never have thought it he was worse than although they do say but I promised myself I'd forget that now it's over 4 years ago a Jesuit too this one reminds me of him in some ways nice eyes and hair he has full lips too not a very interesting face on the whole still a girl can't pick and choose very much what with all the men emigrating but I'll never unless she becomes a Catholic and confesses it decently like everyone else and promises to marry me and keep me and the children oh that's awful no nice the children must be Catholics father taught me that can't remember how early must be very careful as he's not a Catholic. Miss Dean said. Have you heard anything from the man up there? That's your answer. Biological note. The female will instinctively tend to ensure economic provision against the birth of issue before committing herself to the act in which such issue may be procreated. In Miss Dean's case, such economic reflexes were inseparable from religious conformity, and therefore her religious question masked the economic one. Samuel said, "No, being interested only in the women down here. But I have been trying to see if either can manage a message." Nature of visible proof provided, the steps book mentioned earlier, in which father attempted to speak to him about hell. Miss Dean said, "Pa." Accompanying physical reaction, Miss Dean turned and walked away. Speed of rotary motion, approximately 14.0 rpm. Plus or minus 0.5. Distance walked, a comfortably revocable 3.5 yards. Samuel said, "But Miss Dean, I adore you." Nature of cry, theatrical passionate. Purpose of cry, to appeal to Miss Dean's romantic instincts. Result of cry, momentary hesitation on part of Miss Dean. Victory prematurely assumed, Samuel grinned, triumphantly. Result of grin, abrupt departure of Miss Dean. Samuel said, "So, all I've got to do is to become a convert and send my prayers for Miss Dean care of the Virgin Mary." Position of Samuel, inert, upon a short sofa, his legs dangling over the end. Physical state of Samuel, too lazy to do anything about physical discomfort. Robert said, "You must experience a kind of apocalyptic fit, in fact." Position of Robert, inert, upon a bed. Short-term lessee of bed, Samuel, tenant of the first part. Physical state of Robert, comfortable. Occupation of Robert, consuming cheese. Nature of cheese, of the Irish Cooperative Dairies processed brand, orange in color, solid in texture. Samuel said, "You know what she told me today? We were very late back from this dance last night and I asked her if she had slept well. Yes, she said, she was so tired she nearly fell asleep saying her prayers. I was very proud indeed of my constraint of the ensuing risibility." Literary influence on last sentence, Samuel Johnson, bookseller's son, of Lichfield. Robert said, "Well, what do you expect if you send a girl verse invitations to concupiscence? She'll assume at once that you have money and could therefore raise her class status, so she'll hold out for marriage. For Christ's sake, the girl doesn't know a trochee from the Trocadero." Purpose of last remark, to use up a witticism Robert had saved up for some years, awaiting only a suitable occasion upon which to use it. Relevance of witticism, somewhat marginal. Construction of witticism, alliterative, the yoking of unlike ideas together, somewhat akin to that figure of rhetoric called by the ancients oxymoron. Samuel said, "So now I await God-sent consent, do I? Do I, hell?" Tone of remark, immoderate. Nature of remark, irreverent. Robert said, "You surely don't expect a relationship born in the flush and roar of the waters to be furthered by poesy, do you?" Intention of remark, to ridicule Samuel. Samuel said, "Get your cheese besprinkled corpus off my be our lady bed, then. You've got a be our lady cheek." State of Samuel's feelings, wounded. Purpose of remark, partly retaliatory, partly to change the subject, partly to avoid sleeping that night in patches of emollient cheese. Robert said, "And the mummy bear said who's been sleeping in my porridge." Tone of voice employed, feminine, bear baiting. Quality of joke, fair. State of status quo, stable. Posture rapidly assumed by Samuel, minatory. Speed of assumption, 19,735 feet/section. Robert said, "Promise to feed me soon, then." Tone employed, mock plaintive. Samuel said, "All right, then, just as soon as you stop feeding yourself on my bed." Happy outcome, on these terms a truce was concluded, and the conversation reverted to the subject of Miss Dean. Samuel said, "What then must I do to be saved?" Literary influence on the last sentence, the King James Authorized Version of the Holy Bible. Occupation of Samuel at time of speaking, Preliminary preparation of a meal. Nature of meal, rudimentary. Constituents of meal, eggs, small, bacon, scraps, potatoes, large, King Edward's, Pisum sativum, hardy climbing annual. Robert said. How far has she accepted your sensual advances? Samuel said. Not very far. I had no difficulty persuading her to come up here for a coffee or tea or something after the dance, and she accepted my chaste kisses readily enough. And then? Robert said. I heard sharp words through the party wall. Explanatory note regarding construction of party wall, of 2 layers of plasterboard, low grade, separated by battens 2 inches square, at either end, papered both sides in a dun brown floral pattern wallpaper. Noise penetration factor of party wall, better than 80%. Samuel said. You foul, long third party, what right have you to listen to my intimate susurrations with Miss Dean? Robert said. You shouldn't susurrate so loudly. And in any case you're telling me now. Samuel said. But by eavesdropping you rob me of choice. Robert said. What were the sharp words about anyway? Samuel said. Oh, that was when I attempted a little gentle ear chewing. This was so grossly sensuous to Miss Dean that it took all my diplomacy to quiet her. And she has such lovely ears to chew, as well. Robert said. No farther? Samuel said. No farther? So must I be converted ere I achieve another step. Literary influence on last sentence, any one of the following deceased playwrights of the Elizabethan and Jacobean periods, the choice being left to the reader. Beaumont and Fletcher. Chapman *. Decker. Ford. Green. Haywood. Johnson. Kidd. Lely *. Marlowe. Marston *. Massinger. Middleton. Norton and Sackville *. Peel *. Preston. Rowley. Shakespeare *. Shirley. Udall *. Webster. Fairness to the reader, the author feels it to be no less than a duty incumbent upon himself to state that he cannot recommend the choice of those playwrights above whose names are followed by asterisks. Robert said. What place ought pleasure to hold in the rational life? Samuel said. But a small one, surely, Socrates. Robert said. Can virtue reside in pleasure, Philebus? Samuel said. Assuredly, provided pleasure is kept in its true place. Robert said. And what is its true place? Samuel said. As long as pleasure is not allowed to possess the self so far that it prevents it from reaching its end in good, then it can be said to be in its true place. Robert said. The case, then, against pleasure is not that it is evil, but that it is unimportant? Samuel said. Yes, Socrates. Pleasure becomes evil when it usurps a place in the self which demands that energy be expended in its pursuit which is out of all proportion to its true place. Robert said. What, therefore, Philebus, the hell are you chasing Miss Dean for with such misapplied energy? Stage now reached in meat preparation, crucial, Samuel had 4 pans and 3 gas jets. Date of manufacture of gas stove, 1884. State of Samuel's mind, calmly agitated. Note, explanatory of hiatus imminent, Samuel being thus occupied with culinary matters, and Robert with thoughts anticipatory of the results of Samuel's occupation and being careful lest his expectations be disappointed through disturbing Samuel, the conversation languished, and, hardly mourned, died. Time, 23 minutes after 1 in the morning. Phase of the moon, in the 3rd quarter. Characters, Miss Dean, Samuel, 14 ducks, 2 swans, 7 cygnets, sundry small waterside creatures of the night, penny pigs, a shilling's worth, God, 2, for those who would rather not be without him. Location, the north bank of the Grand Canal, Dublin. Direction of movements, Liffey-wards, as regards Mystery and Samuel, stationary, as regards the birds, hither, and, probably thither, as regards the waterside dwellers, Poundwards, as regards the penny pigs, in a mysterious way, as regards God. Descriptive set piece, of a lyrical, romantic nature. It is always wonderful to live near water of any kind, whether it is sea, or river, or lake, but to live near a canal. That is the summum bonum. The nearly still waters clear and deep, with long bright streaming weeds swaying gently, the shallow flow of water over the top of the loch boiling into leaf green foam 20 feet below, the banks so broken and irregular in the canal's neglect, the variety of the plants which flourish amidst this decadence, and the swans and wildfowl that grace the silent surface. And the lochs. The lochs, great narrow tunnels under the backed bridges, shaded and sombre, quiet and mysterious, calm and religious in their disuse. And the boys who fished for roach. Quotation from Fishing in Ireland. Roach are not found in Ireland except in one southwestern river system, into which they were artificially introduced in the late 19th century. Confusion often arises, however, amongst those ignorant of the fact that rudd are called roach in the Emerald Isle. Descriptive set piece, continued. By the old wooden swinging arms of the lochs. Samuel had watched in the clear water the tiny redfin fish actually biting the bread paste, had watched for hours boys at their sport with the crudest of tackle. Perhaps once a week a barge would pass through, a great event, drawing all the passers-by to watch it. And Robert and Samuel had watched the loch keeper then at his work, and many other times had talked with him, and drunk with him. But if by day the canal was a wonderful place, at night, when everything about it turned grey and silver and black under the moon, it was unsurpassed in loveliness. End of set piece. Purpose of nocturnal perambulation, to take advantage of the romantic nature of the canal bank to persuade Miss Dean to forget her religious scruples for an hour or two. Machinations felt appropriate. Samuel carefully selected an act, sometimes called, by others, a line or ploy, from amongst his considerable repertoire of acts, built up by hard experience in amatory warfare. Act chosen, number 7, Mark 3, the Celtic variant. The why shouldn't we think here were thrown together passing ships in the Celtic twilight of life. Number of times act employed hitherto, 47. Percentage successes. A. Against all females, 21-42%. B. Against females of the Miss Dean type, 67-91%. Site chosen for staging of act, a canal side bench, of the wooden variety, 2 reinforced concrete ends, providing comfort of minimal quality, specially designed to discourage lengthy periods of residence. Miss Dean said. No, that won't do at all. Samuel said. But, Miss Dean, Miss Dean said. No. Reaction of Samuel, discouragement, regrouping of forces, quick reassessment of campaign, current act abandoned as a failure, new act quickly chosen. New act, number 2, Mark 4, suitable for all nationalities, the sweep hair off her feet with passionate embraces at hats he can think to equally not say no again. Number of times act employed hitherto, 113. Percentage successes. A. Against all females, 28-35%. B. Against females of the Miss Dean type, 41-02%. Note on Act Number 2 Mark 4, a very crude act, mainly employed by Samuel in his early youth. The fact that he felt compelled to resort to it on this occasion is remarkable evidence in support of those who maintain, with some justification, it must be said, that Dublin and Guinness had had an unsettling but rejuvenating effect upon Samuel, and that his character had taken a most unexpected turn for the better, or for the worse, depending which way you looked at it. Site chosen for act, the area of concrete aggregate immediately in front of the seat. Reaction of Miss Dean to act, alarm, initial surrender, rapid rallying, freeing her left arm, Miss Dean pushed Samuel away with it, thus freeing her right arm, she struck Samuel hard on the side of the head. Nature of blow, solid. Emotion felt by Miss Dean during blow, anger. Consequence of blow, Samuel half fell off the bench, lost his orientation, and sat down heavily on the canal bank with one foot in the water. Reaction of Samuel, surprise, followed by prompt withdrawal of foot from canal, admiration. Sounds in Samuel's head, rings and buzzes. Tableau, Samuel sitting still, quietly dripping. Samuel said. And that was all the farewell when I parted from my dear. Literary source of last sentence, A. E. Houseman, poet, scholar, shaver. Samuel said. And so farewell, Miss Dean, faithful spinster of this priest-overrun parish. Scene of the above statements, O'Meara's Bar, Rathmines. Description of O'Meara's Bar, Rathmines. The Stews. Grubble Street. Wicklow. Wicklow. Dear Sir. Thank you for your esteemed order of 24th Inst., for the supply of one description of licensed premises, Irish, situate in lower middle class district of Dublin. We have great pleasure in submitting the following, which we trust will meet with your every requirement. Brick-built premises, on a corner site, just over 50 years old, outer paintwork red in color, with gold lettering on fascia, all grills, shutters, etc. necessary for the strict observance of the licensing laws, constructed of steel, and in a rigid manner. An added attraction are the genuine bullet holes in the woodwork behind the counter, a proof of the part the premises played in the troubles, complete with not more than 3 barmen, of whom at least one will be certified to be it. Character, steady clientele, no tourists, accommodating local garde, unusual offices, silver-topped pump handles, grocery trade section well supported, own stout bottling equipment, crown cork, 31 partially worn bar stools, 18 glass-top tables with appropriate sets of chairs, the whole a very desirable property from a literary point of view. We look forward to receiving your favored remittance within the next few days. Assuring you of our best attention at all times. We beg to remain your obedient servants. Kenny and Knight, signed. Fact-finders to literary ladies and gentlemen. Irish atmosphere our speciality. Time the fair above statements were made, just before the holy hour. Robert said. Tough. It seems one has to choose between the irresistible and the unresisting. Tone of voice employed, laconic. Immediately subsequently, Samuel turned back to his barbook without replying. Title of Samuel's barbook, The Assassin, by Liam O'Flaherty. New arrival, just at that moment who should come in but Mick the lock-keeper, on a spell of joint off-duty from his 2 jobs as keeper of the lock and porter of the hotel opposite the lock, seeking to quench his thirst before the drought of the holy hour set in. Number of fingers on Mick the lock-keeper's right hand, 3, to which must be added 1 thumb. Digit deficient, index. Cause of deficiency, a steel hawser of almost too human malevolence. Mick the lock-keeper said, Hello, Robert and Samuel. Tone of greeting, warm. Califaction of greeting, 90 degrees Celsius. Samuel said. A small one for Mick. Person addressed, the barman. Mick the lock-keeper said. Thanks. The powers and the glory. To you, boys. Tragic development. No sooner had Robert and Samuel and Mick the lock-keeper toasted one another than their conversation was interrupted by the clangorous groan of the steel door grill announcing that those citizens who were desirous of obeying the law should leave forthwith. Short discussion of Irish licensing laws. Robert said. I approve of Irish licensing laws. It is good and human and civilized to have an hour's break in a day's drinking. Samuel said. Yes, and the holy hour is so conveniently timed that the afternoon post arrives at the beginning of it and can usually be dealt with in just the hour. Mick the lock-keeper said. I would be annoyed about the break if it wasn't everywhere ignored. Stay on drinking, boys, I'll see to the barman for you. Robert said. We are creatures of habit, Mick. Samuel said. And the post from England arrives in a few minutes. Robert said. And we are inveterate letter writers and readers. Mick the lock-keeper said. See you at 4 then, boys. Samuel said. On the dot, Mick. Position of letterbox, 4-7 above the top step. Type of letterbox, long, narrow, scarcely practical, the short side horizontal, missives dispatched therein incarcerated on verso in rectangular box of wooden construction. Contents of box on day under consideration. I, for Miss Dean, a pastoral circular warning her to make sure that there were adequate facilities for following her religion in any country to which she might be thinking of emigrating, an invitation to avail herself of Curran's Cleankidnappy service, and a letter confirming her week's booking at an Irish holiday camp in a month's time. 2. For Robert, a slightly obscene personal letter from Pee-wee Plassant, a college friend, 2 letters from rival corn chandlers, touting, and a letter from his mother, promising to send him a food parcel the next day. 3. For Samuel, a final demand from a library for a book borrowed some 6 months previously, a passionate letter from a late lover, saying she had made a mistake and asking if Samuel would forgive her, a badly taken suggestion that his life could be transformed through reading the Rosicrucian pamphlet Eternal Truths from Ancient Lands. Magnanimous gesture, the reader is offered a choice of endings to the piece. Group 1, the religious. A. The quickest conversion since St. Paul precipitates Samuel into the joint bosoms of Miss Dean and Mother Church. B. A more thorough conversion throws Samuel to the Jesuits. C. A personally delivered thunderbolt reduces Samuel to a small but constituent quantity of impure chemicals. Group 2, the mundane. A. Samuel rapes Miss Dean in a state of unwanted elation. B. Miss Dean rapes Samuel in a state of unwanted absent-mindedness. C. Robert rapes both of them in a state of unwanted aplomb, whatever that may mean. Group 3, the impossible. The next post contains an urgent recall to England for A. Samuel, B. Robert, C. Both, on account of I. Death, 2. Birth, 3. Love, 4. Work. Thank you. These count as fictions. Curly hairs are to be found embedded in the soap every morning. I could of course buy my own soap and keep it safely hairless in my room when I am not washing, but the terms of my subtenancy are such that linen shall be provided and, as under similar agreements I have heretofore entered into, the description linen inaccurately but legally includes soap. So why should I provide my own? But this is the reason my lodging is less than satisfactory. Every morning there is at least one curly hair fully or partly embedded in the green soap. I do not know whether this depilation has taken place to the undoubted loss of a female or of a male. It may be that there is an immutable natural law that male curly hair circles to the left or anti-clockwise and female hair vice versa. Or the former clockwise, and the latter vice versa. If I knew this law, I could perhaps apply it after careful scrutiny to ascertain which end might have the bulb of what appears to be fat which often adheres to the root of an unseeded hair. But I do not know the law even if it exists, which seems unlikely, and I am not really interested in whether these hairs have been misplaced by a male or a female fellow lodger. Nor would I be prepared to peer closely enough at them at that hour in the morning, when I am often near to disgust. I scrub at them with the nail brush, but usually this only embeds them even farther. Every other Friday now I go down to the richer quarter of the city, to the home of a man who gives me money. He pays me for opening his letters, making a decision as to whether or not certain matters in them will interest him, and replying accordingly. He does not give me money regularly, perhaps once every 6 months, enough to keep me for about a month. He may soon stop doing so altogether. Every time I go I think that he may dismiss me this time, or the time after. But I am used to thinking like that. I ensure that my other occupations give me the same feeling. In this insecurity lies my security. If I knew that in a year's time I would be doing a particular thing, then I would probably suffer some kind of neurosis. At least, That is how I feel about it. I am healthy now, in my not knowing. I am very careful about such things. He trusts my judgment, this man whose letters I open. I do not know why, but it is very pleasing that he trusts me, and it makes me feel I am earning my money, however irregularly it comes. And the irregularity does not matter, for I feel I have successfully lived so far, and there is just as much chance of future success. I usually have enough money for tonight and tomorrow, the rent is paid in advance, and it is therefore convenient to regard what he owes me as saving, even as investment. For he is so very good with money. He sits in a graceful chair of skillfully wrought japanned ironwork, and strokes the Burmese cat which neatly occupies the full area of the cat mat on his lap. This slight Ashgri cat is most uncat-like in that it will without provocation attack me. Why me, I ask myself. I am not a stranger after coming to this house so many times. If it has a memory, it must recognize me as the short man in old clothes who comes to open letters for its master. It is possible that cats are incapable of the concepts of shortness and age, however. Certainly the cat attacks me without my doing anything to provoke it, and I conclude it does so because of personal distaste for my presence, which is reasonable enough. I have learned not to let a free hand dangle casually by my chair as I consider my decisions on the contents of the letters, for if I do the cat will suddenly spring and savage it quite severely. Twice this has happened, and the wounds required dressing almost until I came here the next time. The motives of the cat do not interest me. The adduction and study of motives in general I find largely without point. Events, attitudes, feelings, states of mind are what I am concerned with, and not with the forces which may prompt them. Given motives are too often guesses, and I have better uses for my imagination. Rarely do I ask myself why. Anything, if I do, the question is almost always rhetorical. I just keep my hands out of the way of the cat. This man whose letters I open. Recently some crisis in his business affairs abroad resulted in far more foreign mail being sent to this address. He asked me to undertake the extra work. I was glad to do so, for I thought it would mean some little extra money. He did not say it would. It is 7 visits since the crisis, now once a fortnight instead of once every 3 weeks before it, and 15 since he last paid me, so I do not yet know how much, if any, more money I shall receive. Neither do I know of course when it will come. But it has never failed to come yet. The extra work at first made me feel that he could now manage less well without me than before, but recently I have begun to feel that he may well decide that there is so much work that it justifies employing someone who would be able to come more frequently than he might think I could. Rightly or wrongly, I see I preserve my insecurity. It is the better way. The worst part of this job is sealing the envelopes which the senders enclose for notification of my decision. I have been brought up to regard the putrescent taste of fishbone glue as in some way a penance, but now that use on foreign envelopes causes a certain uneasiness, guilt almost, in me. Vanilla and mint, both pepper and spear, are the commonest flavors to be tasted, but there are others which are both less definable and even less welcome. My employer, I think, has no idea that I am inconvenienced by these flavors. At least there is no sign that he might provide a machine, a simple water container with a roller in it, for instance, to alleviate my discomfort. I shall not ask him for such a machine. Before coming here I invariably buy a small packet of paregoric cough sweets to suck while I am working. Generally by the middle of the afternoon I have dealt with all the mail which has accumulated during the previous 13 days. I am then free to leave. The man has never yet failed to smile as I go in appreciation of what I have done for him. I leave by the side door of his house, turn left, and walk down a slope towards the sea, watching my footing, for the pavements here I have more than once found to be treacherous. The richer quarter of the city lies near the sea, and on these fortnightly occasions I permit myself as if to wander along the municipal promenade, surveying the overstocked flowerbeads. I do not look at the sea, it makes me apprehensive. I have constantly to adjust my gaze to the left or to the ground in order that I may not have sight of the sea. Even the quays, the sight of which would fill me with quiet pleasure in the old days, I now cannot bear. Instead, I occupy my mind with statements the truth of which interests me, such as form follows function, or it might be on another occasion everything is merely or exactly the absence of its opposite. Or sometimes I will tell myself you can't have it always, at least at once. Keeping my eyes to the ground occasionally has unlooked for advantages. Once I saw a great arrow in yellow chalk on the pavement and the words "To the Mad Lady." It was for my embellishment I felt this mark had been made, a skeleton for me to flesh, and what I loosely term my mind was not content until I had searched through my pockets and found the small piece of, coincidentally, yellow chalk I had put there, sentimentally, on my last day as a teacher, and had added to the original arrow enough others to make the design into a circle, a fistful, of arrows, pointing as near as the limitations of the medium would permit to all 360 degrees of direction. If I had not grown bored I would have found some means of further extending this comment into a third dimension. But I left it there. I felt that, symbolically at least, I had done more than enough to make my point. Such things serve to keep my mind off the sea. It is the punishment once favored by certain islanders that has estranged me from it, placing the condemned at low tide on a rock which is covered at high tide, at least until I reach the cafe on the edge of the brothel quarter, which is my immediate destination. I have several times remarked in other cities that the richer quarter borders upon the brothel quarter, but have avoided the obvious conclusion since on further thought I have failed to think of some other quarters which I could consider metaphorically wholesome. The insufferable suburbs and the mediocre classes. But I think I have put all that behind me now. The cafe that I regularly choose to visit every other Friday is only just in the brothel quarter, being on the appropriate side of the street forming the dividing line. But it is an important difference. Here, in any case, I sit and drink coffee, and read. I read all the morning newspapers at this time, between about 4 and perhaps 8. I feel I must keep up. Often when I have finished I think I have wasted my time, but on those few occasions when I have not read all the papers I have felt guilty and deprived, and more than once indeed I have missed something, have not kept up, have fallen behind. As I sit and drink my coffee and eat whatever I have ordered, therefore, I swiftly but thoroughly absorb what the morning newspapers have to offer me. In the case of most of them, this produces in me very little except dismay at the poor quality of the writing. The sports pages in particular are of a depressingly low standard. But there are 3 papers which do aim higher in most things, the deplorable right-wing one, the soft left-wing one, and the austere establishment one. It is in the letter columns of these 3 that I find the matter which interests me most keenly, the addresses of the famous. The establishment newspaper is the most prolific source of addresses, for many more famous people write letters to its editor. This might be called a hobby with me. I put a big crayon ring round the addresses of those people of whom I have heard, or whose titles seem to mean something, and, when I have finished, tear out the 3 pages from these newspapers and place them in an inner pocket where they are less likely to be stolen later in the evening. On returning home, against the famous names listed alphabetically I write the addresses in my card index. It passes the time. I have found a brothel which does not displease me. It is some time now since it was revealed to me that the cant name for the female genitalia was in fact a tetragrammaton, and the frequency of my visits to the man and his cat accords well with my fortnightly need to worship. I make my way to the sacrarium at about 8, when the first rush of workers on their way home has been exhausted and the later influx of drunken incapables has not yet begun. The main foyer or salon or waiting room is very interestingly decorated. It was this decoration indeed which led me to return for a second visit rather than the quality of the vestals. It is as though the designer had set himself in one room the problem of employing logically, organically, and harmoniously all the techniques of decoration that were available to him. Thus the walls and ceiling bear patterns carried out in mosaics, carved and painted wood, molded and painted plaster, pieces of mirror, besides large mirrors in each bay, ceramic tiles in multicolored repeating designs, painting, both realistic and trompe l'oeil, gilding, fresco work, and probably others for which I do not know the technical names. The madam has tastefully chosen furnishings which do not detract from its remarkable effect, a plain deep red carpet, gold velvet covered sofas and chairs, and an ornate chandelier. Perhaps the furnishings too were chosen by the designer. Certainly the harmony of the room is such that it is as if only one person had made the decisions. Until recently I had for many years avoided going with the same girl more than once. I had found that if I became a regular I tended to become a favorite. This did not flatter me, and I found that the next stage was invariably their confiding in me. I developed a way of dealing with such confidences. I would drag my shirt up under my armpits and show them the scar extending from my lower ribs up to the right infraspinatus. It shuts them up, my scar. Afterwards I would usually leave a larger tip, as a solatium, but I would not go with such again. However, in this house, chiefly because of its architectural delights, I have broken my rule. When I had gone through all the girls once and had been magisterially refused by the madam, who nevertheless remains friendly, I found I did not break the habit of coming here after my day with the man and his cat. And since my soul could not stomach the expense of coming here just to admire the architecture, I took the first girl again, and was surprised to find that I did not remember exactly what she was like, how I had first graded her performance, as I can remember from early years the gradings of others. But that was perhaps because I had had them so often, a dozen times each, at least the enthusiastic amateurs, the true loves, in one case several hundred times, over a period of 15 months. My coming into this house on alternate Fridays automatically reserves the girl next in the cycle, a personal note of which is kept by Madame herself. While I wait in the salon, am a forecast element in its designer's situation, am exposed to his eccentricity. Too little allowance is made for the undoubted effect of architecture upon people, of environment upon action or inaction. I listen to the piano playing of the man the girls here call Jelly Roll. He plays an accurate imitation of Jelly Roll Morton's style, goes like the clappers at Finger Buster, often on the breaks rises from his rotating velvet stool and saws at his crotch with his free hand, bass or treble, whichever one the break disengages, for some relief, apparent in his posture afterwards if not in his expression. I have talked with him. He is buried in the past. His whole life is less than satisfactory because he was not born a Creole in New Orleans in about 1880, where he might have been employed, as JRM was, playing in a whorehouse, practicing all day, and playing all night. This brothel is the nearest he can come to it. I do not understand why he goes on earning a living in this manner. But there, I do not understand anyone else's job. They all make me feel dread if I think about them. There are some things which would be impossible for me. Madame herself calls me or catches my eye when the girl for this particular evening is free, and has cleaned and prepared herself especially for me. Perhaps I flatter myself. It does not matter. Unexpectedly, then, I am content with the cycle of girls in which I find myself set. They have had careful instructions not to confide in me ever since I mentioned my scar to Madame one day. It was not necessary to show it to her. She is an imaginative woman. Even that the order was arbitrarily fixed by my fancy on the first 9 occasions of my visiting the house does not upset me. I can see revolutions of this cycle extending indefinitely, or at least until they decide I must be sent to another city. I do not find it in the least unpleasant. If worship is obligatory, then this is as agreeable a way as I have yet discovered. While my memory is such that I know which girl I shall be having on any particular alternate Friday, I am not yet satiated enough to recall exactly which particular kind of pleasure or chance of pleasure may that evening be mine. With some girls I do associate certain things, but they seem always to be incidental to the main business. With one, for instance, the smell of something very like, I imagine, that medieval perfume which was compounded of equal parts of camphor and powdered mummy, with another, the miniature silver corncob worn on a chain round the neck. And there are always unknowns, the influence of the moon, regularly irregular, less predictable illnesses or indispositions, arid twice since I have been coming here, the sudden and unexplained replacement of a girl. This is ample variety for me. Am I becoming senescent? It is usually 10 before I leave, what with one thing and the other, and I usually have a considerable appetite for nourishment by that time. I go to a restaurant near the mercantile quarter but well back from the seafront, out of sight of the dark sea, where music is provided by a lady who plays the saw. The player is a thin woman of about 50, straight-waisted as though wearing the apparatus necessitated by a colotomy, and she sits well forward on her chair to grip the handle of the saw between her thighs. With her left thumb at 180 degrees to her fingers on the other end, she bends the saw into a graceful double curve, the radii of which she alters to produce different notes. She strokes the back of the saw, opposite the teeth, with a violin bow from which a number of severed horsehairs hang. The saw is a large one, but it is impossible from my table to discern the name of the maker, which I assume to be engraved on its face. I can see, however, that the saw has a non-standard wooden guard which covers those teeth which would otherwise be in contact with her thighs. She achieves a continuous tremolo by means of a rhythmic movement of the right leg, the whole performance of a hackneyed repertoire done with great style, to an audience of honest munching trenchermen. On my way home I pass late shops, the assistants looking weary, bored, mutinous. I do not know how they can work in such places. Again, I cannot understand how people do such jobs. I could not do them. Even the thought of others doing them makes me feel unwell. Tomorrow it is painting drum skins, delineating battle honors on regimental drums. This regiment has not fought for the last 20 years, so I have only to copy the coat of arms or other representational emblem of those two outposts where it has been stationed. These I can find in the library in the morning, and I should complete the pair of kettledrums by late evening. I have built up my bed on crates and blocks, which also make convenient steps, so that it is within 2 feet of the ceiling, after I had seen convincing evidence that hot air rises. It can be cold at nights in the city. I still make religious observances, but in bed now. My half-brother, we had a mother in common, at least, and I went to the same Sunday school. He learned the catechism. I learned the table of kindred and affinity. I was far more interested, you never know with my relatives, in the disclosures that a man may not marry his mother, daughter, father's mother, mother's mother, son's daughter, daughter's daughter, sister, father's daughter, mother's daughter, wife's mother, wife's daughter, father's wife, son's wife, father's father's wife, mother's father's wife, wife's father's mother, wife's mother's mother, wife's son's daughter, wife's daughter's daughter, son's son's wife, daughters, son's wife, father's sister, mother's sister, brother's daughter, and his sister's daughter. And even more taken by the ordinance that a woman might not marry her father, son, father's father, mother's father, son's son, daughter's son, brother, father's son, mother's son, husband's father, husband's son, mother's husband, daughter's husband, father's mother's husband, mother's mother's husband, husband's father's father, husband's mother's father, husband's son's son, husband's daughter's son, son's daughter's husband, daughter's daughter's husband, father's brother, mother's brother, brother's son, and her sister's son. I think one of my fellow lodgers must have access to my writings. Tonight I found pushed under my door a copy of the XLCR mechanical plot-finding formula. Perhaps it is he or she whose curly hairs are to be found embedded in the green soap every morning. Everyone knows somebody who's dead. So you like the title? That is the first thing, they say here, the title. Conflict, they say, as well. I should engage my reader in a conflict. That is easy. What I have in mind is the conflict between understanding and what does not appear to be understandable. Few subjects could be more interesting. Surely you must see that. I trust you, Riot, knowing you. It is also the partialness in the soul, not a word I have ever used before, I think, of conflict that concerns me here. There is resolution at the end, I see, Skipping ahead. Be calm. I have written before. Trust me, not knowing me. This is the difference between doing it and teaching it. Perhaps. Who am I to presume? I am, like you, everyone to presume, there is no one else. Conflict, it says here. Of three kinds, viz. Within the self, without the self, with other humans, without the self, with non-human forces. Gross simplification, but what else is there? One conflict is within me, certainly. Many, rather. But what I have to write of is not a conflict within him, indeed it is rather of that moment of perfect non-conflict, in the end, of unity, unison, when his self was absolutely at one with his non-self, when the will and the act itself were in accord, at peace, were the same. One should also start at the beginning, it says here. That I could have done, easily. I first met him at the Evening College of London University, Birkbeck College. We must have sat next to one another at some lecture or another. English and Latin were what we had in common, history and I think economics were points of divergence. Everyone had to do Latin. He was tall, angular is unfortunately the only word, smart, I was none of these. He introduced me to the New Statesman and his fiancée, a dumpy, curly blonde quite unlike him in almost everything, unsuited, I thought. Or perhaps think now, with hindsight. I introduced him to me, I was all I had. We joined the college rowing club together, Saturday afternoons for that spring we would imagine the exercise did us good. I may still have a key to their locker half a generation later, they may still have in it my heavy white wool sweater. He worked in an office quite near mine, both in Kingsway. Occasionally we would meet for lunch, too. Shell was his company, Standard Vacuum mine, oil was another thing we had coincidentally in common. His job I cannot remember, mine is irrelevant. A plot is. There were other things. Bangs and Joyce were also friends, at this time. We each passed our examinations. He and I went separate ways, then. We left Birkbeck, the evening lectures and steady jobs, both managed to become possessed of grants to go full-time to different colleges, though still of London University. I chose mine because I thought well of the name, he his because he admired the staff. We were both 5 years mature. The registrar warned me, objecting to my full-time going, that I at 23 would be amongst a lot of 18-year-old girls. That is probably also amongst the things which are not relevant. A conflictful situation. There was a party for Birkbeck friends, he and I met the Curls at the Albert Hall, built as a rendezvous, the rain was heavy in a way not common in July. Probably that summer too I went once and never again to the family home, Churchill Gardens, tall flats aligned north and south so that the sun set garishly on the supper table. The conversation centered, so I remember, Bangs was there, on the way the place was warmed by surplus heat generated across the river at mighty Battersea Power Station, piped presumably. They were very early post-war reconstruction or development. Exacerbated by additional circumstances of increasing difficulty. He bought an identifying scarf for his new college. I obtusely wanted nothing of such symbols, it was more than enough that I was admitted. Though they looked warm, and the winter might be coming. That summer also I was best man at his wedding to the unlikely Curls. I was brought in late, a kind of locum, second best man. I do not know why the first choice man was not available. I did wonder then and later that he should have so few friends that I, little more than an acquaintance, and recent, too, should be honored. But that is speculation. I am allowed a little speculation? Proceeding to one or more abortive efforts to overcome the situation. The marriage was at a church overlooking Brighton. The spire was said to be a blessing to mariners, as well. It was a modern church. I produced the ring without any of the mishaps celebrated in tradition. Afterwards in the vestry, is it called, I paid the gentleman vicar. He kept what the other functionaries were owed and pressed back on me his own share, saying, "It is something I do for young couples, I love weddings, you see. You see." At the reception I stole an epigram from Oscar Wilde, something about a spade. My punishment was that it fell flatter than a discus. And they probably thought I was bent too, all those relatives, to boot. This occasion represents my only appearance as a best man. At another wedding, where the best man's name was Fat Gerald, the bride's father asked me to make a speech because I was a writer and writers were good at speeches. But one of the reasons I am a writer is because I am no giver of speeches at weddings or anywhere else, I explained to him. I do not think he understood, he remained disappointed. You would not be forgiven for thinking my life one long round of weddings, the like. The first, or Oscar, wedding reception was at a hotel on the front. Very pleasurable, being at the seaside with something proper to do, with a purpose, and with friends, like Ben's, in this case. But the epigram, and reading the telegrams, too, were almost distressing. And so was the bill. My duties as best, available, man it seems, included paying for the reception. Not out of my own money, the father of the bride footed. I cast the bill carefully and quickly, being at that time more an accounts clerk than a student. It seemed the least I could do following the pagan flatness of my speech. Mine was nothing approximate to the maitra's total, differing by some £14 if I remember as accurately as I cast. A considerable sum, even more considerable, as ever, then. The difference was in the favor of the maître, no surprise, or of those who employed him. His apologies were certainly profuse, though practiced and just not concealing a challenge to my sharpness. The bride's father was noticeably grateful to me. The maître must have hoped we were all too drunk by then. Perhaps more often than not that is the usual state at the end of these functions. I hardly remember the bride and groom during this wedding, only her on the church path after, him in the church as we awaited the delegation. Perhaps that is as it should have been. Abortive is shortly a good word in context. 3 years for our respective degrees, and we hardly saw each other. One occasion though I remember with some clearness, a fireworks day, one of 3, by deduction. A dinner or supper with him and the Curls, me and my moll, what a metonym. The streets, afterwards, of Pimlico, have at the, then, my merry boys and hey for old Ben Pimlico's nut brown as it occurs first written down in News from Hogston, 1598. But no doubt they would frown on such a scholium as having no place. There were fireworks in the streets, we threw them, a bonfire on a bomb site, St. George's something the road was called, in Pimlico, where one may be catered for but hardly satisfied. Then when we had both just finished we met in the coffee bar in Mallet Street next to Dillon's, on purpose. We were able to tell each other what we had done in between. The marriage was just becoming a divorce. My moll had cast me off in favor of a sterile epileptic of variable temperament. But yes. Now I remember exactly, We had not just finished, but were finishing, finals. One of the days we met in the rooms, I feel they called them, arranged to meet afterwards downstairs. And thence to the coffee bar. On our way, talking at a junction, waiting, just before Euston Road, to the south, I could look it up, gazetters are to hand, but why should I? Am I not allowed to be lazy too? Or reckless? But as we stood talking at this junction, she who was once my moll appeared in the long distance, walked the long way towards us, crossed the other wide diagonal, went the long way away. And all that while I tried to talk as though I were unaware of her, of all that she had meant to me, of all those things I have exorcised elsewhere. After the coffee we made an evening of it, did the thing most opposite to degree finals we could think of at such notice, front row of the Royal Circle at the Victoria Palace. The crazy gang were then tailing off, we could have sat anywhere, at any price, they would have had us. No doubt there were other funny things, we were raucous with relief, but now I remember only a game they played with a fat lady, throwing old pennies so they landed flatly on her bare-mottled old chest, briefly, then dropped into her cleavage. There were things like that then. No doubt we also caught up then, though since I was without any direction, where was he? Robin, now I have to name him, had taken up with a student, a girl in the year below him, before, during or after the divorce was unclear, a Swiss who was having an affair also with a much older man with money, and all that went with it, a car. The Curls, he told me, had had an abortion, arranged with confounding liberality, for this was in what was thought of as the heyday of the backstreet abortionist, by his tutor, to whom he had gone for help in this matter. The marriage was virtually broken, after less than a year, and satisfaction at having foreseen their short incompatibility was not absent from my remarks at the death on this occasion. But I could not have acted otherwise, in marrying her, I am sure, emotionally, he insisted. But there had been hints, heard over the telephone not long before finals, that they had parted. I was put off, easily, working all that afternoon by indecision as to ringing her and attempting to take sexual advantage of the state she might or might not have been in. I did not know about the heyday then, and after all I had been more or less best man. It occurs to me now because of this and other things that I could not and cannot call myself his friend. Was he capable of friendship? I do not think so. Am I? It was more a working relationship. He was like a colleague, though we had no common enterprise or ambition beyond both being working-class boys bent on an education, the illusion that that was the key to extension is always achieved by the insertion of one or more abortive efforts. There was another occasion. Bangs and I went to a Wandsworth Hill Road, in the Curls' time. Of more I have no recollection. Their comprehensive scheme should deal with this common problem. But it does not. It was another flat in which I remember him next, as it may be, in Old Brompton Road, the corner of Drayton Gardens, near the powerhouse of the literary trade union movement. Though I was then of course unaware of its militancy. And now I am quaintly aware of one of those loops in time where. But you do not need me to explain that cliché of the 20s. What has happened is more important, of certain interest to me, and what has happened is that I have remembered that the girl I took to this Old Brompton Road flat Robin had was in fact the very same girl whose marriage I attended all those years later and whose father I disappointed. This can be no coincidence, a real loop in time has happened. I think I did not want to marry her myself. I was at that time between girls I wanted to marry. But it is a curious loop, though I have not wanted for more curious. And while describing it, the one thing I remember is that we four, the Swiss being there too, discussed a topical tragedy in the world of politics, Sharpeville. The reason I remember what he said is that he was shortly proved to be right, in that the Sharpeville massacre, far from being the spark which would ignite a conflagration to consume the old repressive system, was on the contrary more likely to be the flame which would harden into steel the iron resolve of the oppressors. I do not know that his imagery was as elegantly contrived as mine is, but he had written an unpublished article about the incident, for, I think, a serious weekly. But he was remarkably right. I am myself never right for anyone else but me, and not too often do I achieve that small victory. How many times have you yourself been right for other people, then? Ah! He was at this time teaching at some South London secondary school. His writing was towards another job. If ever you want to make a lot of money, he told me, open a sweet shop next to a school, the kids are in and out all day long. As we left I told the Swiss privately I thought that what he had read to us of his writing had saleability. As though I knew, it was mere politeness. The solution stage. Perhaps it was this perceptive rightness which led him inevitably to a post on the Evening Standard at the city desk. Involves the character in either, a. Overcoming his problems. How full everyone's life is. Why, I hardly knew him and here I am well past 2,000 words already. Or, b. Succumbing to them. Later in this stage they visited me. I cannot avoid the thought that he was showing me that he had arrived in the world of affairs before I had. That is, he had a car, and after eating curry out he bought a whole bottle of whiskey to take back to the flat I had then. I think he even told me how much he was earning. It seemed at that time I was managing adequately on about a quarter of his salary. I think he wanted not only to show me he was doing well, but that his way of doing well was better than mine. My way then was simply to try to write as well as those exemplars from the past I had chosen to set up whilst at college. Neither did it escape my notice that he was ahead in the matter of a mistress, too, and a glamorous foreigner at that. All I had to show was a bound set of page proofs of my first novel. High hopes as I had of it, I do not remember it as being sufficient to set against the car, the whiskey, and the Swiss mistress. What other news from Hoxton? A finished copy before publication I took around to dinner at their flat, still in Pimlico, some, presumably short, while later. I do not remember what Robin said about the book on this occasion. At some time previously he had expressed great skepticism about what it was trying to do. He was right if the amount of money garnered was his criterion. Perhaps it was, or was not. Present was a very pleasant, charming, and witty man of about our age called Charles, who was by way of being a printer and an actor, though not necessarily in that order. I think Robin had meanwhile made a daring leap from the Standard to a young, vital organ which was highly relevant and called Topic. Robin became either its business manager or writer on business affairs, business editor, I think the latter. Much talk of a world I did not know, very high-powered, men who were coming or all the go at the time, have since gone even further, some of them, his colleagues in print. Have I finished with the abortive effort, yet? I have recently become aware that an uncomfortable number of my contemporaries are dying before what I had imagined to be their times, simply jacking it all in, for one reason or another. There was another, hardly remembered. The landlady of a friend with the same forename as myself. Her daughter came up to attend to the disposition of the remains and remnants. She was married to a naval officer, the daughter. My friend made, he convinced me, steamy love with her, unexpectedly, in some sort of consolatory reaction to the mother's death. She had drunk a bottle of gin and sealed the drawing-room cracks and turned the gas on. Probably for her a comfortable, euphoric occasion, making herself comfy, I imagine her not desperate. The day after, the daughter and my friend were alone in the house, the naval officer as if nowhere. She had to stay the night, it was only nature, my friend was sure. My friend was also a colleague at work in a sweet factory, and he was remarkable amongst my acquaintance in that each morning after an evening on the beer he would wake up to find the plimsolls he used as slippers seeping with urine. It could clearly be no one else's but his own, though at the same time he could never remember having risen in the night to perform. He would relate each occasion to me, baffled, whenever we. But I digress, and the XLCR plot finder leaves me unclear as to whether digressions are permitted. Oh, I look forward to my own deathbed scene, the thing I shall have to say which I could not say before. The Topic job was a great success, but the magazine collapsed, ahead of its time in some respects, I seem to remember. Robin went, though there may have been a hiatus, back to the Standard as full-blown city editor. We were proud of him, Bangs and I, and others, too. I meant to tear it out, I was in a foreign country, I never did. My wife and I, newly married, visited Robin and the Swiss girl, Vivian, something like as newly married, now, I think, at their new small house in Maida Vale, very demure, bijou. We had a meal, supper, or dinner as usual. He showed me the room that he intended to fill with his files. A comprehensive filing system, he informed me, was a major factor in the success of any journalist. One simply collected facts together from many sources, filed them under subjects, and regurgitated them in new combinations as one's own articles. Soon we must arrive at the resolution or point of solution. Not long afterwards we took him up on the offer of the gift of a large wardrobe he had made himself from battens and hardboard, collected it in the old navy blue banger of a van which was the first four-wheeled vehicle I had ever owned. He described how the wardrobe was the first thing he had made for the home in the palmy days of the curls, how it was constructed over-elaborately and uneconomically due to his lack of craftsmanlike experience. He had, unexpectedly and soon, an opportunity to demonstrate its methods of construction since it became stuck on the third flight of stairs up to our second-floor flat and we had to take it to pieces there to move it any higher. They had decently followed us in their car, a bigger car, and helped us carry the wardrobe. But there we were, unsocially stuck, we above having access to our flat, they below. It was hardly possible to pass even refreshments between. I have taken it to pieces myself since then, on moving out 5 years later. I reassembled it for lodgers, and then on another advent I had it in bits again, roughly, crudely, with the children. It had served us well. I burned it in the yard. Except for one piece I shall have before me for this piece, having cut a foot specially with his writing on it, in pencil curious things that confirm how he said he made it. Auspice, it says, cut off by the removal necessary for a T having joint, top back. Yes, the point is in. Screw top onto X1 piece. It will have to be shortened by twice the width of this. What writing? It was always rickety, was unsightly from the first. 2. We accepted it only because we had no money for a proper one. Which can admit of a surprise ending. Mostly professional things. They must have visited us in that flat when we had straightened it. I was very careful about reciprocating hospitality in those days. We learned at one point he had been demoted to assistant through the return of a former city editor, a star. This was an uncomfortable arrangement but we understood he accepted it. Not so very much later he was promoted again when the star ascended ever higher. One anecdote he told us concerned traveling in a taxi with the superstar and Vivian. A carefree cyclist overtook them, dodging in and out, glorying in his mobility amongst the impacted cars in Regent Street, until some minutes later near the Vigo Street junction he was involved in a jam of his own causing which he was unable to avoid since his brain was now distributed hither and thither. All that time, and the only exact words of his I remember are some of those spoken in the Mallet Street coffee bar on that one occasion. Life is a series of clichés, each more banal than the last. I certainly do not feel up to inventing dialogue for your sake, going into oratio recta and all that would mean. These reconstructed things can never be managed exactly right, anyway. I suppose I could curry a dialogue in which Robin and I argued the rights and wrongs of his conflictful situation, but it would be only me arguing with myself, which would be even more absurd than trying to write of someone else's life. The last I think I saw of him was at the home of a smart lawyer to whom I had originally introduced him. I remember feeling resentful that they now knew each other better than I knew either of them. We have diverged, I thought, arrogantly. Geometrical progression cannot be unwelcome. It must have been perhaps 2 years later that I attended some quiet function and met again the charming Charles. He said he was very relieved to be able to tell me that our mutual friend Robin appeared to have sorted himself out at last, after his trouble. I had not heard of any trouble, I told him apologetically. With genuine sorrow, Charles explained that Robin had become involved with another girl and Vivian had as a result successfully gassed herself. I was equally genuinely shocked, and guilty, too, that I had not been in touch with him for the period within which this had happened. Then I shared his relief that Robin had recovered to the extent that he was living with another girl. Whether this was the same another girl I do not remember Charles telling me. No doubt I could find out by ringing him now and perhaps inviting him round for one of supper, dinner, or a drink. Patience, we are about to reach the solution point. I was for 3 months in Paris at the time, and nervously keeping in touch by purchasing the airmail edition of the Times perhaps every third day. Thus I was again genuinely shocked to read of his death only by a 1 in 3 chance. I cannot at this stage remember if I read a news story and the obituary, or only the latter. I seem to know that he too employed the good offices of the North Thames Gas Board, but whether this was from the newspaper or later from the splendid Charles, or some other source, I cannot ascertain. I meant to tear it out, the way one does, and never does. It cannot happen with North Sea gas, I am assured. But certainly I read the obituary, which was without a photograph, I think. It was not very long. After some facts, the only opinion expressed as to how he might be remembered, or had been in any way remarkable, concerned the way in which he had helped to find out what was in the minds of businessmen by organizing a luncheon club at which they were invited to meet the press. There was more than that, but that is all it said, all there was to say, his life summed up, the obituary, full point. There. I have fully satisfied the XLCR rules, I think. Popular acclaim must surely follow. 6 plays. You're human like the rest of them. Editor's note. This stage version of You're Human Like the Rest of Them was commissioned by the Royal Shakespeare Company as part of Expeditions 3, an evening of short experimental plays, in 1964. It was not performed at the time, but Johnson went on to direct a film adaptation, under the auspices of the BFI Production Board, in 1967. Premiered at the National Film Theatre on May 5 that year, the film starred William Hoyland as Hawken, and won the Grand Prix at both the Tours and Melbourne Short Film Festivals in 1968. The play finally received its stage premiere as part of B.S. Johnson vs. God, which ran at the Basement Theatre, London, from 18 to January 29, 1971. It was published twice in Johnson's lifetime, in Transatlantic Review, 19, Autumn 1965, and New English Dramatists 14, Penguin, 1970. We have followed the second of these versions, which incorporates later revisions by Johnson, such as the insertion of an obscene joke at the expense of long-running radio soap opera The Archers. The distinctive punctuation of this decasyllabic verse play, to which we have adhered, includes the insertion of a slash, at every line break. Characters. Hawken, a teacher, about 30. Physiotherapist, about 45. Teacher 1, about 50. Teacher 2, about 40. Miss Hammond, gym mistress, big, about 30. Several old and middle-aged men, hospital outpatients. Capon, Eckersley, and several other schoolboys. Darkness. Then a lantern slide punched up on a screen. It represents a stooping human male figure, in outline from the right side, with the spine and spinal nervous system marked in different colors from the outline. A physiotherapist stands beside the screen holding a short pointer, with which she indicates appropriately during her little lecture, which she has obviously given many times before. Physiotherapist. Here you see the spine, your attention please. The spine, stretching from the base of the skull to this tail or tail-like extremity The spine is made up of separate parts vertebrae, we call the parts vertebrae They're made of bone, the vertebrae, bone They move in relation to each other When you bend your back, they move together It should now be possible to see that the physiotherapist is lecturing to a small group of men aged from 30 upwards, dressed in badly fitting dressing gowns and clutching fiber cases. They sit on stacking cantilever chairs, less than comfortably. Physiotherapist. They're kept apart, so they don't rub or grate by a cartilage. Patient 1, what's that then? Hawken, gristle Physiotherapist. Listen and you'll know. Cartilage is like cotton, strands of cotton, on the outside hard, but on the inside it's not, it's soft It's gelatinous, gluey, it's all soft Now, most people seem to think that the back that the spine can bear any weight at all It can't. They bend over to pick up ouch, The spine just wasn't designed to do that Patient 1. How's that then? Hawken, what do you mean, designed? Patient 2, Yes, slash. Physiotherapist. You're all here because you asked for too much slash. You all asked your backs to bear too much weight slash. Patient 3. Well, I'm 80. Hawken, it's a good age. Patient 3, it's not slash. It's a bloody awful age. Physiotherapist, that's enough slash. When you put a lot of strain on your back slash. Then you may move a cartilage or disc slash. You've all heard of a slip disc, haven't you, slash. You see, the spine was never designed to slash. Bend over like this. Hawken, faulty construction, slash. Physiotherapist. The muscles are too weak. Patient 2, at. Physiotherapist, they only slash. Connect short pieces of bone together slash. The correct way to pick something up is slash. To bend at the knees and make use of these slash. Indicates on lantern slide appropriately. Long and very strong muscles in your legs slash. Hawken. What I want to know is, how is it that slash? Since we can obviously do these things slash. But our backs can't do them properly? Patient 2, yes, slash. Physiotherapist. The fact remains that the spine is just not slash. Designed to. Hawken, who designed it, then? Patient 3, why not, slash. Patient 2. Yes, why make it like that? Physiotherapist, I don't know why slash. Patient 1. Yes, why? Hawken, doctors can't answer why questions slash. Any more than the vicars can. Patient 3, no. Patient 1, why, slash. Patient 2. But who designed it like this then? Patient 3, God. Hawken, yes, slash. Patient 3. It's God's fault. Patient 4, another cock-up. Hawken, but whose slash? Fault is it if you don't believe in God, slash. Patient 3. Yours. Patient 1. Your fault. Hawken, my fault. Patient 3. Yes, your fault, mate, yours, slash. Blackout. Spot picks out an interior wall, with a flight of plaster ducks small, medium, and large on it. Another spot picks up entry of Hawken. He comes in wearily, but then sees ducks, drops to the floor in a shooting posture, and imitates shotgun firing. 3 shots and a clunk as one duck falls off wall make up first 4 syllables of first line. Hawken. Bomph. 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 Clunk. Teacher 1. Tiresome histrionics slash. Hawken, do you have to in the staff room, slash. Lights up, a school staff room, with at least 3 teachers, armchairs, tables, notice boards, everything consistent e.g. piled crockery, cups of tea, children's voices in playground off with the end of lunch break. Teacher 2. 3 shots from a double-barreled shotgun, slash. Hawken. Pedant. Teacher 1, and I thought your back was injured, slash. Miss Hammond. Yes, how are you? Hawken, better. Or perhaps worse slash. Depends on how you look at it. I'm nearer slash. Yes, nearer at any rate, I'm nearer slash. Radio announcer. From the Midlands we present the Archers slash. An everyday story of Count. Hawken goes over to radio, switches off abruptly at exactly this point. Hawken, yes, quite slash. Just listen to this, at the hospital slash. They gave us a little lecture about slash. The spine. Teacher 1, we'd like to talk about that too slash. The spine or rather about spinelessness slash. Is what we hear about you true, Hawken, slash. That you were in some bank on Saturday slash. When a gunman attempted to rob it, slash. Hawken. He didn't attempt it, he succeeded slash. Teacher 1. And you stood there and did nothing at all, slash. Hawken. What was I supposed to do, get myself killed, slash. Only a few months ago there was this slash. Hero who picked up this adding machine slash. And threw it at a bandit and you know, slash. The next thing the nearest little girl clerk slash. Had half her face blown off by a shotgun slash. Teacher too. Well, in my day we called that cowardice slash. Hawken. Well, today we call it stupidity slash. And look. Whose money was it anyway, slash. You just don't think about things hard enough slash. Do you know that the banks made a survey slash. And decided that safety precautions slash. Installing alarms and traps and so on slash. Would cost too much and robberies were cheaper, slash. The amount they lost through theft was far less, slash. Did you know that? Teacher too, that's not the point. Hawken, it is, slash. It's exactly the bloody point, you see slash. You just don't think about things hard enough slash. No, let me tell you about this morning slash. There were all these old men with back trouble slash. And the hospital wasn't any use slash. They just blamed it onto God as usual slash. But that's Miss Hammond, of course they didn't. That's silly slash. Hawken, just you shut your little mouth, Miss Hammond slash. I'm trying to say something important slash. Miss Hammond. Just silly. Hawken, I know your sort, Miss Hammond slash. Your sort draw the line at actual entry slash. Exit Miss Hammond. Teacher too. Hawken. Are you not feeling very well? Hawken, as well slash. As anyone, that's what I want to say slash. We're all rotting away, slowly rotting slash. And for some it's not even slow, either slash. We just rot, corrode, decay, putrefy slash. And there's nothing we can do about it, slash. Teacher 1. That's childish rot, Hawken, just damned childish, slash. Hawken. Because you first realized it as a child slash. Doesn't make it childish equals useless slash. We rot and there's nothing that can stop it slash. Can't you feel the shaking horror of that, slash. You just can't ignore these things, you just can't, slash. The bell signifying the end of lunch break sounds. Hawken turns away, says, much more quietly. Hawken. You just can't ignore these things, you just can't slash. Hawken goes to his locker, takes out some books, goes out, no sooner has the door shut than he opens it again and stands in the doorway. Hawken. Oh, a girl in 4B called Helen Hunt slash. Told me she found a purse in the playground slash. So if anyone's lost a leather purse slash. Will they please go to Helen Hunt for it slash. Hawken makes a theatrical gesture in keeping with this old music hall joke, and exits. Blackout. Enough props, desk, chair, blackboard to indicate a classroom. Enter Hawken. Noise of kids gradually subsides. Hawken. What lesson are we supposed to be doing, slash. Anyway, there's something more important slash. I'm not myself today. Capon, who are you then, slash. Eckersley. But why can't we have civics as usual, slash. Hawken. You'd rather have the usual, Eckersley, slash. The usual useless information? Eckersley, yes slash. Hawken. Right then. How many halfpennies in a mile, slash. Secret is to know the diameter slash. 1 inch. More. More useless information slash. Do you know how to recognize your cows, slash. Now your Ayrshire is a brown and white cow slash. Don't confuse with the black and white Frisian slash. And here's one you haven't heard of before slash. The red pole, which as its name might suggest slash, is a deep chestnut brown, not red at all slash. And from the channel. Capon, 63,000 / 360. Hawken, what? What? Whole class, shouts halfpenny / Hawken. Capon, I shall work you one in the spud, / Now, Guernseys are sort of soft brown and white / And Jerseys are much the same colors but / They have funny faces. Which reminds me / Did you hear about the old bull who said / I'd like a nice tight jersey for Christmas, / Shocked, delighted, reproving noises from class. Child 1. What's up with him today? Capon, he's not himself / Hawken. Who am I then? Don't answer that. Quiet, / You ought to be able to take that now / We make you too many allowances / Too many for your presumed innocence / Too many for your snotty-nosedness / We wrongly emphasize slight differences / To the cost of common humanity / For and let's be very sure about this / You are human just like the rest of them / You are human just like the rest of them / And your one certainty is that you'll die / Our dying is the only certainty / Someone laughs. Hawken. Shut up you little bastards, just shut up, / I'm trying to teach you something real, / Something that I've learned for myself this time / Something that has to do with all of you / You're going to die but before then / You're going to decay, rot, for years, rot / Slowly your bodies are going to rot / Slowly, mind, just slowly, for years, slowly / And painfully, your bodies just give up / They just stop working. Function by function / I saw old men this morning with their skin cross-wrinkled like the neck of a tortoise / Skin-lined and loose like a flaccid penis / Then, after pain, comes death, you are cut off / Like a city street end by the railway / Long pause. Hawken. Only one cheer for dear old God. Capon, hooray, / Child 1. He's off his squiff. Child 2, mad, mad. Capon, straight round the twist / Hawken. Already you cover up like adults / No, you can live only by illusion / You must choose to believe that I am mad / Long pause. Hawken. A parable, children, a true one, true / During following speech dim all except for spot on Hawken's face. Hawken. There were these lizards, at the zoo, lizards / In a sort of glass-fronted cage, prison / And they fed these lizards with big locusts / The lizards were about 12 inches long / And the locusts were about 2 inches / The locusts couldn't get away. Of course They had no defense against being killed / The only thing a locust could do was to make itself an awkward thing to eat / By sticking out its arms and legs and wings / To make itself an awkward thing to kill / So shall I have to die, but by God / I'm not going to pretend I like it / I shall make myself so bloody awkward / By means of music and lighting a comic apotheosis of Hawken, a complete reversal of mood, takes place, he is given medals by functionaries, presented with a loyal address, praised in dumb show, he is exalted and gradually stands more and more upright, noble as a result of his suffering. At peak, blackout. One sodding thing after another. Editor's note. One sodding thing after another was commissioned by William Gaskill for the Royal Court Theatre, and was mostly written in March 1967. It is a free adaptation and continuation of George Buchner's Wozzeck, left incomplete at the time of the playwright's death in 1837. Buchner's play survives in 4 contradictory drafts, although these were not published in their entirety until 1967, too late for Johnson to make use of them. It seems likely that he relied instead on John Holmstrom's translation, Penguin, 1963, itself based on an inaccurate first edition. In any case, his version soon departs completely from the original text. The play was not used by the royal court, and has never been performed. Characters: Wozzeck, Commanding Officer. Doctor 1, double with man. Doctor 2, double with second student. Marie, Joan. Andres, Roberts, double with Barker. Barker, double with Roberts. Drum major. Corporal. Dancer, double with nurse. Man, double with Doctor 1. First student. Second student, double with Doctor 2. Voices off. 3 children. First voice. Second voice. Police chief. Chaplain. 23 parts requiring 9 men and 3 women, and children's voices. My laughter is not at how a human being is, but rather at the fact that he is a human being, about which he can do nothing, and at the same time I laugh at myself because I must share in his fate. George Buchner, February 1834. Nobody really understands the human condition unless he realizes that apart from 1 or 2 persons, there is not one soul who is interested in whether he lives or dies. Henry de Montherlant. In Chaos and Night. The Army. Anytime. Notes. It is not intended that any particular period should be represented by the uniforms worn. The uniforms chosen should be from as many periods as possible, e.g. Roman, Persian, Samurai, Boy Scouts, Commissionaries, etc., etc., no two being the same, to create a visual send-up of the idea of uniform. The music for the songs should be nearer Weil than Berg. Scene 1. The commanding officer's room. The co sits in a chair with a sheet round his neck being shaved by Wozzeck, who is obviously in a hurry to be finished. Co. Watch it, Wozzeck, watch it. Wozzeck pauses, open razor in hand, as the co talks, impatient but not daring to begin again. Co. What's the bloody hurry? So what if you do get me done in 4 minutes instead of 5 this morning? I should only have to work out something to do with the extra time, and my life's full enough of useless activity as it is. Bloody enervating, it is, too, enervating. Know what enervating means, Wozzeck? Wozzeck. No, sir. Co. Makes me bloody tired, that's what it does, Wozzeck, all this working out what to do with my bloody time. Pause, and then the chaplain talks about eternity being promised as a reward. That's what depresses me about going to heaven. Just think of it, Wozzeck, all that time going on and bloody on, that's what eternity will actually mean, just more and more time to be filled up with enervating thought about even more enervating actions. Wozzeck. Why don't you become a convert to the other side, sir, then you wouldn't have to tire yourself out with even the thought of it. Co. No guarantee, that's the problem with this religious stuff, Wozzeck, no guarantee. Whichever way. Why aren't you shaving me? The bloody soap dries and then it's. Co waves his arms under the sheet. Wozzeck lathers him up again, but cannot get started as Co begins to talk again. Co. Then again, the chaplain tells you eternity is really only a moment, the click of the fastest camera shutter. At the same time it's going on and bloody on. Work that one out, Wozzeck. Pause, mind you, I can sort of understand it. It is and it isn't, if you see what I mean. It is and it isn't. Eternity. Beyond our comprehension. But we're supposed to regard it as something very much worth having, worth dying for, some sort of reward when we die, for being good. Whatever that means. Pause, the chaplain must know about it. After all, that's what he's bloody paid for, Wozzeck. The army wouldn't pay him not to know about it, would they, Wozzeck? And you're paid to shave me. Wozzeck begins to shave the Ko again, but repeatedly has to break off to accommodate the Ko's garrulity. Ko. You must have another 30 years in you, Wozzeck. I'd say you were good for another 30, at least. So what are you in a hurry for? 30 years. That means 360 months. Thousands and thousands of days, God knows how many minutes, an eternity of seconds. So what's your bloody hurry to shave me this morning? Wozzeck. It's Marie, sir, her labor began just as I was coming out this morning. Ko. I didn't know you were married, Wozzeck. Wozzeck. I'm not, sir. Ko. What's this then, Wozzeck, bringing a child into the world without the blessing of the church, as the chaplain would say. As the chaplain no doubt bloody will say. Wozzeck. I don't care what he does say, sir. He's not an officer like you, sir, is he? He can't give orders about these things. Ko. He can make things bloody difficult for you with God, Wozzeck, bloody difficult. No eternity for you, Wozzeck. No eternity? Wozzeck. Then I won't have your problem to worry about, will I, sir? Ko. Almost petulantly, yours'll be worse. They are silent, Wozzeck gets on with the shaving. Ko. Why aren't you married then? Too mean? Wozzeck. It only costs a few shillings, sir. But it can cost £100 or more to get divorced. Ko. So you're thinking of that already? Wozzeck. No, I'm not, as it happens, sir. It's just that there's so many things happen to a man without him wishing for them that I don't reckon he should pass up the chance of avoiding trouble later on so far as he can. Ko. I don't quite understand that, Wozzeck. Why don't you get married like the rest of us? Wozzeck. As far as I'm concerned, I am married. We love each other and that's that. No civil servant or chaplain saying some words and charging a few bob can make it any different, now can they, sir? Ko. That's not the point. Pause, Wozzeck has nearly finished the shave. Ko. This your first, then, Wozzeck? Wozzeck. Yes, sir. Pause. Ko. Another thing that worries me about eternity, Wozzeck, at least I suppose it's to do with eternity, is the speed the world is going round at, the way it's going round, every day, round, every day, round, continuously. Oh, I know it's to do with the sun and the moon and the planets, but what's in it for me, Wozzeck? What's the bloody point? And where's it all going to end? Pause, I get bemused, just to think about it, bemused, Wozzeck. And whenever I see anything going round it reminds me of it, usually, Wozzeck. That doesn't help my bloody concentration. Pause. Wozzeck. Sir. Wozzeck has finished shaving. He pulls off the sheet, and begins to tidy away his shaving things quickly but neatly. The Ko gets up slowly, inspects himself at length in a hand mirror Wozzeck has given him, pulls his face about masochistically. Wozzeck finishes packing his things away, and stands waiting to be dismissed. Ko. You're a fair barber, Wozzeck, I'll give you that, yes. Pause, you look even more tensed up today. Why do you always look tensed up? I mean, what is it that constantly makes you look as though someone's going to clobber you with a meat axe? Wozzeck. I don't know, sir. Do I look like that? Ko. Yes, you do, Wozzeck. Any reason for it? Conscience clear? Bowels regular? I know you're getting your oats regular, but no, you're not, perhaps, since she's having a baby. But husbands are allowed some license at such difficult times, you know, Wozzeck. Wozzeck. I'd never be unfaithful to her, sir. That would be the end of our Marriage. It would be the end of it, it wouldn't exist anymore. It couldn't. Rubbish, Wozzeck, you're not going to tell me you haven't missed your little bit of the other. Wozzeck. Oh, I wouldn't deny I've missed it, sir, I've certainly missed it. But the sort of forced going without it has made us like brother and sister. And it's a good feeling, sir, it's something more than we had before, it's extra, like a bonus, now we're that as well as being lovers. It hasn't been hard, sir. And when we're lovers again it'll be that much better, won't it, sir? Pause. Ko does not answer. Stares out of window. Wozzeck is clearly impatient to leave. Ko. Appalling weather we're having. Wozzeck. Yes, sir. Ko. This wind reminds me of my Aunt Sarah, Wozzeck. She would never pass wind outright, my Aunt Sarah, she'd just let it come sighing out, a long, soughing, susurrating sort of sigh, soft, and you'd only just pick up the sound of it halfway through. Sometimes it would be the smell which hit you first, a smell like cow-elephant droppings. Ever been in the East, Wozzeck? Wozzeck. No, sir. Ko. Ah. Pause, a real old trooper, my Aunt Sarah. Pause, then suddenly he rounds on Wozzeck. What worries me about you is that you've got no morals, Wozzeck, no morals at all. Or the morals of a stoat. A stoat. You know what a stoat is? Well, they've got no morals either. You ask the chaplain, he'll tell you. I'm telling you. Your union and its offspring have not had the benefit of Holy Sacrament, Wozzeck. Wozzeck. With all respect, sir, don't you think that battle was fought and lost some time ago? Ko. Watch it, Wozzeck, watch it. It may have been for some people, all these damned left-wing progressive ninjags. But what they don't realize is that there are whole areas, huge numbers of people, untouched by their so-called advances. And the army's one of them. For some people and the army there are eternal verities, Wozzeck, eternal verities. Either the eternal verities are eternal verities or they're not. And they are. They wouldn't be called eternal verities otherwise, would they? I mean, they wouldn't be called that, would they? Wozzeck. Wozzeck. Sir. Coming smartly to attention. Ko. Say something. Answer me. Wozzeck. Yes, sir. I can't understand these things as well as you can, sir, but if you say the chaplain thinks God is annoyed that our little baby isn't going to have a few holy words said to him, then perhaps God will let me know. This is said so ingenuously that the Ko does not know whether to take him seriously, whether Wozzeck is sending him up. Ko. Well, get the chaplain to explain sometime, Wozzeck. I haven't got time to worry about every bastard's bastard in the army, have I? What do we pay the chaplain for? Just take it from me that you've no morals, and that that's not a good thing and won't get you into heaven and you won't be rewarded with eternity. You don't want to go to hell, do you, Wozzeck? Wozzeck. No, sir, I suppose not, though as I said I don't really understand these things as well as you do. If heaven's anything like what it is down here, I reckon they'll want people like me to clean out the latrines or something. Ko. Of course they won't. There aren't any latrines in heaven, you Burke. That's why it's heaven. Wozzeck. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, that makes it a little clearer. Again the Ko does not know which way to take this. Ko. Don't think I'm not sympathetic, Wozzeck. I try to be. The old organ still lets me know whenever there's something worth. I mean, I'm flesh and blood as well, you know. I know what it is. And I've had children myself. But I try to do the decent thing, pause, I didn't really have an Aunt Sarah, Wozzeck. I made it up to cover up for a fart I was indulging myself in. Wozzeck. It doesn't seem important, sir. Co. Of course it's important. You don't hear your commanding officer confessing to a lie every day, Wozzeck. Pause, but there was a chap called Reynolds when I was a cadet who could fart at will. Unbelievable, he was, Wozzeck, unless you saw him at it. One afternoon we were at camp somewhere or other, and word went round that Reynolds was going for his 100. Dozens of us crowded into that bell tent and watched him, down on all fours in the so-called canine position, his face puckered and grimacing with the effort at about the half-century, but later relaxed and confident as he got his second wind. You should have heard the cheer that went up from us cadets as he made it, Wozzeck, it would have made you glad to be alive. Reynolds has done the ton, the cry went round, and even the officers were impressed. Pause, Reynolds got himself killed in the war, poor bleeder. Pause, shell blew an even bigger hole in him. Pause, but he'll live forever, that man. Pause, ton up Reynolds. Long pause, you see, Wozzeck, you've got to be a decent chap, and you've got to have morals. Otherwise you're sunk. Wozzeck. Yes, sir, well, I suppose I'm not a very decent sort of chap. Co. You've got the makings of a decent chap, Wozzeck, the makings. A very decent chappie. Don't despair. You worry too much, I can see it. You get too tensed up. You've got me all tensed up, too. Don't take things so seriously. Don't think so much. Pause, don't take things so seriously, and think what I've said about morals, Wozzeck, stoats, and morals. Right? Wozzeck comes to attention, miss. Wozzeck breaks into a run, but before he has gone far. Halt. Watch it, Wozzeck, don't run. March, smartly, when I tell you. Right. Remember, no tensing up, stoats, morals. Pause, miss. Exit Wozzeck, with Co watching. Blackout. Scene 2. Wozzeck and Andres cross the stage at a fairly fast pace. Wozzeck. Comes over me, Andres, a great black feeling of a disaster about to happen, or my luck running out, something catching up with me. Andres does not answer, but indicates they should hurry, not worry about talking of anything. Exeunt. Blackout. Scene 3. Lights up slowly. Marie's room. A bed, kitchen table, chairs, mirror, side table, all cheap but clean. Marie lies in the bed and Joan sits by her, nursing a newborn baby. Enter Wozzeck, slowly, staring, twisting his cap in his hands. Andres follows, stays by the door to one side. Joan rises as Wozzeck comes nearer, holds out the baby to him. Wozzeck takes it, but his eyes are on Marie. Wozzeck. Is it? All right? Joan. Of course. Perfect, a perfect baby boy. Your son. Wozzeck slowly looks down at the baby, then at Marie again. Marie smiles, holds out her hand to him. Blackout. Scene 4. The terrace of a cafe, indicated by placard if necessary. Sunlight. Marie, Wozzeck, Joan, and André sit at a table, the men drinking beer, the girls coffee. The men relaxed, the girls in summer dresses, happy. Other soldiers, students, girls, at other tables. First student. Sings, if I'm bound for Hades. I'll go with some ladies. And drive a Mercedes. Andres. So then he goes and volunteers. The only one. The first thing you learn in the army is not to volunteer for any bloody thing. Marie. What is it, Franz? Wozzeck. An extra half-day's pay, that's what it is. Joan. But what do you have to do for it? I don't see the army giving away an extra half-day's pay without getting a weekend's work out of you. Andres. That's what I said to him. Marie. But what do they want you to do, Franz? Andres. He doesn't know. They just asked for volunteers to take part in a scheme run by the medical corps, vivisection, probably, something too cruel to use animals for. Wozek. Don't be bloody stupid, Andres. I just know we need the money, and this is an easy way to earn it. You don't get many chances to earn extra in the army. Marie. But will they hurt you, Franz? Wozek. Of course not. He comforts her. It's probably like being a blood donor. You know, if you give blood they give you half a day off to make it up again. It'll be alright. Just think what we can do with the money. Andres. I still say don't volunteer for nothing. You don't catch me volunteering for vivisection by an army doctor. Wozek. How do you know what it is? Marie. When will you know, Franz? Wozek. To audience, tomorrow. Blackout. Scene 5. Medical Corps office. A desk, behind which sits Dr. 1, staring at Wozek, who is sitting apprehensively opposite him. Dr. 2 stands behind and to one side. Medical charts, case history files, and instruments are lying about. Scene to be taken very fast. Dr. 1. You're very lucky to have been given this chance, Private Wozek. Dr. 2. Very lucky indeed. D1. A chance to help us push back the frontiers of medical knowledge. D2. Inch by inch we push back the frontiers, Private Wozek. Dr. 2 accompanies this by a suitable inching gesture. Wozek still looks apprehensive. D1. There are many who must envy you being given this chance to help us in this great experiment. Wozek. Experiment. D1. What we want you to do is this. D2. Just let us explain what we have in mind. D1. In the next war. D2. Which of course we all hope will not take place. D1. But when it does we must be very carefully prepared. D2. Can you blame us? D1. It seems likely, having regard to all the possibilities. D2. Considering all the envisaged circumstances. D1. That the land will be in large tracts laid waste. D2. Laid bare, largely denuded of vegetation, defoliated even. D1. And that as a result our soldiers may be reduced to subsisting on the most unlikely sources of sustenance. D2. Living off what's left on the land, Private Wozek, after being cut off from their cookhouse by enemy action. Dr. 1 brings up a great bundle, about half a sackful, of green vegetable matter and places it on his desk with a dramatic gesture. D1. Know what this is, Wozek? D2. Never come across it before? Wozek. Well, it looks like. D1. It's moss, Wozek. D2. Sphagnum moss. D1. Spells, Sphagnum. D2. Spells, Moss. D1. In the hinterlands of our enemies, Wozek. D2. Obviously places unlikely to be regarded as military targets. D1. Having regard to general overall strategic assumptions. D2. As we do, of course. D1. In these hinterlands, then, there are many bogs. D2. Huge areas of our enemy's hinterlands are just a mass of bogs. D1. And what do we find in bogs, Private Wozek? D2. What is most commonly found in bogs? Wozek is about to tell him, grins. D1. You're right, Private Wozek, moss. D2. Sphagnum moss. D1. It grows all over the bogs. D2. The conditions suit it. D1. The bogs are its natural element. D2. All that water. D1. Which our soldiers could drink. D2. To wash down the sphagnum moss. Dr. 1 holds up a handful. Wozek looks at it doubtfully. D1. Try a little. Wozek takes some in his fingers, looks at it, puts it in his mouth, chews slowly, obviously not enjoying it. The two doctors stare at him expectantly, raptly. D1. You'll notice at once that this is not your ordinary moss, Wozek. D2. Not your common or garden web's wonder moss, oh no. D1. There wouldn't be any point in finding out if a man could live on that. D2. After all, our own homegrown garden fresh sphagnum moss is just not the same as theirs, is it? D1. I mean, be reasonable. D2. Give us the benefit of the doubt. D1. We are thorough. D2. We are nothing if not thorough. D1. And this sphagnum moss is the genuine article, Wozek. D2. None finer. Guaranteed pays d'origine. D1. Reverently, this moss, Wozek, was cut less than 24 hours ago in the hinterlands of our enemies. D2. Cut with stealth before dawn broke. D1. And flown here by channels which we are not at liberty to disclose. D2. Under the Official Secrets Act. D1. But we can tell you that brave men's lives were risked to see that moss reached this desk safely. D2. Brave men's blood may be shed before our experiment is over. D1. But the moss will get through, never fear, Wozek. D2. The moss will be here for you every day, fresh. They pause, look at Wozek intently. He says nothing for a long time, looks at them, and the moss, takes some more, looks at it, chews again, swallows hard. Wozek. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be so bad if you cooked it and had a nice pork chop and gravy with it. Both doctors laugh. D1. You wouldn't get a nice pork chop in the enemy's hinterlands, Wozek. D2. Nor gravy, neither. Wozek. You mean I've got to eat the stuff and nothing else? D1. That's it? Then we shall know if our men can survive when stranded in the bogs of our enemies. D2. Cut off from their essential supplies. Wozek. Nothing else? D1. Nothing. D2. Only the moss. Wozek. Christ. D1. You can't back out now? D1. You can't back out now? D2. We won't have you welshing on us. Wozek. How long for? D1. An indefinite period. D2. See how it goes. D1. You'll come to like it? D2. You won't want to go back to your old carnivorous ways. D1. You'll provide us with a good deal of invaluable information. D2. The army can learn a lot from you, Private Wozek. D1. The nation, as well. D2. You're doing it for your country, Private Wozek. D1. We'll introduce variety, of course. D2. Poach it, grill it, braise it. Try it always. D1. We want to compare how much of the goodness is left after various methods of field cooking. D1. See how many of the vitamins there are left after say boiling. D2. Whether you get berry if there's no B1. Wozek. But how do you know whether the stuff can feed a man? D1. We don't. D2. No. D1. That's the experiment. D2. That's what we want to find out. Wozek. But surely you can find out what's in it with all your machines and apparatus? D1. Too many imponderables, Wozek. D2. Too many unknowns. D1. A test tube is not a man, you know. D2. We need a man to test it properly. D1. You're a sort of flying test bed, Wozek. D2. A kind of test pilot. D1. The Navy found a man could live on seaweed, if he had to, Wozek. D2. And we in the Army can do better than that. D1. Just think, you'll probably be saving the lives of hundreds of your comrades. D2. Live to fight another day. D1. Doesn't it appeal to you? D2. You'll go down in history, man. Pause. D1. Doesn't matter either way. D2. You can't back out now? Silence. Wozek looks depressed. D1. Brightly, you can drink as much as you please, Wozek. D2. As much as you like. Wozek. Well, at least I can get drunk enough to face the stuff, then. Doctors laugh, as before. D1. He's mistaken us again. D2. Hasn't fully comprehended our gist. D1. Drink as much water as you please, Private Wozek. D2. Feel free with water. D1. Our information is the bogs are full of it. D2. Available on a plentiful scale. D1. So a soldier could in fact drink all he wished. D2. We won't insist on mud and other extraneous matter being added, of course, for the purposes of the experiment. D1. That would be going too far. D2. Far too far. Doctors laugh again. Wozek gets up to go. Dr. 1 puts the moss into his arms. D1. Oh, one last point regarding water. D2. When you've finished with it, that is. D1. We'd like it? Wozek. You'd like it? D1 and D2. Together, we'd like it? Dr. 1 and Dr. 2. Sing, please retain your water, Private Wozek. Don't dispose of it the customary way. When you feel you want to pass, employ this calibrated glass. And report to us at 9 and 6 each day. Do please retain your water, Private Wozek. It's so little for the Army to expect. But if carrying it's a fag, then we supply a plastic bag. Just as long as we receive what you reject. So don't fail us with your water, Private Wozek. You know we have your interests at heart. But if you fail us with your water, then there'll probably be slaughter. So watch it, Wozek, watch your private part. Blackout. Scene 6. Marie's room, as before, with the addition of a cot. Evening. Joan and Andres, eating. Marie is cradling the baby. Marie sings, the child who sleeps in my arms tonight is child of darkness, child of light. The boy who stands in his place tomorrow will already have known delight and sorrow. The man whose part he takes in turn knows too well how to love and spurn. The elder who replaces them last knows all will be, and all is past. And each child held towards the light is every child, on every night. Marie, who's a little basket, then, and whose father's an even bigger basket. But I love you both. As long as you stay quiet and he comes home soon. Joan. Aren't you going to eat too, Marie? Marie. Later, perhaps. I don't seem to have the same appetite since Franz started this experiment. My stomach's in sympathy, I suppose. Andres. Mine isn't. Joan. That's obvious. You wouldn't give up anything that mattered to you for my sake. Andres. Why should I? Marie. They had the first pay parade since he started this afternoon, so he'll be bringing the extra home tonight. Joan. Has it been affecting him? Marie? I don't know. He doesn't say much. He worries to himself, I know. But he's always been like that. Joan. He thinks too much, that one. Andres. He didn't think too much about going in for this bloody experiment. Joan. That's to his credit, you fat animal. All you think about is food and crumpet. Andres. What else is there to think about? A tapping at the window. Marie looks questioningly at the others, then goes to window and is relieved as she sees who it is. She goes to door, admits Wozzeck. He seems tired, almost distant, but embraces her warmly. Marie. Why were you tapping at the window, Franz? Wozzeck does not answer, looks at her, smiles. Wozzeck. You're right, it's more important to ask questions. Pause, than to answer them. Pause, here. Wozzeck gives Marie money. She is pleased, forgets her question, goes across to put the money away on her dressing table. Wozzeck turns towards the other table, looks briefly, sadly, at what Joan and Andres are eating, then goes to sit on the bed. Joan. Well, how are you, Franz? Wozzeck. Andres will tell you. Did I cut less wood for the co than you did today? Andres. No. Wozzeck. There you are, then. Pause, my stomach must be shrinking, though. I don't feel nearly as hungry as I did the first few days. Long pause, when he speaks again it is directed to Marie, he seems unaware of the others, it's much worse since I've only been eating this. We'd. Today, when Andres had gone with the wood we'd cut. It came on me again. Pause, it's like a dense haze, a great hanging pall of desolation which comes down on me. And I can't see anything else. I couldn't see to think of anything else at all, yet there the things were, all around me, the axe, the trees, the bright, splintered wood. It's not as if it were unreal, it's real enough. But, carefully, it just doesn't mean what it looks like. Pause, it's as though the world were dead, still there, still existing, but dead. Pause, while this haze is on me, it might just as well be dead, everything, it's just meaningless. Nothing means anything to me, looking at Marie, except you. And the baby. When I think of you, then the graina seems to lift, I can move again, moving has some meaning for me. Again. Pause, you know what I'm talking about, don't you Marie? You understand? Marie comes across, stands by him, cradling his head against her. You know me, you've always known me. But just this week it's come twice, the Great Paul, and it's been longer each time before I've been able to think of you, and move again, be interested in moving again. Pause, it follows me, I carry it here. Pause, I carry you here with me. Long pause. Blackout. Scene 7. A fairground. A sideshow advertising nudies. A barker outside, with a showgirl next to him. During his spiel, a crowd collects, eventually it includes Wozzeck and Marie, Andres and Joan, later the drum major and the corporal, other soldiers and students. Barker. Here you are, you lucky soldier lads, all the lovely nudies you could possibly want to see, with absolutely nothing on. If they took any more off they'd be like skinless sausages. What more can you want? The show is this minute about to begin. No waiting at the nudies show. Instant nudies. Here's your own show, here are your very own nudies. This is your nudie show, get your nudies here. No connection with any other establishment. Pauses, nods at girl. It breaks my heart to give something for nothing, but look at this, taps girl with cane, not skinless, mind you, but you boys have got imagination, haven't you? And what you imagine and more is waiting for you. The showgirl begins to dance, with the barker looking on. Corporal. How about this, then? Drum major. None of that tat for me, boy, I want to screw it not look at it. Drum major gooses Joan, she turns angrily, appeals to Andres. Andres takes one look at the drum major and moves away, Joan angry with him. Joan. Aren't you going to? Andres. No, I'm bloody not. They move away, they take Wozzeck and Marie in their wake, thus bringing Marie to the attention of the drum major and the corporal. Drum major. Here. Now that's what I call a very fair bit of grumble. Corporal. Very fair indeed. Marie has obviously heard, but takes no notice. Wozzeck turns his head, looks at the two soldiers, he is still enough in possession for his look to put them off for the moment. Drum major. Just look at that arse swing. Corporal. Swing a ding ding. Drum major. I can just tell that would be a red hot grind. Andres and Joan exeunt. Corporal. I can feel the old blood rising in me. Drum major. More than blood, mate. Wozzeck and Marie exeunt. Drum major and corporal, together, sing. Crumpet. Crumpet. We're on the hunt for crumpet. Anything in skirts we see we'll hump it, hump it. We don't care what we damage. When we're out on the rampage. And those who don't like it can lump it. Lump it, we're on the hunt for crumpet. Virgins, wives, widows and mothers. Younger sisters and queer older brothers. We screw 'em all, we screw 'em all. The long and the short and the tall. Our object is only orgasm. For we have such enthusiasm. For crumpet, crumpet, the quick bang and away. To live to screw another day. Blackout. Scene 8. Medical Corps Office, as Scene 5, 2 doctors and Wozzeck, standing. Doctor 2 is just putting down a calibrated glass, half full, on the table, having inspected it. He tests it with litmus paper, which turns a bright green, similar comic business, before anyone speaks, ending with a test which causes the glass to give off a flash and a cloud of smoke. Doctor 1. Anything on your conscience, Private Wozzeck? Doctor 2. Conscience clear? Wozzeck. Unsurely, no different from usual, sir, doctor. D1. Go to the fair last night? D2. See the nudies? Wozzeck. Yes, sir. No, sir. Long pause. Another test. D1. Sure there's nothing on your conscience? D2. Not feeling guilty towards us? Wozzeck. No. Long pause. The doctors look at one another significantly, then suddenly attack. D1. A usually reliable witness saw you last night. D2. At the fair. D1. Passing water behind a tent. D2. Urinating against the canvas. Pause. Wozzeck remembers, but looks defiant. D1. Pissing up against a wall, Wozzeck. D2. Against a canvas wall. D1. Like a dog, Wozzeck. D2. A dog. Pause. Wozzeck. I had a call of nature. D1. A call of nature. D2. Nature. Doctors laugh. D1. You haven't read our papers, have you, Wozzeck? D2. We have written papers together. D1. One was called the bladder muscle and the human will. D2. It proved beyond any possible doubt that the urinary mechanism is totally controlled by the brain, in human beings. D1. Nature doesn't come into it, Private Wozzeck. D2. Balls to nature. D1. Man is free. D2. Free to pee. D1. When he chooses, Wozzeck. D2. Not when nature chooses. Pause. Dr. 1 drums fingers on desk. D1. Do we pay you to take part in a very serious scientific experiment? D2. Frontiers of knowledge. D1. Or do we not? D2. Inch by inch. D1. Or do we pay you to pee up against walls? D2. Behind tents. Pause. D1. We could have made things very much more difficult for you, Wozek. D2. We have been most considerately humane. D1. We could have put you on a diet of stewed rhubarb, Wozek, without sugar. D2. Refers to wall chart, only 1 calorie per ounce. D1. You would have had to have eaten a minimum of 45 pounds a day to have stayed alive on that diet, Wozek. D2. And been permanently on latrine duty at the same time. D1. Or we could have put you on boiled mushrooms. D2. Refers to wall chart, 2 calories per ounce. Pause. D1. But we were good to you. D2. Went out of our way. D1. All we asked for was your water, Wozek. D2. All your water. D1. Not very much to ask. D2. Very little in return for an extra half-day's pay. Wozek. What about the bloody weed? D1. You look in good shape on it, Wozek. D2. It must suit you. Wozek. My clothes hang on me, and I feel weaker. I was very near to fainting this morning. D1. Eat more sphagnum moss. D2. Drink more water. D1. We're not hard men, Wozek. D2. Just scientists with a job to do. D1. We're not angry with you. D2. Anger is not very scientific. D1. We just don't want our project ruined. D2. Isn't that reasonable? Wozek. I'm sorry that my brain just can't give the right orders to my bladder muscle. Under pressure, that is. But that's how some people are, it's their nature to be like that. D1. Not that word again. D2. Balls to nature. D1. But that's an interesting symptom. D2. Very revealing. D1. Making notes. After 8 days on sphagnum moss and water, the subject showed distinct signs of relinquishing control of the bladder muscle. D2. Further mental deterioration can be expected. D1. That is self-evident. D2. Obvious. D1. I must consult with my colleague. D2. I am willing to give a second opinion. Pause while they consult. D1. We are prepared to forgive your lapse at the fairground last night. D2. And to allow the experiment to continue. D1. Provided you are willing to place yourself in our hands. D2. So that the possibility of further lapses may be eliminated. D1. In the military hospital. D2. The beds are most comfortable in our military hospital. Pause. Wozek looks wildly from doctor to the other. Wozek. No. Blackout. Scene 9. Marie's room. Marie has the baby in her arms, and though it is obviously too small to talk or even to see much, she talks to it, shows it things. She has just taken it out of the cot when a military drum is heard. She rushes to the window holding the baby, and looks out. Marie. BRRMBMBM. Hear the drums, babby boy. Hear them. Pause, and here they come. That one's the drum major. What a soldier. Thighs like trees he has. Pause, and look, there's your Auntie Joan, and oh, who's that she's with? Looks like it'll be ex-Uncle Andres now. So there's a new uncle for you, let's call him Uncle Corporal to be going on with. Pause. Marie turns away from the window. Marie sings, "Oh, how a man in battle dress wins over the girl who couldn't care less." Pause. Thighs like young trees. Blackout. Scene 10. 3 hospital beds. In them Wozzeck, with various wires, electrodes, and other equipment attached to him and looking gaunt, exhausted, half sitting, half lying, propped by pillows. Roberts, a man of about 50, apparently healthy, sitting up, wanting to talk, and a figure lying still in the third bed. Roberts. You just can't tell with doctors, now can you? I mean, you know about their exams. Well, they just get a pass or fail. There's no knowing whether a man got top marks or only just scraped a pass. You can't tell, yourself. Pause, I mean, you just go to one and say I've got a pain inside and they'll say it's so and so or it's such and such without you telling them any more than that you've got a pain inside you. Pause, and when you think of it, as well, those who'd want to join the army as doctors must be pretty well the lowest of the low. I mean, what goes wrong with soldiers in peacetime? Colic and VD, that's about the lot, colic and VD. And they don't get much of a chance to practice on women, now do they? So they don't have to know that bit, the women's specialties, do they? Oh, I know a lot of things must be the same as men, but I suspect anyone who wants to limit the amount they have to bother themselves to learn, don't you? During this speech Wozzeck has moved his head once or twice from side to side, but has given no real indication that he is listening, but he is not on the point of collapse, just weak. Roberts. But I suppose it means they have to put up with a lot of boredom, too, army doctors. Do you remember when you had your medical to join up there was a doctor who looked at you to see if you had VD? Just imagine his job sitting on a chair while a long line of naked bastards passed you, and peering at their privates all day long. Laughs, pause, and what about the poor sods who had to test your urine? That reminds me when I had my medical there was a man next to me who just couldn't pee a drop to save his life. But he couldn't face going back with an empty glass either, so you know what? He had some of mine. Pause, I once thought of doing it myself, you know, studying medicine. It's a long grind, but at the end of it you're set for life, of course. But I could never face the grind. A nurse enters with 3 trays of food. One she gives to Roberts, one she sets down on the bed of the third man, then she turns to Wozzeck. Nurse. Special treat for you today, Private Wozzeck. Wozzeck stirs, lifts his head, struggles into a sitting position. Wozzeck. Oh. Nurse. Yes, a jelly. They've made you a lovely sphagnum moss jelly. Wozzeck. Ironically, what a treat. Nurse. Yes, isn't it? Jelly has virtually no food value, so it isn't breaking your regime to give it to you. And we thought you'd like a change. Wozzeck. Thank you very much. He downs the thing in huge mouthfuls, quickly, helping it down with lots of water from jug and tumbler by his bedside. Exit nurse, brightly. Roberts does not seem very hungry, only toys with his food. No sooner has Wozzeck finished than a monstrous piece of machinery is wheeled in by Dr. Tu and the nurse, and they begin to use it to carry out various tests on Wozzeck. It is intended that the exact bizarre nature of the machine shall be left to the stage designer, and the nature of the comic business in its operation to the director and actors, ad-libbing if they so choose. But the following song might be incorporated, in rhythm with a particularly violent piece of testing. Wozzeck sings, why is it? Whenever you're seen by a doctor, you lose your despairing yell, dignity. Doctor Tu and nurse. Power. Power. We're in it for the power. Wozzeck. Why is it? So often. With doctors. You feel that they're not on your side, yells, Dr. Tu and nurse. Patients. Patients. Patients are irrelevant. Wozzeck. I know that. I'm only the patient. Doctor 2 and nurse, stop testing for a moment to say. Good. Wozzeck. But why do you treat me so roughly? Doctor 2 and nurse. Power. Power. We're in it for the power. Wozzeck. Why should you want power over such a poor sod as me? Me. Pause. Doctor 2 and nurse are astounded. Doctor 2. Power is its own reward. Nurse. Power over a human being is so satisfying. Doctor 2 and nurse. Power. Power. We're in it for the power. After as much as possible has been made of the testing business, the machine is removed by Doctor 2 and nurse when Doctor 1 and the co enter on a tour of inspection. The co sniffs heavily. Co. Smell. Doctor 1 looks offended, does not answer. Co. Before we go any further, I'd like to ask your advice about some little trouble I've been having myself recently. A look of vulturine interest comes over Doctor 1's face, and he shepherds the co downstage out of earshot of the patients. Wozzeck lies back, even weaker now. Roberts reads a paperback, and the third man lies as still as ever. Co. It's a peculiar sort of depression, not your ordinary kind of feeling below par, you know, but little things seem to set me crying, weeping, man. Weeping. Me. And for no reason at all that I can make out. Only today I suddenly saw one of my wife's old dresses on a coat hanger behind the door, and that set me off. The doctor's interest has lessened considerably. D1. Sounds as if you've got a touch of the human condition, sir. Co. Can anything be done for that? D1. No, sir. Death is the only known relief. Some authorities even dispute that, sir. Co. You mean there are some things you doctors don't know about? That's contrary to what I've always been led to believe about the medical profession. D1. Ah, but there are lots of things we do know about, sir. You look a very suitable subject for an apoplectic fit, sir, if I may say so, a classic case, bull neck, purple with rich living, overweight. Let me tell you about your apoplexy, sir. Co. Damn my apoplexy. I've got melancholia. D1. Oh, don't upset yourself, sir, it's most probable that your apoplexy may affect only one side at first, you'll only be half paralyzed then. On the other hand, you may be lucky enough for it only to affect the brain, in which case you'll retain most of your limb movements and live for years as a sort of animated cabbage. Co. Damn you. D1. Or think how interesting it would be if just half the tongue were to be paralyzed. The experiments that would become possible. Something to look forward to, sir. Co. People have been known to die of sheer bloody terror, you know. D1. We weren't discussing shock. It's a different thing from apoplexy. Co. We weren't discussing that either in the first place. Come on, let's get on. Who's this? They turn towards the beds, coming first to Roberts. D1. Roberts, sir, a most interesting case. This man came to us complaining of pain in the thorax, a sharp pain. And he yelped most realistically whenever we prodded him there. So we took x-rays of him, and do you know what, sir? Co. Of course I don't know what, man. D1. We found he had 2 darning needles lodged in him. Co. No. How the hell did they get there? D1. He says he doesn't know, sir. Co. What? To Roberts, how did 2 darning needles get into your vitals, man? Roberts. I don't know, sir. Co. What do you mean, you don't know? Roberts. If I may respectfully say so, Sir, perhaps you should ask the doctor how two darning needles got into his X-ray machine. D1. Impossible. No one darns in the X-ray room. Roberts. No one darns in my dinner, either. Sir. D1. Smiles, anyway, we shall be opening you up tomorrow, Roberts. However, they got there, out they've got to come. As they move away, Dr. 1 speaks confidentially to Co. D1. Fascinating case, that. What we call the Munchausen syndrome. Patients who deliberately swallow objects so that they can get themselves looked after in hospital. He probably wrapped the needles in cotton wool to get them down him. But we don't know which sort he is yet. There's two sorts, you see. One kind are masochists who actually want to undergo a serious abdominal operation. The other kind merely want a rest in bed at the expense of the hospital, and they almost always make a run for it as soon as surgery is mentioned. Some of them we catch, however, and operate. Smiles, we're pretty sure Mr. Roberts will be here in the morning, sir. Co. But soldiers walk around with all sorts of bits of metal in them. Got a lump of shrapnel in me myself. D1. Yes, sir, I was the one who left it there. Co. My God, it's Wozek. I hardly recognized you. You don't seem to be helping very much with this experiment, Wozek. Look at the state you've let yourself get into. Wozek has raised himself at the Co's voice. D1. Ah, you know this very interesting case, do you, sir? Co. Of course I do. The new man doesn't shave me as well as you did, Wozek. When are you coming out? Wozek. I don't know, sir. To doctor, do you have to let me starve before you can call the experiment a failure? D1. Laughs, of course not, Wozek, of course not. We're very much keener on it being a success. Just you concentrate on making the experiment a success. Wozek looks disheartened. Co. I'd like a chat with this man, doctor, for a few minutes. I'm sure you've plenty of other things to do. As the Co turns away, he gives some indication to the doctor that this is as they had planned, a glance or something which Wozek cannot see, or perhaps not if what comes later must seem a complete surprise. D1. Of course, sir. I shall be in my office when you are ready to continue with the inspection. Exit Dr. 1, the Co sits down at the side of Wozek's bed. Co. At first I thought I'd bring you a bunch of grapes, Wozek, until I remembered what you're in here for. Then I was going to get some flowers, but you'd probably have eaten those. Even. Wozek looks at him, knowing he is lying. Wozek. I wish I'd never volunteered for this job, sir. Co. You've got to see it through now, Wozek. Wozek. I know, sir. Co. This is the army you're in, you know. You do like being in the army, don't you? Pause. Wozek does not answer. Why did you join the army in the first place, Wozek? During the following long speeches, Wozek shows signs of mind wandering, of initial mental disturbance, which takes the form of fast speaking, repetition, unnatural pauses, and so on. Wozek. Well, because I chose to, I admit. Pause. I could have done all sorts of things when the moment came to choose, I suppose, when I left school, that is. I could have tried to be all sorts of other things, I know that. And when I think of it, I could have done something pretty exciting, too, knowing what I know now about myself and the way I can do certain things. But, well, when I left school it seemed the best thing open to me to do, joining the army. I think we always choose the best of choices we think are available to us, don't you agree, sir? Co. That's not saying very much, is it? Wozek. Oh, I don't mean it always turns out to have been the best choice, sir, but it seems so at the moment you have to make the decision. Well, when I had to make the choice about what to do for the next few years, the army seemed the best thing. You know how when you're young your thoughts are dominated by sex, completely dominated. Well, mine were. I don't know about everyone, though my mates seemed to think of nothing else as well, so there must be something in it, but not many people, especially as they get older, seem to realize it, or remember it. When you're 17 or so you can be so eaten up with sex that it seems to affect everything you do. Certainly that's how it was with me. I could see that girls felt proud to be seen out with a man in uniform, of being out with a soldier, which meant you were a man, a real man. And that's really why I made the decision, sir, stupid as it may sound now. Joining the army is such a big thing to make a decision about in a way like that. I just didn't consider the fighting bit, or that I might so easily be killed. And only when I was in it did I find out how boring it was really, and how stinking the food. HRRRMPH. Wazek. Sorry, sir, but you got me going. I've been lying here with not much else to think about the last few days but how I got myself into this state, and since you asked me I'd like to talk about it. The sex in general was why I joined, but in particular there was one special girl I wanted to impress, and I thought I could do it with the uniform and appearing to be a man. And so on. It didn't work. There seemed to be other forces at work, sir, which had forced us apart in the first place and kept us apart even though I tried to change things so much. The co shows signs of restiveness, of wanting something to be over, but Wazek's fever is such that he can hold his listener, and for some reason the co will not use his rank to stop him. Wazek. The man she did take up with left her with a kid after 2 or 3 years and I felt a kind of pleasure in that, sir, and I know that doesn't put me in a good light, but can you understand? It seems logical enough to me, anyway. But there I was, stuck in the army, and I hadn't got what I thought I was going to get out of it, what I joined for. But I made the best of it, just as I'm trying to make the best of this job, sir, and I found that in doing that I actually got something better. Do you find that happens, sir? It's as though if you expect nothing, then anything you do get is a bonus. And I found after a while I actually liked the limitations, the regularity of everything, even the discipline. When your choices are limited, so are your responsibilities, aren't they, sir? For a long while the only thing irregular about my life has been my bowel movements. Funny, that, isn't it, sir? As though some part of me had to revolt against the routine. Wazek laughs far more than the remark is worth, the co smiles awkwardly. Wazek. Oh, I know it's not how you regard the army, sir. To you it's a career, and you were meant for it like priests are meant for the church. The co is about to say something, but Wazek goes on. Wazek. But I sort of just fell into the army, in any sense that really matters. Then a couple of years ago I met Marie, and everything seemed to fall into place. No, that's not right. What happened was that it didn't seem to matter any longer what job I did. Marie doesn't care what uniform a man wears, that's beside the point for her, she's not that sort of girl. It just altered my life completely, meeting her, marrying her, though not in your sense, sir. No. I was just going to remind you that the church had not blessed your union. A source of displeasure to me, Wazek, as you already know. Wazek. I know, sir. But one way or another, the church seems to demand a great deal in return for its blessing, doesn't it? And with Marie and me it just isn't necessary. We're as much married. Yes, you said that before, and it's not the point, though I can't exactly remember what the point is. You should see the chaplain. Wazek. He hasn't been anywhere near me since I came in here, sir. Whereas Marie comes every morning. Wazek grins for the first time in this scene. That doesn't prove anything, Wazek. Wazek. No, sir. All I was trying to show you was that Marie and me are what we are together without anything outside having to matter to us one way or the other. As soon as we came together it was as though a great burden had been lifted off me. Now I could get on with the real business of living, now I could live. I don't see it, Wozzeck. You haven't seemed to improve yourself in the years I've known you. You seem just the same to me, a fair barber, a worrier about nonsense. Wozzeck. Let me put it this way, sir. Life is so bloody awful in general, the only way you can make anything of it is by having someone to help you. Know, I'm putting it badly. I'm losing the thread of what I'm trying to say. If there's someone else who's in it with you, relying on you, there's a lot to put up with. We all have to put up with it, sir. Yes, that's it, in general, sir. I'm able to deal with things since I've been together with Marie. Oh, I still get fits which come over me, I still get very depressed. But now I can cope, sir, with Marie's help. And then there's the baby. Long pause, so. You do know what I'm trying to say, sir. Even if it's not what you think, sir, not what you'd agree with. Sometimes I feel. You've made it easy for me, in a way, Wozzeck. A hard task. But really for your own good. And that of the army. You are still in the army, Private Wozzeck. Wozzeck. Yes, sir. For your own good. Wozzeck, your simple confidence is like a cutthroat razor on which others slash themselves, you hurt them without intention. You're basically a very decent fellow, you know, Wozzeck. It's for your own good, you know. Wozzeck. What is, sir? Pause, then, with difficulty. Your. Marie. Is having it away with someone else. Long pause while this sinks in. Wozzeck. Sir, you must be having me on. Not me, Wozzeck, your commanding officer. I tell you she's being knocked off by a drum major from this very camp. Wozzeck. Pause, not at all. About 6'2", black hair. The bastard. Recovering, she wouldn't. I know her, sir, she wouldn't. Why, she was in here this morning to see me, I know her so well, I'd know immediately if she. Wozzeck thinks. Pause. Did she look you in the eyes, Wozzeck? Obviously Wozzeck has remembered some evidence corroborating the Co's story. I don't lie, Wozzeck. I'm your commanding officer. Nevertheless, after a long pause, Wozzeck tries again. Wozzeck. Look, sir, I'm a poor enough sod as it is, and I have nothing if I don't have her. For Christ's sake, if you're joking, tell me now. She's all there is. Pause, sir. The Co does not answer, stares at him. Very long pause while Wozzeck cracks up. Suddenly Dr. Tu bursts in, highly enthusiastic, waving a pulsometer reading on a piece of paper. D2. Bloody well done, sir. Look at this. His pulse went all over the shop as you told him, the breathing became shallow and irregular, and as for his blood temperature, I'd never hoped to see a reading that high. And we even registered the classic symptom of failure to control the sphincter muscle. The Co gets up, moves away, somewhat disgusted at what he has done. Do you mean the poor bastard shit himself? D2. Crudely put, sir, crudely put. We do not employ such terms in science. It's the same bloody thing even if you do use the Latin for it. D2. I wouldn't know about that, sir. My concern is with the truth of science. It would be. Dr. Tu goes over to the side of Wozzeck's bed, removes a hidden camera, detaches the remote shutter control. The Co sees what has been happening. You even spied on the poor bastard with a camera as well. Doctor 2 does not answer, is still triumphant, exits. Ko goes back to Wozek, who is lying back as if unconscious, very pale. Ko. Look, Wozek, you're basically a very decent chap. Pause, you know I think that, Wozek. I've told you often enough before, haven't I? Pause, Wozek. Pause, it had to be done this way. It was part of the experiment. They wanted to know what your physical reaction would be to extreme emotional stress. Our men are going to be very grateful to you for this work, Wozek. Very grateful. Long pause. Wozek recovers enough to try for the last time to make it into a lie. Wozek. Sir. You mean it was just the experiment? Ko. Of course. Nothing personal, you know. Wozek. She isn't really. It was all lies, sir. Ko. Oh no, Wozek, it had to be true. I can't make myself a party to telling lies. You must know that. But I only agreed to do it because of the experiment. The way it was put to me, it was made to seem my duty. You must understand that, Wozek. It was no less than my duty. Not only for the experiment, but for your own good. You should know the truth. I have the best interests of the men under my command at heart, Wozek. You must know that by now. The best interests. Basically a very decent. Wozek. The Ko exits, silently, backwards, leaving the three patients alone. Roberts has been looking at Wozek sympathetically, but the audience should notice this only if they take their eyes off Wozek. Wozek. Yes. And yes once more, sir. The gulf between yes. And no. The difference it can make. Yes, sir. No, sir. Tell me more lies, sir. No lies, sir, no more. There can be no more lies. Slowly Wozek comes out of what is a state of shock and looks wildly around. Very slowly he eases himself up his pillow, looks around again. Eventually he notices the third man's bed, his eyes fasten on the fact that the man's food is untouched. He looks round once more, and again tries to lift the bedclothes, fails. Then he sees the man's walking stick between the two beds, reaches for it, grasps it at the second attempt, hooks at the third man's bedrail with it. Eventually he hooks it, but in pulling all he succeeds in doing, such is his weakness, is to pull himself out of bed, crashing and groaning onto the floor. As he falls, Roberts leaps out of bed and goes round to help him. Roberts lifts Wozek back into bed, goes back to his own tray and gives Wozek what food there is on it. Wozek looks at it, at Roberts, then falls to, ravenously. Roberts goes round to the third man's bed and takes the tray from the foot. He turns suddenly to Wozek after looking at the occupant. Roberts. Hey. He's dead. This one's dead. Wozek hardly registers any emotion, he is too busy eating. Roberts gives him the second tray, returns slowly to his own bed. After he has settled in bed. Roberts. Eat, rest until this evening. Pause, I've always found hospitals as easy to get out of as to get into. Roberts smiles across at Wozek. Wozek slowly turns to look at him as he understands what he is saying. Then he returns to his preoccupation with food. Hold this as long as it will bear. Blackout. Interval suggestion at this point. Scene 11. Marie's room, she is by the cot, looking down at the baby. Marie. Yes, they sparkle and catch your eye, don't they? You've never seen anything like these before. Nor have I, for that matter. She goes across to mirror, looks at her earrings in it. Marie. What sort of stones are they? He said they were gold, but what are the stones? Look at them flash in the light. The baby cries. Marie turns. Marie. Off to sleep now, you. Close your eyes. They'll still be here to sparkle in the morning. Off you go to sleep now. Sings, quickly, quickly, close your eyes. Settle your head and still your cries. The gypsy comes by stealth and night, and takes the boys not tucked up tight, to lead them quietly by the hand, never to return from gypsy land. The baby is quiet. Marie gets up, goes to mirror again. She turns her head this way and that to see herself. Wozek's haggard face appears at the window for a long time, staring. Marie does not see him. Eventually he taps, and she turns at once, gasps, goes to the door. Wozek's face disappears. At the door, before she opens it, Marie pulls off the earrings and throws them into a vase on the table before her mirror. Then she lets in Wozek. He comes in slowly, weakly. Marie. Franz. Wozek is so exhausted he cannot even speak for a moment. He half embraces, half falls on Marie. She helps him to a chair at the table, on which are a few scraps of cheese, bread, fruit. A long pause as Wozek stares at the food. Then, very slowly, he realizes that he can have it. Again very slowly he takes a piece of cheese, then bread, fruit, and anything else, in a mounting rhythm until he is eating ravenously, not taking his eyes from the table. Marie stands watching him. Then she pours him a glass of beer. This he drinks at one draught. Marie. There. Finished with you? Wozek does not answer, goes on eating. Marie. It's good to see you eating again, Franz. Long pause, Marie fetches more food. Wozek begins to slow. Wozek. Not too much. Pause, overloading, pause, at first. At length he sits more upright, begins to talk, not so much to Marie though she is obviously meant to hear as to himself. Wozek. For you, Marie. Pause, and the boy. Pause, such a relief. Pause, you should have seen the things they did. I should tell you about the things they did to me. Pause, why? Pause, then turning to her, as casually as his condition allows. Did I see you had an earring on just now? Marie. Flatly, yes. I picked it up in the street. Pause. Wozek. How lucky to find the pair of them. Long pause. Abruptly, Wozek gets up. Marie backs away a little. But Wozek goes over to the baby, looks at him, lifts him, puts him back in another position. Wozek. There, that's more comfortable for the little bastard. Pause, how he sleeps through anything. Looking closer, but he's sweating. Turns to Marie, the poor kid sweats in his sleep. Already he knows what it is to work. Poor little bleeder, he's human like the rest of us. Long pause. Wozek turns very slowly and looks hard at Marie for a long moment. Then his weariness overcomes him and he sinks down on the bed, asleep or unconscious. Another long pause as Marie watches him. Then she goes to the table, sits down, and quietly begins to cry. Slow fade down. Scene 12. Marie's room. The drum major rises from the bed, where he has obviously just been making love to Marie. He begins to dress. Marie. From the bed, fiercely, now will you tell me? D major. First things first, like I said. He grins, keeps her in suspense as he pulls his trousers on and looks round for his shoes. Marie. Tell me. D major. They gave him a month's Yankers, that's all. Bloody lucky it wasn't longer. Marie looks relieved. She gets out of bed, dresses from this point on. D major. The co's got a soft spot for him. Sometimes I think he's bent, the co. Roars with laughter, queer for bloody Wozek. Laughs again. Marie goes over to the baby's cot, checks that the baby is asleep, then turns back towards the drum major. Marie. I always knew this was going to happen. He's sort of haunted, Franz. No, not haunted, but fated, you know. Pause, it's almost as though he wants things to happen to him. I can't explain it, really. Pause, because he's so taken up with the pain and things which are happening all the time to everyone, not only to him, he doesn't seem able to see anything else but pain and misery. Pause, he brings things upon himself. You know? D major. No. Pause, you're finished with him. Marie. I'm not. You just don't do it like that. D major. I do. Marie. You're an animal. I still have a responsibility towards him. You don't love a man for 2 years and then suddenly. There's nothing. D major. Yes, there is. Though I don't usually want anyone for more than a week. Marie. You have a responsibility in love. The drum major laughs uproariously. D major. Responsibility. Love. Marie. The least we can do is to pass him on. Let him down lightly. I'll talk with Joan, I'll pass him on to Joan. She was always keen on him. In the beginning, anyway. D major. Pass him on to the co. Marie. You sod. The drum major laughs, and stands up. As he begins to put on his tunic, Marie rushes across to him and runs her hands under it before he has fastened it. Marie. What a man's chest! I've never felt a chest like it before. I feel so proud of that chest. D major. Now you feel proud? Wait till you see me on a full dress parade with my baton. Marie. Concede. D major. Christ, you're a woman. Already my baton's up in the air again. Drum major puts hand on Marie's left breast, pulls her to him, tries to kiss her. Marie. No. D major. Now who's an animal? Marie. Leave me alone. D major. Laughs, what a great fighting bitch you are. Marie continues to struggle, then suddenly capitulates. Marie. Have it your way, then. Then, straight to audience, what's it matter, anyway? Hold briefly, frozen, then blackout. Scene 13. The medical core room, Dr. 1 and Dr. 2 come to attention as the co enters. He motions to them to stand at ease, Dr. 1 sits down, Dr. 2 relaxes. Co. What are you doing about my melancholia? Have you been working on my melancholia? The doctors look at one another. Co. I thought you bloody hadn't. Look, it's getting worse. Now I can't even look at dirt and dust and stuff like that without being reminded that's what I am, that's what we all are. Why do I insist on wanting to be more than that, eh? Why do I feel like this? Why is anything like this? Why don't you bloody do something? D1. We can't answer why questions. D2. We were not trained to answer why questions. D1. Why questions are properly referred to the chaplain. D2. The chaplain is trained to answer them. D1. He can refer if necessary to higher authority. D2. Dear old God, by name. D1. Science is our concern. D2. How questions are the ones we attempt to answer. D1. In certain cases can answer. D2. Can provide an accurate answer to within a high degree of certitude in many cases. D1. As in the case of our mutual friend Private Wozek. D2. You recall our friend Wozek, sir? Co. Of course I bloody do. Is that what you've got me here for? What about the poor bleeder? D1. To D2, let's have Wozek. D2. Goes to side, bring in Private Wozek, Corporal. Enter Corporal, with Wozek, the latter is haggard, grey-faced, but tired and dispirited rather than weak. D1. As you know, sir, we fed this case for 24 days on nothing but sphagnum moss and water. D2. And then the case had approximately one decent meal before incarceration. Co. Yes, yes, yes. D1. Well, sir, this corresponds to a pattern. D2. A pattern of great military significance. D1. He has, so to speak, enacted for us. D2. Acted out for us. D1. Exactly the pattern of survival which may well be typical of our troops when cut off from their supply routes. D2. And then taken prisoner by the enemy. D1. It seems fortunate now that he had the one decent meal. D2. There seems a very good chance that the enemy would give him one good meal on capturing him. Co. Why should they? D1. Private Wozzeck therefore represents, as you him, as nearly as we are likely to come. D2. As far as we know. D1. To a soldier in this condition. D2. In this state. D1. So we now propose to carry out a searching series of tests. D2. We shall examine him with unbelievable thoroughness. Wozzeck groans, nearly collapses, has to be supported by Corporal. Co gets up. Co. Roars, you're so bloody concerned with your own bloody work that you never have time to read what other doctors are doing, do you? Co throws down on the desk a sheaf of papers he has been carrying. Co. Let alone do something for me. Read that HQ bulletin, you stupid tits. This bloody experiment has been done before. 5 years ago. Blackout. Scene 14. Barrack room. 2 camp beds with soldiers' belongings beside them. Wozzeck lies propped up in one of them. André sits on the other, reading. Wozzeck is obviously not recovered, but he is stronger than in the last scene. Wozzeck looks around. Andrés. Pause, sunny day. Andrés. Yes. Wozzeck. The band will be playing. There'll be dancing on the terrace. Andrés. Uh-huh. Wozzeck. They'll be dancing. Andrés looks quickly at him. Andrés. I suppose so. Wozzeck. Dancing together. Andrés, I feel ill. Like I had a great hollow where my guts should be. Andrés. I should think so, after what you've been through. Wozzeck. No, it's nothing to do with that. It's not that sort of illness. Pause, I must see them together for myself, I must be sure. Wozzeck attempts to get out of bed, Andrés restrains him. Andrés. What good would it do? Rest, you're not well, you're weak, you'll be strong again soon enough. Wozzeck. Every day is. Pause, my head rocks. Pause, this place is so hot. Wozzeck allows himself to be put back on the pillow, and closes his eyes. Blackout. Lights up on same scene after just enough time for Andrés to get into bed. Night. Wozzeck starts up in his bed, wildly. Wozzeck. Andrés. I've been lying there unable to move. How long? I'm still alive. I had only seconds to live and the seconds ran out. Andrés stirs, groaning sleepily. Wozzeck. But I'm still alive. It was a dream. Pause, was it I had taken poison, had been injected? Pause, no, no. Pause, the knife, it takes time to die by the knife, shorter or longer, it takes time. Does it take time? Not the bullet, the knife. Andrés. Go to bloody sleep. Blackout. Lights up again, almost immediately. Both half-dressed, finishing dressing. Andrés. Why should it be me who has to tell you? Wozzeck. You're my friend. Andrés. What does it matter? She'll get tired or he'll get tired, then there'll be more trouble. Things are quiet now, enjoy things being quiet. Wozek. Tell me what you've seen. Andres. I haven't seen them. Wozek. Fiercely, what you've heard then. What other people have told you they've seen. Andres. Why? Wozek. I must know. Andres. Pause, they say she's shacking up with him. Wozek. That doesn't mean he's screwing her. Andres. No. Pause. Wozek. I dreamt last night. Andres. I know you bloody did. Wozek. Handing Andres a jacket, here. Have this. Go on, I don't want it anymore. Pause, then, with a smile, it doesn't fit me anymore. Pause, this ring was my mother's. You know, the last time I went to see her she didn't even look at me. The neighbor who looks after her said the only time she seems to notice anything now is when the sun comes out and she feels it on the backs of her hands. Pause, you might as well have the ring, as well. Andres does not take it, stares at Wozek sadly. Wozek puts the ring down on his bedside table, picks up his paybook, reads. Wozek. Franz Wozek, private soldier, 3rd Infantry Regiment, 1st Battalion, 5th Company. Born July 20th, which makes me 30 years old. 0.7 months. And 12 days. You can have that too, Andres. If you know where to flog it, you can get a fair bit for a soldier's paybook. Andres. Franz. You're not well. Wozek. Long pause, no. Andres. See the doctor again. Wozek reacts as though he has been hit, or madly, with a nervous tic. Stares at Andres for a long time. Wozek. When each goes out in the morning, Andres, who knows whose hearts will fail to carry them through the day, whose hearts will just stop, will not bring them home that evening. Long pause. Then Wozek moves to go. Andres. What are you going to do now? Wozek. Report for duty. Pauses, but it was good, Andres, it was good. Andres. What was? Wozek. Nothing. Blackout. Scene 15. The street, indicate by placard if necessary. Marie and Joan enter, to be surprised, accosted, confronted by Wozek. Wozek. I thought it would have altered you, I thought I'd be able to see it in your face. Joan. What do you want with her? Wozek. Ignoring her, after all, a betrayal that monstrous. I thought it would have turned you into an ugly bitch overnight to look at, as well as in my mind. Joan. You know nothing about her. Leave her alone. Wozek. But your lips look as soft as ever. Are they bruised, Marie, does he bruise your soft mouth? How can a woman do what you've done and still be so lovely? Wozek moves as if to embrace her, obviously loving her. Joan gets between him and Marie, who backs away. Marie. Franz, you're not well yet. Wozek. Points appropriately at her, shouts, was he there, woman? Was he there? Was he? Marie turns away, Wozek pushes Joan aside, and makes as if to grab Marie. Marie. No. You won't touch me. I'd rather you killed me than so much as touch my hand. Even my father didn't dare touch me from the time I was 10. No one touches me unless I want them to. Wozek watches as she avoids him, no longer able to find the will to pursue. Marie and Joan exeunt. Hold on Wozek's dejection as long as it will bear. Blackout. Scene 16. Wozek downstage left, standing at ease, facing audience, unmoving. Bare stage. Next to back wall of stage, back to audience. Hold for a long silence, turns, another silence, somewhat shorter, then. Where's it all going to end, Wozzeck. Wozzeck's eyes flicker towards the direction the co speaks from, otherwise he does not show he has heard. Hold for a long silence. Blackout. Scene 17. Terrace of a cafe, as SC4. Noisy. Dancing. Music. Andres and Wozzeck drinking sullenly. Suddenly a student leaps on a table and begins preaching. Others react vociferously during his speech. First student. Drunkenly, brethren, verily, verily, I say unto you that I am the bearer of tidings of great moment. I have good news for you. I have been vouchsafed a vision. An official communication from God. The Almighty has spoken to me of why He started it all. What it's all about? It seems it happened rather like this, brethren. God was mooning around one day with nothing much to do, twiddling his celestial thumbs, when he thought of the idea of the creation. He says it came to him in a blinding flash, this idea. Not very original choice of words, the Almighty. But there, he doesn't have to worry about his listeners, he's got everything going for him. The trouble arose, brethren, when he actually came to put this wonderful idea of the creation into practice. You see, it's one thing to think of the idea, but quite another to actually do it. He just hadn't got the right sort of power, or enough of it, to complete the grand design. But brethren, and this is the good news I promised you, he does say, the Almighty told me, that he's learned so much from the experiment. He's so grateful to us and the rest of creation for what we've taught him. He said he'll find it so useful next time. In fact, he's already embarking on a yet larger project. Second student. You mean he's buggered off and left us? First student. Yes, brethren, that's the final piece of good news. He's gone, but he sends his best wishes. He's gone, we're free, free free. General applause, the student is pulled down, faded. Towards the end of his speech, Wozzeck has wandered off to watch the dancing, this can be offstage if necessary, and now he comes back to Andres. Wozzeck. They're dancing. Andres. Leave it alone. It can't do you any good. Wozzeck. I don't want to be done any good. The way he holds her. It's. Obscene. Pause, I can see she likes it. The bastard. Pause, soon it'll be done with. Andres. Yes, you'll soon forget her. Wozzeck. That's not. Wozzeck has seen the drum major and Marie approaching arm in arm, Wozzeck suddenly attacks the drum major. Wozzeck. These hands. Wozzeck and the drum major fight. Wozzeck is easily beaten, ends up in a corner nearly unconscious. Dim lights except one on him, exeunt all others except man who is not, however, really noticeable until after song. Wozzeck slowly stirs, bloody, disheveled, gets up, comes forward to audience. Wozzeck. One sodding thing after another. Sings, just when you think you're set. NVE won your private bet. You expect to draw your due. Then it catches up with you. Life's one sodding thing after another. It's possible to forget. You're heavily in debt. You feel you're in control. And then it takes its toll. Just one sodding thing after another. Since everything's upset. The best terms I could get. Then chaos. Nothing matters. And I'm not finished yet. With one sodding thing after another. Wozzeck turns away. Bring lights up slowly to represent evening, sunset. The man sits at a cafe table. Wozzeck. Look at that. Genuinely pleased at the sunset, then reverts to his former mood, only God can piss in such straight lines through the clouds. Wozzeck goes purposively towards the man. There is a pistol on the table. Wozzeck picks it up, looks at it, puts it down again. Wozzeck. It's too dear. Man. Do you want it or don't you? Wozzeck. I haven't enough money. What else have you got? Man. Ironic, it is, supplying weapons to the armed forces. How about this then? Man produces a knife, puts pistol away. Man. Much quieter, of course. Wozzeck balances the knife, feels its edge, point. Man. It'll cut more than bread, that. Cut your throat easy enough, if that's what you want it for. Wozzeck comes to a decision, throws down coins on table. The man looks at them, at Wozzeck. Wozzeck. It's all I have. The man accepts by picking them up. Exit Wozzeck, concealing the knife. The man looks again at the coins, clinks them in his hand. Man. So I'm that much nearer becoming an armaments king. Blackout. Scene 18. Marie's room. The baby is being put to bed. Marie. Sadly, here's your very first story, then. There was once a little child, a poor little girl, like Mummy was once, if you like, or a little boy like you are. But this little child had no father and no mother, they were both dead. And everyone else in the world was dead, too. But all day long the child looked for someone else, he still tried to find someone. When he was finally sure that there was no one on earth, he looked up at the moon and thought it seemed very friendly, so up he went to the moon. How disappointed he was when he arrived. You know why? The moon was made of worm-eaten wood, all soft and crumbling away. So he went to the sun. Wozzeck enters silently, without Marie noticing. Marie. And yet again he did not find what he had hoped for. The sun was just an old, faded sunflower, a husk after the seeds had dropped out. And when the poor little child came to the stars he saw they were only like insects stuck on blackthorn spikes by a butcher bird. Pause. So the little child turned back towards the earth and saw that it was empty, no more than a goldfish bowl upside down. Nothing. Pause, and the child saw that he was always to be quite alone, and he sat down, and he cried. And he's still there, crying, crying. Quite alone. Pause. Wozzeck. Marie. Marie turns. Wozzeck. We have to go. Marie. Why? Wozzeck. It's time. Marie. Where? Wozzeck. How should I know? Neither of them moves. Blackout. Scene 19. A pond by the edge of a wood, establish either by placard or by lighting effect, low water rippling very slightly to one side of stage for Wozzeck to wade into. Enter Wozzeck, with Marie. Marie. But home's in that direction. And it's nearly dark. Wozzeck. You've time enough yet. Why don't you sit down? Marie. I'm going. Wozzeck prevents her, throws her down roughly. Wozzeck. Rest your feet. You must be tired. Marie. Cries, what's got into you? You never used to be like this. Wozzeck. Slowly, neither did you. Pause, can you remember how long it's been, Marie? Marie. Very slowly, 2 years. Nearly. Wozzeck. 2 years next month. Pause, and how much longer do you think it's going to be? Marie. I must go back to feed the baby. Wozzeck still restrains her, Franz, I'm cold. Wozzeck. Cold are you, Marie? You, the hot whore, cold. That's not what I was told. She's red hot in bed, they said, he boasted to them. Cold. Tries to kiss her. Pause, then desperately. Christ. Why can't things be as they were, why can't things be still? Still. Pause. Marie tries to edge away, but Wozzeck is quick to notice. Marie. Soon the dew will be. Wozzeck. I don't think you'll feel the dew. If you're cold already you won't feel the cold. Marie. What do you mean? Wozzeck. What do I mean? Pause, nothing, pause. Marie tries to distract his attention and make a run for it. Marie. The moon's up. And it's red. Wozzeck anticipates her move, seizes her, takes out his knife, and stabs her again and again. Marie. Oh, Franz, no, help, it's not, etc. Wozzeck steps, gets up, still holding knife, Marie still moves. Wozzeck. Are you not dead yet? Are you not dead? Dead. As he says the above, Wozzeck stabs to each word. Marie is still then. Wozzeck. Dead, dead. Pause, Marie? So pale? Pause, those red earrings, pause, red. Pause, your hair not. Pause, Marie. Wozzeck rises very slowly, stares at the knife, Marie, the blood. Then, infinitely slowly, he begins to move away from the body towards the water, which he enters without appearing to notice, though his gait goes from walking to waiting. He begins to go round in circles, and continues to do so for the rest of the scene until shown. All the following to end of scene are off-stage voices. First voice. Off, hear that? Second voice. Off, what? First voice. Listen. Second voice. It's the water lapping. First voice. Long while since anyone drowned here. Second voice. It's just the water, lapping. Let's not bother. First voice. Who's bothering? Pause. Children's voices, playing, distant, then closer. First child. Where's Marie? Second child. Don't know. Third child. Come and play. First child. Let's look for Marie. Third child. No, let's play. Second child. I'd like Marie to tell us a story. First child. Let's look for her, then. Third child. All right, let's go and find Marie. Long pause. Wozzeck is still waiting round in circles, but farther and farther towards the back of the stage, so that he can disappear when necessary to get blood off his hands for next scene. Wozzeck goes, the water disappears slowly during the next few lines, leaving the end of the scene in darkness. Police Chief. In all my years in the force, I don't think we've had a juicier murder than this one. Oh, yes, it's been a very long time since we had a good, old-fashioned murder like this. It's all a man could wish for. Pause. Off, he'll be tried by the military, of course. Police Chief. Off, no. The woman was a civilian. You can't try her, can you? Wozzeck will be tried by court-martial. Police Chief. At the assizes. I shall preside myself. Police Chief. Judge Stein won't give up the chance to try a beautiful murder like this. Balls. End of scene. Scene 20. The co-sitting high, as though a judge presiding. Wozzeck in a desk, guarded by 2 soldiers. Other officials of the court as available, but these are not strictly necessary. You must explain to us, Private Wozzeck. Wozzeck. I do not have to explain to you. So that we may understand. We are concerned to understand, Private Wozzeck. Wozzeck. I am not concerned that you should understand. It is nothing to me that you understand. Pause, I do not understand myself. Let us go through the business slowly. Wozzeck. Hasn't the army finished taking from me yet? I am busy about my dying. You even take that from me with your ridiculous understanding. You were cohabiting with the woman Meissner, Private Wozzeck, until recently. Wozzeck. What will you understand even if you discover reasons? What are the reasons? Actions are the only things that matter, don't you see? I killed her, whether there are reasons or not. Co. You admit you killed Marie Meissner? The co makes a note. Wozzeck. Of course. Didn't I just say so? Long pause. Co. Any normal soldier would have gone out and found himself another woman. Wozzeck. Let me be mad, then, sir, let me be considered mad. Co. Or tried to win her back. Or at least have thrashed the bastard who'd cuckolded at him. Wozzeck. I tried to, sir, though not with very much conviction. Pause, what we had was. What we both had. When she went, it all went. There just wasn't anything else. Nothing matters. When love fails, all fails. Co. Not true. Wozzeck. It's true for me. Damn, what's true for you? Pause, I have all rights, and no rights. I have a right to destroy the thing itself, the thing that was love, to kill physically what is already really dead. I have what I call that right, though you may call it just having the power to kill. As you have the power to kill me. Or the power to leave me to choose to kill myself. Co. What if everyone thought as you do or acted as you did? Wozzeck. I can't answer that. I can only answer for myself. I don't care if anyone or no one does as I have done. And who are you to demand duty from me now? Wozzeck laughs, loudly but unhumorously. Long pause. Co. You leave me with no alternative. Wozzeck. Violently, I don't want there to be an alternative. Blackout. Following voices off stage to cover scene shift. Chaplain. Off, if you truly repent of your crime. Wozzeck. Off, contemptuously, carrion eater. Chaplain. Then you may be saved. Wozzeck. If you could make things as they were, then you would be some use to me. Pause, time is the criminal, time. Chaplain. Solicitously, my son. Wozzeck. Kidding, daddy. Roars with almost hysterical laughter. Cuts off sharply. Pause. Lights up. Absolutely bare stage. Wozzeck at very front, back to audience, standing quite still with hands behind back as though bound. Long pause. Wozzeck begins to walk very slowly, but directly and calmly, towards the back wall of stage. No sound but his footsteps. Wozzeck reaches the back wall. Stops, facing it. Long pause, held until audience is almost bored. Suddenly Wozzeck turns to face the audience, very quickly, and then he shouts at the top of his voice. Wozzeck. Yes. Immediately a volley of shots, 2 or 3 wounds on Wozzeck's shirt, use blood pellet guns. Before he falls. Blackout. What is the right thing and am I doing it? Editor's note. What is the right thing and am I doing it? Was commissioned by ATV in 1971 for their 1-hour armchair theater program. The script was not produced and, until now, has never been published. Characters. Gant, about 50, handsome, fit for his age, a leader, the sort of man who usually dominates any company in which he finds himself, upright, moral, and emphatically not a criminal in the ordinary sense although he has just come out of prison. Gwen, his wife, early 40s, still an attractive woman. Hind, about 28, tall, thin, intense, dedicated. Christina, 25, blonde, highly intelligent as well as pretty. Dr. John, old friend and contemporary of Gant, self-assured, calm, sympathetic. News editor, about 45, sharp, bald little man, Americanized. Journalist, about 27, subservient hack, Americanized. Saxon, Gant's generation, old friend, soft-centered, vague. Erickson, about 28, sharp, clever. Young farmer, about 20, callow, rash. Youth, guest at party. Girl 1, guest, about 20. Girl 2, guest, outsider, about 20. Son, aged 5, non-speaking. Television interviewer, standard, voice-over only. Guests, about half a dozen, mainly Gens generation. Non-speaking. Accents should be more or less standard English, with no regional variations. Sets. 1. A composite main set consisting of a large living area flanked on the right by a kitchen and on the left by an open terrace or balcony overlooking a view. A large, well-modernist farmhouse in a remote, hilly area. 2. Main set, bedroom in the same farmhouse, first floor. 3. Corner, prison cell. 4. Corner, newspaper editorial office. 5. Corner, committee room of the Language Association. 6. Corner, doctor's study/consulting room in a rural practice. Time. The present, May, June. Part 1. 1. Interior. Bedroom. Night. In double bed are two forms lying apart, Gent and his wife Gwen. At first, only their voices can be heard in the dark during a semicircular track round foot of bed. Then gradually reveal their faces. Gent, slowly. You had to float. Pause, you had to float between, pause, events. Even the tiniest thing could be an event, the next thing to look forward to. Until then you had to float, to stay above the, pause, situation. Flash insert. Side shot, 2-tier prison bunks, with sleeping forms in them. End flash insert. Gent. If you didn't float, pause, it got on top of you. You learned that very quickly. Pause, Rimmer would sometimes be up all night, 3 paces to the window, 3 back, all night. And all the time he would be rubbing his hands together with the same, pause, circular motion. Pause, a dry sound. You know? Gwen says nothing, stares up at ceiling, listening carefully. Gent. Rimmer had been in Burma in the war. A Japanese soldier smashed him in the face with the butt of his rifle and was about to bayonet him when one of Rimmer's mates shot the Jap. Pause, so Rimmer rubs his hands, walks up and down and stares. Pause, so he told me. Pause, it was his way of floating. Gwen. Will you see Rimmer again? Flash insert. See you hands being rubbed together. End flash insert. Gent. Will I see Rimmer again? Pause, you have to float. Flash insert. Wider shot of hands of men walking towards camera. End flash insert. Gent. Rimmer has another 5 years to do. At least. Flash insert. Full shot, hands, figure, as we see the face it is Gent and not Rimmer, whose presumable form lies in the bottom bunk beyond. End flash insert. Gent. You had to ignore so many of the, pause, grievances, the causes for grievance. Flash insert. Greasy plate with uneaten food on it. End flash insert. Gent. Otherwise you'd blow up. Many of them blew up. Pause, not Rimmer. You had to float to survive. I can't put it any better than that, though it's a cliché. Sometimes the use of clichés can be the only response to, pause, deep emotions. It's sometimes the only way they can be expressed. Pause. Gwen. But there were the poems. Gent. Yes, I had the poems. Declaims. Long in the lizard's green labyrinth. Slum bared the seed of my country's grief. Pause. Gwen. You must get them down. Gent, smiles. Believe me, I shan't forget them. Declaims. Moment and moment in forge and field. Marking the hour of my country's need. See you Gwen's face, doubtful, anxious. Flash insert. Prison cell, full shot, Gent stands at far end, feet apart, hands down and slightly away from sides, fingers spread, palms towards camera. End flash insert. Gent turns to Gwen, addresses her directly for the first time. Gent. I'm sorry. Gwen, impassive. Patience, it will come. 2 interior. Farmhouse, composite living area. Kitchen. Terrace. Night. A small party is in progress, perhaps 15 to 20 people, of whom about half are the same generation as Gent and the rest younger. As we dissolve between one group and another, overhearing snatches of conversation here and there, it becomes evident that all these people have something of a spirit and a purpose in common. They are in fact part of the core of a dedicated minority nationalist movement. Gent is the center of the largest group, he is relaxed, buoyant. Gent. Mind you, the cocoa was good, last thing at night. In fact, if our boys had come over the wall to get me out at cocoa time, it would have been a toss-up whether I went back with them or not. The others laugh. Quick dissolve to another group including Hind and Christina. Christina has just finished saying something in a foreign language, clearly this particular nation's language. The others all laugh, except for one youth. Youth. What does that mean? Christina, pleasantly, but with an edge. It's an old story about the impossible rent asked for a farm, a snowball in June, and a rose at Christmas. Pause, it doesn't make the same sense in English, as usual. Hind. Scorian y vol, Lorian summus. You can hear the difference, at least, can't you? Youth nods, looks embarrassed. Quick dissolve to Saxon, an older generation nationalist, and Ericsson, about 28. Saxon. Do you shoot pigeon? Ericsson. No, but when I'm in London I make a point of kicking stones at them. Quick dissolve to group including Dr. Dr. For 200 years the charts showed a depth of 15 fathoms when there was only 3 at high water. Generations of wreckers in that quiet little village must have been paying clerks at the Admiralty to keep the charts unchanged. Shifting sands, they'd say, but there was always solid bedrock there that would tear the keel of any ship afloat to tatters. And there they'd be on the shore, generation after generation, waiting to kill anyone unfortunate enough to avoid drowning, and then quick dissolve to Gent's group, which now includes Hind and Christina, all young people as well. Gent is now noticeably drunker, clearly he is not used to alcohol after his long layoff. Girl 1. It must have seemed never-ending. Gent. No, I could always see an end. Who was it said we all get what we want in the end, that's the trouble. Laughs. Christina, half jokingly. Not when the end we reach is power. Gent. Especially when we gain power. What do we do with it? Why, John Stannis and I would reach a point usually when we were drunk, and it was late at night. Oh, I can see John Stannis now, sitting there like a young Toby Jug he'd be, and I'd say, what are we going to do when we win, John Stannis? And he'd think a while, and he'd say, damned if I know, Gent. Gent roars with laughter, girl 1 joins in, Christina begins to smile, then stops herself, Hind does not smile. Gent. Then we'd just decide to win first, and work out then what we'd actually do with the power. Hind, quietly. We know now what we'll do when we win. Gent. Hind. We've worked out a policy to cover every important area which. Gent. Policy. What policy can there be? How can we possibly decide until we've won? Hind. This isn't the right time to discuss it. We'll meet later in the week and have a whole day to go over everything. Quick dissolve to Girl 2. Is that his wife? Young farmer. Yes. Ericsson. She worships the grass that grows under his feet. Erickson wanders off as Gwen approaches. Gwen. Hello, you must be Calnin's son. Is the farm still up for sale? Young farmer, somewhat guiltily. Yes. He says he can't work it on his own now. Stahl is retiring, and I'm away at college most of the time. Gwen. Is there no other way? Won't you come back after you've finished college anyway? Girl 2. What is there here for him? Young farmer looks embarrassed, Gwen looks reproachful. Quick dissolve to. Group including Ghent and Saxon. Ghent. You have to float, you know, that's the only way to. Saxon. Survive? To keep going? I couldn't have done it, Ghent, and it might so easily have been me. Ghent puts his arm round him. Ghent. Ha. Yes, we kept you out, didn't we, boy? There was nothing they could do about it? Hesitates, then commits a rather drunken indiscretion, but for a purpose to exorcise, you might say we kept John Stannis out, too. Pause, one way or another. An awkward pause. Saxon. The poems, Ghent, what about the poems? If they're half as good as the novels they'll be marvelous. Ghent. Ah yes, the poems. Saxon. Aren't you going to let us hear them this evening? Ghent. If I'm sober enough. Quick dissolve to. Gwen and Doctor on terrace. Gwen, coolly. It's interesting how fit he seems. You remember how easily he would put on weight? You once warned him about his heart. Doctor. Perhaps the physical regime of 8 years in prison has added as many again to the end of his life. Perhaps even longer. I've known something similar happen. Gwen's cool expression does not change. Gwen. You'll give him a complete checkup as soon as you can fit one in? Doctor. Of course. Quick dissolve to. Another group including Ghent. Girl 2. I mean, everyone's entitled to an opinion. Ghent is by now very drunk, almost falling around. Ghent. Opinion. Entitled. I've decided to give up opinion. What use is opinion? What does it matter? I didn't go to prison for being entitled to opinions, but for holding them so strongly that I was prepared to back them up with action. With violence. Pause, without it, mere opinion is useless, mimics childishly, he holds this, someone else holds that. What does it mean? Pause, I had a long while to get used to mere opinion. Pause, the intellectual support is about as useful as a truss with perished elastic. Ha! Ghent's voice has been raised so much that everyone in the room has fallen silent. A certain amount of embarrassment is evident at his drunkenness, but it is mingled with realization that, having been deprived of alcohol for so long, it was virtually bound to happen, and, in any case, the occasion entitles him to a certain amount of license. Ghent. What use are these intellectual theorists without action in support of their ideas? None at all. Pause, none. Pause, I judge people by what they do, not by what they say. Ha! He is now totally dominating those present, and he knows it. Ghent. Why are you all here tonight? Pause, no answer. You're here because of what I did all those long years ago, 8 years, it seems a lifetime, eh? I am your conscience, I was the one who did what you all wished you had the nerve to do, the courage, the guts. Pause, there are people here tonight who should have been there instead of me, there are others, pause, who should be here tonight who cannot be. Pause. He is lost as to how to go on. Anticlimax. To cover up, he searches around for yet another drink, and fortunately finds one to hand, drinks, and on BCU Ghent drinking. 3 Interior. Bedroom. Day. Ghent and the doctor. They are clearly old friends, an easy atmosphere between them. Ghent is pulling on a roll-neck sweater, and it is apparent that the doctor has just concluded a medical examination of him. Throughout the first part of the conversation he tidies away various pieces of medical gear into a case. Doctor. The only things I can find at all wrong with you are consistent with the hangover I know you must have after last night. Gent, clearly hungover. How long will it be before I can take as much as I used to? Doctor, smiles. Depends how hard you work at it. I wouldn't advise shortening the process to less than a month. Here, I use this myself when the next morning rears its aching head. Hands Gent a pill, Gent goes across to wash basin, rinses out tooth mug, takes pill, drinks. Doctor, half seriously. That was one of the main reasons I became a doctor, so that I'd know what was wrong with myself and be able to treat it as quickly as possible. Gent. But what if you had something serious, really serious, fatal, even? Doctor. I'd rather know. It's true I've had to train myself to accept that I'd know, and I tend to examine every little twinge minutely for what larger implications it might have. But that's how I've chosen to live. I wouldn't have it any other way. Gent nods. Choosing how to live is something of a new idea to me at the moment, you understand. Laughs. Doctor. Physically, there's no reason why you shouldn't adjust very well, though you'll put on weight, of course, for the first few weeks. Pause, apart from physically. Gent, guessing. Mentally, I know, it's going to be more difficult to adjust. Doctor. Some things have changed, Gent. Gent, rhetorically, rehearsed. Ha. You don't have to tell me about change. I know all about change, John. Change is one of the conditions of life, and perhaps the most important condition, too. Everything is changing constantly. We change physically over the years, we change our habits, our likes and dislikes, but we don't change our characters, John. We can't change our character. Doctor. No. Gent. No. We are what we are. I am what I am. I don't understand how I came to be what I am, but I do know that I'm stuck with being what I am. Until I die. Do you remember those long arguments we used to have about whether Freud was right, or the conditioned reflex theory, or... Oh, you know, all that? Have your opinions changed? Doctor. Well, I'm still a Freudian, though a severely modified Freudian, I find, the longer I live. Gent. There. Change again. And if Freud hadn't lived, it would have been necessary to invent him. You don't know how much I missed some form of, pause, engaged, intelligent conversation. Doctor. I can imagine. Gent. Rimmer had only two basic subjects, football and crime, and I couldn't pretend to be interested in either of them beyond a certain point. Doctor. Yet you didn't ask to share a cell with someone else? Gent. No, there were plenty worse than Rimmer. Really hard men, twisted men who would attempt any kind of malice just for its own sake. The malice itself would be satisfaction enough for them without any other gain from it. Men just determined to prove they were living up to being criminals. No, once I'd found I could put up with Rimmer, then that was enough for me. Doctor, awkwardly. Look, there are some things I have to say. As your friend. Adjusting other than physically may be a lot more difficult than you think. Everyone you know has been developing, changing in all sorts of directions while you've been, pause, not standing still, exactly, but centered, limited, if you know what I mean. Gent says nothing, looks serious. Doctor. You mustn't misunderstand or take offense. But many things you took for granted are no longer, pause, relevant, or relevant only in a special way. Again, doctor is anxious that Gent shall understand. Doctor. The most obvious example of what I mean is. Well, look, you've been living constantly in the company of an old lag of 60. Surely you can see it's going to take some adjusting, living with Gwen again? 4 Interior. Kitchen/living area. Day. Gwen picks up a tray with coffee things on it, walks from kitchen through door to living area, across living area, and out through doors onto terrace. 5 Exterior. Terrace. Day. On the terrace Gent and Doctor sit at a table in the open air. They have clearly just finished lunch. Enter Gwen from living area. She pours and distributes coffee for the three of them throughout the following. Gent. I had an official letter from the college this morning. Do you know, they're allowing the years I was inside to count towards increments in my salary. So I won't be worse off financially. Doctor, Riley. Apart from the 8 years salary you lost, of course no chance of the college doing anything about that, is there? Gent, laughs. No, the Senate could never be that generous, much as they sympathized with what I stood for. Pause. I can never really say thank you for the way you've looked after things for me. Doctor. You of all people don't have to. Gent. I don't know how you managed. Gwen. I don't know how we managed sometimes, either. Doctor. When do the college want you to start again? Gent. Not this term, anyway. They suggest the beginning of the new academic year, October. Gent grimaces on tasting coffee, helps himself to lots of sugar. Doctor, slightly amused. You take sugar now? Gent. Yes. Everything had sugar in it, so I took it willy-nilly. Now I can't do without it? That's an example of the corrupting influence of prison if you like. Gwen helps herself to sugar, sits down. Gwen, almost smugly. A question of taste. Pause, there are a great many letters. Gent. From. Gwen. People. Do you want to answer them all? Gent. How many are there? Gwen. Dozens. Perhaps 100. Gent. Yes, let's try to answer them all. Doctor. You're already becoming a grand old man. Gent. Well, it's better than becoming a dirty old man, I suppose. If that's the choice. Is that the choice? Doctor. Who knows? Gent. Which do you want, Gwen? Gwen does not answer, is distinctly cool. She moves off terrace under cover of clearing away plates and so on. Doctor notices awkwardness. Doctor. Gent, you must have dreamed of the view from here across the valley. Gent. Not so much dreamed of it as held it fixed in my mind's eye. I could call up every detail at every season. Trouble is that now the real thing seems a poor copy of what I had in my mind. Places take on a different significance as one's centers of interest change. Think how many different things London has meant to us. It was college and Bart's for you, for me it was my first job. Do you remember warning me each Friday not to hit the kids that day as Friday night was bath night and their mums would see the marks? Doctor laughs. Gent. Then London became the center of oppression, the place that stood for all we were fighting against. Pause, it was still that at first after the trial, but curiously enough London later became chiefly the place where the prison commissioners had their offices. And now London once again seems. Enter Gwen with Hind and Christina. Hind, apologetically but firmly. I intended to ring you later in the week, to give you time to settle in, but something's come up which we ought to discuss this afternoon, I think. Gent. Oh. Doctor rises, tactfully begins to leave, greeting Christina as an old friend. They and Gwen go into living area and towards kitchen. Hind. I understand you've agreed to record a television interview in the morning? Gent. Yes. Hind. What are you going to say? Gent, carefully casual. I haven't thought that much about it. Pause, I shall just be myself, as they say. Hind. But which self? The one that went in, or the one that came out? Gent. Who knows? Hind. We were hoping you would. Ghent. We. Hind. The Language Association. Pause. The party's been a lot less active since you were sentenced. Or didn't they keep you in touch? Pause. Most of the nationalist effort comes from the Language Association now. Ghent. The Language Association. A lot of steamy old ladies of both sexes. Hind. In your day, perhaps. Now most of the members are young. And very active. The old women are in the party. Pause, if you're looking for them. Long pause. Ghent. I knew your father. In the party. Pause, I always thought you'd go far. Hind, smiles. I always hoped to go too far. Ghent. Look, I'm not going to be told what to say or not say by the Language Association or anyone else. Long pause. Hind gets up, stares out at view. Hind. Of course, you never learned our language, did you? Ghent looks viciously at him. Hind goes over his excuses for him, almost to himself. Hind. You were one of the millions culturally deprived by the English. One can have only one mother tongue, of necessity, one imbibes it with one's mother milk, as our proverb has it. And your mother tongue was English. Ghent. No one could hate England and what the English have done to our country more than I do. No one. Hind. But your wife's mother tongue was certainly not English. Again Ghent looks at him viciously. Pause. Hind. And how did you feel in the long prison days? Ghent. The only thing they'd let you have notebooks or paper for was study. Approved study. Hind. And our language was not approved study. Ghent. I had to write to stay sane between one slopping out and the next. But no, my own writing was not allowed, nothing could be written on their paper about your own life, prison conditions, other prisoners, methods of committing crime, and lots of other things, all lumped together as the same offense. So I told them what to use their official paper for, and what to do with their approved courses of study, and I began to write despite them, but in my head. And because it was easier to remember, to keep, for the first time since my early 20s I wrote poetry, long poems I could thunder through my head like a tape recording, but variable and changeable, I could improve the poem at any point on playback. And I was able to put in my own life, prison conditions, methods of committing every crime I heard about, all on purpose, all the things they would not let me write down on their bloody paper. And there they all are still, up here, lying ready for. Pause, it was the only thing that kept me sane. Hind, unmoved. Why don't you just talk about the poems in this television interview, then? 6 Interior. Living area. Evening. Subdued light. Television set, black and white, on. A group watching Ghent in an interview pre-recorded in this same room. Ghent in MCU on set. He has no idea of television presentation of himself, he appears bombastic, ham, overacting, far larger than life. Ghent, on screen, declaiming. Night and the thundering heat on me. Proclaim the emptiness made for one. Spuming the grafting hand in the dark. And the jets that spume to the aching void. While the tower of need goes emptied, full. Hind and Christina sit watching. Christina, quietly, to Hind. Is that what I think it's about? Hind. I'm afraid so. Christina. Why can't his generation be straight about sex? Instead of wrapping it up in verbiage like this? Hind. Ask him. Ghent, answering question. Tape recorder. As though I could ever forget them. They're here, taps forehead, here. Branded forever on the quivering flesh of my brain by the white-hot iron of necessity. Pause for effect. Why, I remember, when I was a tiny boy, a child in God's sight, not even a pimply youth, going to school, an English school where they forced those of us who spoke the mother tongue of our country. Reaction shot, Hind. Ghent. To wear a placard reading foreigner, yes, this in Britain, Great Britain as those gentlemen in London call it. They called me foreigner who had never set foot outside my native land, who had. Reaction shot, Christina. Ghent. Been brought up on the words of Stahl and Belin, who had drunk at the shrine of Saint Erling. Who did they think they were? What did they think they were doing to me? To us? Gentlemen, I wonder. It is apparent by now that Ghent is either drunk again or overcome with emotional hysteria. Embarrassed reaction shots now cover Dr. Saxon and Gwen, besides Hind and Christina. Interviewer, voiceover only. The situation you found in your childhood still largely exists. What do you see as the next step? Pause. Ghent, flanelling. The next step is obvious. Reaction shots of Hind in particular during the following. Ghent. Clearly, my act of defiance and the vicious reaction of the establishment represent only a beginning. They formed the vital spark from which has flamed the movement and reaction which have, pause, followed. The next step is clear, there must not be just one martyr, but 2, and then 3, and then 10, and then 50, and then 500, and then 5,000, until our whole nation is seen to be so united, so opposed to the whole vicious idea of empire, of one nation dominating another, that a true conflict arises, an actual confrontation of a mass of people with another. Mass of people. Contempt on Hind's face. Ghent. This is not only inevitable. And. Conclusive. But will be seen to be. Inevitable and conclusive. This nonsense is proclaimed with hammer conviction. Christina, Dr. and Gwen register varying degrees of unconviction. Interviewer, voiceover only. Can we turn now to your actual experience in prison? What did it mean to be a perfectly law-abiding citizen, a university lecturer with an increasing reputation as a specialist in medieval English literature, an eminently safe career? Then this career, this security, you gave up, abandoned, virtually overnight, to become what some saw as a criminal and others as a nationalist hero. Simply, what did it mean to you, a man used to comfort, to the unhampered use of extensive libraries, to have to endure the privations of a prison designed in Victorian times for the accommodation of only a third of the prisoners it does now? Pause on Ghent, screen, as he gropes for answer. Ghent, at length, insincerely. You had to. Float. Pause, float. Pause, if you didn't float, then it got on top of you very quickly. Pause, otherwise you'd blow up. Pause, you understand? Patently the unseen interviewer does not. Ghent sees this, but tries to conceal that he has seen it. Ghent. I can't put it any better, you had to float. You had to float. Suddenly, and almost simultaneously, the image on the screen is switched off, and the lights in the room are switched on. Ghent stands at the door, by the TV set, in a position to have done both. His presence has not been realized until now. The 5 others in the room look at him. Ghent. That isn't me. They haven't got me there. Pause, have they? 7 Interior. Newspaper office. Day. Start tight on badly reproduced, 10-year-old newsprint photograph of Ghent. News editor, VO. Did you know he read his own obituary notice at one point? Pull back to see news editor in his office. He is briefing the journalist who has a cuttings file before him through which he has clearly just been reading. FX off, newspaper editorial processes in large room. News editor. Must be a select little club, the few people who've done that. Journalist. This must have been shortly after the explosion. News editor. Yes. Get on to him about it. Ask him how he felt, reading of his own death. Great angle, if he'll talk. Journalist. But how did they come to think he was dead? There's nothing in the file about it? News editor. There wouldn't be. The thing was that they knew at least 2 of them had done the job, and there was so much blood and guts and bits and pieces lying around everywhere that it looked like 2 of them had to have made the mess. But this Stannis who was with Ghent was an enormous man, 20 stone, and tall with it. And the bloody thing must have gone off as he was clutching it to his stomach or something, because there was one god-awful scene. I was on the night desk when Tony Druce came through with the story, and he sounded shattered, and you know how hard Tony is. Journalist, nods. Where the hell was Ghent? News editor. That's the question you should use all your journalists cunning up to which to lead. He smiles smugly at the pedantic inversion, no one knows. Did he chicken out? Did he go for a leak? There are lots of stories, of course. You'll hear them. There's bound to be a pub near this converted farmhouse he has. It should be no hardship to put in a bit of market research there, between drinks. You'll hear the locals' versions then. Journalist. Did you see him on the box last night?